3,300 years ago, a child inherited the most powerful throne on Earth. At the precise moment when that throne was wobbling under the weight of a religious revolution, it had not survived. His name would change before he turned 10, his reign would end before he turned 20, and his tomb would sit quietly sealed under the desert floor for more than 3,000 years before a meticulous English archaeologist finally pressed his candle through the plaster and saw in the warm, unsteady light something that took his breath away completely. Welcome, my tired little canopic jars, or as we always say here, potatoes, to the calm and gentle story of King Tutankhamun. So settle in, slow your breathing, and if you'd like, before we ease in, let us know how you're doing down below in the comments. Leave us a thumbs up review, and if you guys ever have any topics you want us to cover, leave them down below in the comments, and we will take a look. Now, let's begin. You are lying somewhere comfortable right now, and the world outside is doing whatever it does at night. Put that aside for a moment. Come instead to a land where the air smells of dry earth and slow river water, where the sky's so clear on any given night that the stars look like someone knocked over a jar of salt across a dark stone floor, and where a child of roughly 9 years old is sitting on a throne carved for much larger people, holding objects in hands that are still small enough to make those objects look theatrical. The year is somewhere around 1332 before the Common Era. Egypt is ancient even by ancient standards. The Great Pyramids at Giza have already been standing for more than 1,000 years by the time this boy draws his first breath. The enormous temple complex at Karnak is already scarred and magnificent and deeply old. Egypt has survived dozens of pharaohs, each one carrying the same ceremonial titles, the same symbolic crook and flail, and the same double crown representing the unification of two kingdoms into one. But the world this particular boy is inheriting is not the stable, carefully ordered Egypt of the old traditions. His father was the pharaoh Akhenaten, a ruler who spent roughly 17 years dismantling the religious foundations of a civilization that had been building those foundations for centuries. Akhenaten closed the great temples. He stripped the priesthood of its land, its income and its purpose. He declared that there was only one god worth worshipping, a solar disk called the Aten, and that he himself was the sole living representative of that god on earth. He moved the royal court from the ancient sacred city of Thebes to a brand new city he built from scratch in the desert, a city he called Khetaten, which we now know as Amarna. He renamed himself. He moved the old gods out of their own houses. He redirected the enormous river of state resources and temple offerings toward his single, absolute, and deeply inconvenient vision. The city he built from nothing, Akhetaten, was designed to be architecturally perfect for its new theology. Its temples were roofless, open to the sky, so the solar disk could reach the altar directly without the obstruction of ceilings. Its residential districts were laid out in orderly streets. Its cliff tombs held images of the royal family in an artistic style entirely unlike anything Egypt had produced before, intimate and slightly unsettling, with elongated bodies and naturalistic poses that broke every convention of official portraiture accumulated over 2,000 years. The city reached perhaps 20,000 inhabitants at its height, and was then abandoned almost as quickly as it had been built. The people who had moved there for the promise of a new world simply left when that world ended. They took what they could carry back to Thebes and Memphis and Heliopolis, and left the rest to the desert. The painted walls of the noble tombs carved into the cliffs above the city still survive today, protected partly by the remoteness that always made the location inconvenient. They are beautiful, and they are strange, and they stand in a city that no one has lived in for 3,000 years. It was, by any measure, one of the most radical experiments in the recorded history of religion, and by the time his son came to power, the whole arrangement was already fracturing. The boy's birth name was Tutankhamun, meaning living image of the Aten. He was born around 1341 before the Common Era, and scholars still debate his mother's identity. A major Egyptian mummy research project completed in 2010 conducted computed tomography scans and DNA analysis on the royal mummies from this period, and those results suggest his mother was a woman referred to in text simply as the younger lady, herself a daughter of the earlier pharaoh Amenhotep III. That lineage would make her both a daughter and a wife of the royal family simultaneously, a practice not unusual in Egyptian royal succession, where marriages kept within the bloodline were considered both politically and theologically appropriate. His father died around 1336 before the Common Era. A brief and puzzling transitional period followed, possibly involving a co-regent named Smenkhar, though that figure remains one of the most argued topics in the discipline. Some historians believe Smenkhar was appointed by Akhenaten near the end of his reign. Others believe the name refers to someone else entirely. The precise sequence of events in these months is the kind of puzzle that keeps specialists awake long after sensible people have already gone to bed, which tonight includes you. What we do know is that by around 1332, the boy who would become Tutankhamun was seated on the throne of Egypt. He was approximately 9 years old. Think for a moment about what you were doing at 9. You were probably concerned with homework, with the fairness of bedtime, with whether the interesting kid down the street would want to play. You were not managing the spiritual, economic and political reconstruction of a civilization, but here was this child sitting in a seat too large for him, wearing a double crown too heavy for his head, holding instruments of divine authority in hands that had not yet finished growing. The coronation of a pharaoh was one of the most elaborate ceremonies in the Egyptian ritual calendar, involving days of purification, anointing, the formal offering of the crook and flail, and the presentation of the royal names that a new king received at the moment of his elevation. 5 names in total, forming a kind of theological biography of his divine purpose. For a child of 9, the physical weight of the ceremony alone must have been remarkable. The crowns used in various rituals were substantial objects. The robes were heavily layered linen. The heat in the inner sanctuaries of the temples, even in the cooler months, was considerable. That the boy managed to stand through all of it was itself a kind of achievement, though not one that anyone thought to record in the official version of events. He had advisors, of course. Without them, nothing would have moved. The 2 most significant figures around him were a man named Ai, who served as chief counselor and had almost certainly guided royal decisions long before Tutankhamun arrived at the throne, and a military commander named Horemheb, who led Egypt's armed forces and had a very clear understanding of what a stable kingdom required. Neither of these men was a kind grandfather figure offering warm reassurance. They were sharp, experienced political operators in a world where power was genuinely everything, and sentiment was, at best, a secondary consideration. But the young king was not entirely without comfort. He was married, possibly from quite an early age, to a young woman named Ankhesenamun. She was the 3rd daughter of Akhenaten and the renowned Queen Nefertiti, making her simultaneously a half-sibling and a wife to the young king, again in the pattern of Egyptian royal marriages. She was a few years older than Tutankhamun, and the art associated with their time together suggests, within the constrained language of official Egyptian imagery, something warmer than pure ceremony. One of the first decisions of the new reign, almost certainly shaped by Ai and Horemheb, was to leave Amarna. The city Akhenaten had built was packed up and abandoned. Its temples were left to the desert wind. Its painted walls began their slow surrender to the sun. The court moved north to Memphis, which became the administrative centre, and south to Thebes for ceremonial and religious purposes, reconnecting the kingdom with the ancient geography of Egyptian power. And sometime in those early years, the boy changed his name. Tutankhaten became Tutankhamun. The living image of the Aten became the living image of Amun. It was a change written into his own identity, a public declaration made in the most permanent form available. The old gods were coming home. You know how it feels when someone has rearranged your kitchen while you were out of town. You come home and reach for your favourite mug in the wrong cupboard 3 times before your hand accepts the new reality. It is disorienting in a small, domestic, slightly maddening way. Now multiply that feeling by several centuries of institutional tradition. Multiply it further by the economic weight of a priesthood that had been stripped of its income and told its entire professional purpose was obsolete. Add the bewilderment of craftsmen who carved sacred images and maintained sacred boats, and wove sacred linen for a living, and who had spent the last decade with nothing sacred to do. Somewhere in that multiplication you approach the atmosphere in Egypt's temple cities as Tutankhamun's reign began to find its feet. The priests of Amun had been among the most powerful people in Egypt for generations. The temple complex at Karnak, dedicated to Amun, was one of the largest religious structures in the ancient world, and the wealth flowing through it funded everything from architectural projects to political influence to the daily feeding of thousands of temple dependents. When Akhenaten closed the temples, he did not simply offend religious feeling. He dismantled an economy that many people's entire lives depended on. What Tutankhamun's early reign undertook was essentially a national reassembly project. The scale of that project is easier to appreciate when you consider how many institutions have been disrupted. The Temple of Amun at Karnak alone had employed hundreds of priests, scribes, musicians, brewers, bakers, cattle herders, weavers and gardeners before Akhenaten arrived. The subsidiary temples of Mut and Khonsu within the Karnak complex had their own staffs and their own ritual calendars. The great Temple of Ptah at Memphis, one of the oldest in Egypt, had similarly been left without its proper function and its supporting economy. The Temple of Ra at Heliopolis, north of Memphis, and one of the most ancient religious sites in the entire country, had been absorbed rather than simply closed, its sun god theology reclassified under the Aten in a way that satisfied no one. Getting all of this moving again required not just religious intention, but administrative competence of a high order. Someone had to identify which temple estates had changed hands and to whom. Someone had to locate the craftsmen who knew how to make the sacred objects specific temples required, because the skills needed to carve a cult statue were not transferable to other work and had to be actively passed on. Someone had to re-establish the supply chains for the materials required by ritual, the specific incenses, the quality of linen, the cattle for sacrifice, and the grain for bread and beer offerings that the gods received every day. The young king had the benefit of advisors who had watched the old system work before Akhenaten dismantled it, and who retained the institutional knowledge required to restore it. We know this in part because of a remarkable document scholars call the Restoration Stela. This inscribed stone, erected at Karnak during the young king's reign, describes the condition of the temples before restoration in language that is, by the restrained standards of official Egyptian text, quite vivid. It speaks of shrine courtyards given over to grass and weeds. It describes the gods as having turned their backs on Egypt, prayers going unanswered, and armies dispatched on campaign and returning without achievement. The language is almost certainly polished for political effect. Ancient pharaohs were not prone to understating their own importance, but beneath the rhetoric, what archaeology confirms is that the religious infrastructure of Egypt had genuinely deteriorated during Akhenaten's years, and that there was real work to be done. The restoration sent craftsmen back to the temples. Damaged carvings were repaired. Images of the old gods that had been chiselled away during Akhenaten's purge were recut by fresh hands. Offering tables were restocked. The cattle kept for sacrificial purposes were returned to their enclosures. The elaborate processional boats used to carry divine images during festivals were rebuilt, and the stela specifically notes that the new boats were constructed from better timber than their predecessors. That last detail deserves a moment, because it is the kind of thing that makes ancient records feel suddenly, unexpectedly alive. Someone sat down and wrote, in a document carved in stone and meant to outlast everything, that the replacement god boats were made from superior wood. That is the voice of a civilization that genuinely cared about the quality of the vessels carrying its divine images. There is something quietly wonderful in the specificity of that pride. The Great Festival of Opet, one of Egypt's most significant annual religious celebrations, was reinstated. The festival involved carrying the sacred image of Amun from the complex at Karnak southward along the Nile to the temple at Luxor, a ceremonial journey of roughly 3 kilometers along an avenue lined with Sphinx statues. The whole city turned out. Musicians played. Incense rose in thick, sweet columns through the morning air. People pressed along the processional route to catch a glimpse of the golden bark carrying the god back through streets that had not seen him pass in years. The Aten was not entirely erased. Solar disk imagery continued to appear in some official contexts, and the theological distinctions between the Aten and the more traditional sun deity were never cleanly resolved. But Amun was restored to his position of preeminence, and the vast machinery of Egyptian religious life, which was not separate from daily life but woven all the way through it, began to turn again. What Tutankhamun personally felt about any of this is genuinely beyond recovery. He was a child being guided by adults who had strong and settled views about the correct way to run a civilization. Whether he grew into his own convictions about the gods, or whether he enacted the decisions already made around him, no text has survived to bridge that gap. But his name change, the physical evidence of renewed temple activity across the country, and the public declarations carved in stone all point the same direction. Whatever his inner life held, the outer record of his reign is one of deliberate methodical return to the old arrangements. There is something almost comforting about the image of a country quietly putting itself back together, cleaning out the damaged corners, restocking the shelves, relighting the lamps, and sending a message to a god that the people of Egypt were sorry about the interruption and hoped things could return to normal. Egypt under this young king was not launching the kind of military campaigns that fill the walls of later temples with dramatic carvings of battle. It was doing quieter, harder, more patient work. It was repairing the fabric of its own civilization, room by room, temple by temple, name by name. And each time a craftsman placed a freshly carved face of a moon back in the niche where Akhenaten had removed its predecessor, or a priest of Mut stepped back through the gates of a reopened temple and resumed a ritual his family had performed for generations before the disruption, something in the record of ordinary Egyptian life moved back toward the shape it recognized as home. That movement was not dramatic. It produced no spectacular battles, no shocking reversals, and no single moment that a historian could point to and say, "There, that was the day it changed." It happened in the small accumulated decisions of thousands of people resuming the work they had been waiting to resume over months and years in city after city along the whole length of the river. You have, statistically speaking, never been inside an ancient Egyptian palace. Tonight that changes, at least in the good way, where you stay in bed and the palace comes to you. Start with stone. The walls are thick, built to keep the day's heat from following you inside, which, in a country where summer temperatures regularly exceed 40 degrees, is not an aesthetic preference but a survival strategy. The floors are smooth, pale limestone covered in woven reed mats and linen rugs, dyed in colours that would look surprisingly vivid by modern standards. Egyptian dyers were accomplished people. The rooms are not the dark stone corridors that a lifetime of films about Egypt might have left in your imagination. The actual living spaces of an Egyptian palace were painted. Floors, walls and ceilings all carried images. Sometimes they were geometric patterns in blue and white and rich yellow. More often they were naturalistic scenes. Marsh birds lifting from papyrus thickets, fish moving through stylized water drawn in long loose lines, and a calf running through a field for reasons that seemed to be purely its own. The effect of walking through a room like that would be something like living inside a painting that had decided to wrap itself around you. Memphis, the city where Tutankhamun spent much of his working life, sat at the point where the Nile Delta began to fan northward toward the sea. It was a city of enormous practical importance, positioned near trade routes, near the copper and turquoise mines of the Sinai Peninsula, and close enough to the delta ports that news from the wider world arrived with reasonable speed. It was a busy city, a working city, the kind of place where things actually got done. The Memphis Palace of this period has not survived in the way that temple complexes have. Palaces used organic materials alongside stone, wood and reed and painted mud plaster, and organic materials in a humid environment do not have the same longevity as pure stone. What we know of royal domestic life comes partly from the objects packed into Tutankhamun's tomb, partly from carved reliefs in temples, and partly from administrative texts that describe the rhythm of palace life in practical, rather than personal terms. The young king's day was governed by ritual from the moment it began. In Egyptian theology, the pharaoh was not simply a ruler in the administrative sense. He was the living embodiment of the god Horus on earth, and his daily routine enacted that cosmic role in ways that were precise and repeated and carefully maintained. Morning involved ritual purification, the application of cosmetic oils and kohl that carried religious significance alongside their practical function, and the formal dressing in layered linen garments appropriate to the day's activities. The garments themselves were extraordinary. Among the objects found in the tomb were numerous royal robes, several decorated with embroidery of such fine detail that modern textile historians, who have spent entire careers studying ancient fabric, use the word staggering with some frequency when describing them. Lotus flower patterns and geometric borders worked in coloured thread with a precision that the best modern embroiderers would not take lightly. Some of the linen was woven so finely it would qualify today as the highest grade of fabric in commercial existence. The Egyptians knew their textiles, and they wanted their king to be dressed accordingly. Public duties involved receiving reports from officials, issuing royal decrees, meeting with priests and military commanders, and performing the ceremonial functions that maintained Egypt's relationship with the divine order. He would have been surrounded at all hours by scribes, attendants, bodyguards, and the quiet logistical apparatus of a functional royal court. The food in a royal Egyptian household was, by the standards of any era, exceptionally varied. The tomb contained sealed containers of food intended to provision the king in the afterlife, and the inventory of those containers, when analysed, revealed beef, duck, various species of fish, bread in multiple forms, honey, dried fruits, wine from the Delta vineyards, and oils pressed from sesame and other plants. These were not symbolic quantities. They were provisions packed as though for a long journey, selected by people who knew specifically what he ate and what he preferred. The honey, stored in alabaster vessels and still faintly distinguishable after 3,000 years as honey, is a detail that makes the distance between then and now feel briefly very small. Honey does not change. Whoever packed it knew he had a taste for it, but the tomb offers glimpses of something more personal. Among the thousands of objects found in that small underground space were things that speak less to a pharaoh and more to a specific young person with specific preferences. There were board games, including a beautifully crafted example of the game called Senet, played on a long rectangular board and associated with the soul's journey through the underworld, though clearly also played for the uncomplicated pleasure of competing against another person. There were no fewer than 6 chariots, which tells you something fairly direct about how much he valued speed. There was more than 100 walking sticks, which tells you something equally direct about his physical situation, a detail we will come back to. There were hunting boomerangs. A pharaoh who owned hunting boomerangs is a detail so unexpectedly practical that it takes a moment to settle in. But waterfowl hunting in the marshes was a genuine sport among Egyptian nobility, and the boomerang was a real tool for it rather than a ceremonial prop. There were leather garments designed for athletic activity. There were gloves, which are honestly the most domestic and relatable objects to find in a 3,000-year-old royal burial, because gloves are a thing you pack when you think you might need them. And whoever packed those gloves was thinking about a real person going somewhere cold. His wife Tutankhamun appears throughout the tomb's visual record with a warmth that stands out against the conventions of formal Egyptian royal art. The standard for depicting royal couples in official imagery involved parallel formal poses of equivalent dignity, 2 figures standing at an identical scale with identical forward-facing rigidity. The art in Tutankhamun's tomb does something different. She is shown applying perfumed oil to his collar, her body turned toward his. He is shown leaning slightly in her direction during a hunt. These are small gestures in a visual language that had no requirement to include them, and their presence is worth noting. The most celebrated single object in the tomb, arguably, is not the golden mask but the golden throne, a backrest decorated with an inlaid scene executed in gold and silver and glass and faience showing exactly this kind of moment. The king sits on a cushioned chair in a slightly relaxed posture, his arm resting at his side. Ankhesenamun stands before him, applying what appears to be perfumed oil or ointment to his collar from a small jar she holds in one hand. Above them, the solar disk sends its rays downward in lines that terminate in small human hands, offering the Ankh, the sign of life, to their nostrils. The craftsmanship is such that the glass inlays in the garments still catch the light in the way they were intended to when new. Researchers who have described this object in person frequently use the word intimate, which is not a word that Egyptian royal art usually invites. The palace at Thebes served primarily ceremonial purposes, and Tutankhamun would have spent significant time there during the major religious festivals that punctuated the Egyptian year. The festival season at Thebes was concentrated enough that the royal household effectively maintained 2 distinct operational bases, the administrative north and the ceremonial south, and moved between them according to the ritual calendar's demands. The palace had gardens, because any wealthy Egyptian household that could afford a garden had one, and a pharaoh's palace certainly could. Rectangular pools fed by carefully maintained irrigation channels held lotus flowers and fish. Rows of shade trees, plantings of herbs for the kitchens and for the physicians who would have attended a young king with complex health needs. The scent of a well-watered Egyptian garden at dusk with incense burning somewhere inside and the cool air coming off the Nile is not something that can be fully reconstructed, but it is pleasant to imagine all the same. Egypt has always been the Nile. Everything else is essentially footnotes. This is not sentiment. It is geography rendered into civilization. The ancient Egyptians themselves understood their entire world through this fact, and they organised their cosmology, their calendar, their understanding of life and death and rebirth, entirely around the behaviour of a river that flooded once a year and made the desert grow food. There were two Egypts in the ancient mind. Kemet, the Black Land, was the narrow ribbon of dark, fertile soil along the riverbanks, where the annual flood deposited its silt and everything grew and everyone lived. Deshret, the Red Land, was the pale, indifferent desert beyond the floodline, associated with chaos and with the god Set, a place that offered heat and difficulty and not much else. The border between these two worlds was not a gradual gradient. It was a boundary you could step across in a single stride, 1 foot on dark, wet earth, and 1 foot on dry, pale sand, and the difference between them was the difference between abundance and nothing. Tutankhamun ruled both. His double crown represented exactly this unification, the white crown of Upper Egypt in the south combined with the red crown of Lower Egypt in the north, assembled into one composite headpiece that was, visually speaking, one of the more committed statements of political unity ever worn on a human head. But the Egypt he actually governed, the living and breathing and working version, was the river's Egypt. The Nile in the 14th century before the Common Era carried the full force of its ancient flow, before any of the dams and diversions that later centuries would impose on it. The annual inundation, called Akhet, began around June when the floodwaters arrived from the Ethiopian highlands, and the river spread slowly across the floodplain in a broad, shallow sheet of brown water that left behind, when it pulled back in October, a coat of mineral-rich silt that made the resulting soil among the most naturally fertile in the world. Egyptian farmers watched the flood with the kind of attention you give to something your entire life depends on, because it was exactly that. A good flood meant abundance. A flood too shallow meant poor soil and thin harvests. A flood too high meant the destruction of the mud brick houses built close to the river's edge and the washing away of irrigation channels that had taken months of labour to maintain. The difference between a sufficient flood and an insufficient one was the difference between eating well and not eating at all, and the priests who tracked the Nile's levels and reported them to the palace were not performing a ceremonial function. They were providing essential information. The months after the flood receded were planting time, and the green fields that grew from the dark silt were so vivid against the pale desert margins that travellers seeing them for the first time left accounts that read almost as disbelief, as if the fertility were too sudden and complete to be entirely natural. Most of Tutankhamun's subjects did not live in Memphis or Thebes. They lived in smaller villages along the river, in mud brick houses built flat-roofed against the heat, set close together in lanes narrow enough to provide shade during the hottest part of the day. They grew emmer wheat and barley. They kept goats and cattle and geese. They fished the river from small papyrus boats. They paid taxes in grain to the state and performed labour on public projects when the state required it. The practical texture of village life in this period was not recorded in official documents because official documents were interested in other things, but the traces of it survive in the margins of the record and in the physical evidence of excavated settlements. The smell of bread baking in a clay oven at dawn, the sound of a donkey expressing its opinions loudly in a narrow lane, children running toward the river at the end of a day when the air had gone from impossible to merely very warm. These things are not written down anywhere, but they were happening in every village in every province of the kingdom Tutankhamun presided over, every single day. The river itself was the highway that held the whole country together. Flat-bottomed cargo boats moved grain north to the delta, and luxury goods south toward Thebes. Stone for construction projects travelled vast distances by water. Timber from the Levant came through the northern ports. Natron, the naturally occurring salt used in the mummification process, was shipped from the dry lake beds in the western desert. The Nile flows north to the sea, which meant boats travelling north moved with the current, and boats travelling south moved with the prevailing wind, which in Egypt blows conveniently from north to south. The Egyptians noticed this geographic gift and used the same word for sailing and for going south, because in their world, if you were moving a boat south, you were almost certainly using a sail. Beyond Egypt's borders, the world was substantial and actively engaged. To the south lay Nubia, called Kush, a region of considerable wealth in gold, ebony, ivory and ostrich feathers, which Egyptian pharaohs had controlled for generations through a combination of military presence and political marriage. Nubian gold was one of the foundations of Egypt's wealth, and the relationship between the two civilizations was complex and layered, and sometimes violent, and sometimes genuinely collaborative. The administrative governor of Nubia during this period answered to the pharaoh through a long chain of command that included Egyptian officials posted in Nubian cities and local rulers who had adopted enough Egyptian custom to operate within the imperial structure. To the northeast, the great powers of the ancient world maintained diplomatic correspondence with Egypt through a system of clay tablet letters in the Akkadian language, which served as the international diplomatic tongue of the age. The collection of these letters, discovered in the 19th century at Amarna and known as the Amarna Letters, shows that Tutankhamun's predecessors had been in active communication with the kings of Babylon, Assyria, Mitanni, and the Hittite Empire. Egypt under the young king was not isolated. It was the centre of a diplomatic web that stretched from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. The scribes who maintained this web were among the most educated people in Egypt, and among the most practically essential. Writing in ancient Egypt was not a common skill. It required years of formal training in the specialised scribal schools attached to temples and palaces, and the hieroglyphic script, which remains one of the most visually elegant writing systems ever developed, was considerably more difficult to learn than its beauty suggests. A trained scribe could read and write hieroglyphs for formal monumental texts, the hieratic cursive script used for administrative documents, and in some cases, the Akkadian syllabary needed for foreign correspondence. They were the connective tissue of the entire administrative organism. Crocodiles lived in the river in serious numbers during this period. So did hippopotamuses. These were not decorative creatures depicted on temple walls for artistic variety. They were real animals that posed genuine threats to anyone working near the water, and the cult of Sobek the crocodile god was not purely theological. Honouring Sobek had a pragmatic dimension that every fisherman wading the shallows understood personally. The night sky over the Nile Valley was a complete map. Before electric light turned the sky into an orange glow and made the stars a seasonal rumour, a clear night over the Egyptian desert showed you everything the sky had. The Egyptians read it with the precision that their entire ceremonial calendar required. They tracked the annual rising of Sirius, the brightest star visible from Egypt, which appeared on the eastern horizon just before the floodwaters arrived each year, making it a reliable herald of abundance. Priests whose entire professional purpose was celestial observation fed their observations into the religious calendar, which organised everything from planting times to royal ceremonies to the precise days when specific gods were expected to be in particularly receptive moods. The animals of this world were observed so carefully and for so long that Egyptian art achieved a naturalism in depicting them that it never quite applied to human figures. The cats in Egyptian paintings look exactly like cats. The ducks in marsh scenes are identifiable by species. The horses pulling the royal chariots look like specific individual horses rather than the generalised idea of horses. When you look at the objects from Tutankhamun's tomb and find the detailed rendering of a hunting dog or a Nubian ibex or a duckling, you are seeing the work of people who had spent their whole lives paying close attention to living things. This was the world Tutankhamun moved through. The black land and the red land, the working river and the silent desert, the painted palace and the mud brick village, the great temples and the tiny domestic shrines, where ordinary people left bread and onions for the gods who mattered most to them. He saw it from a gilded barge or a fast chariot, attended at all times by scribes and guards and priests with specific functions. But he saw it. He was young, and it was his, and there were probably moments, riding fast across the flat pale ground west of the delta, in the early morning when the air was still cool, when the weight of the double crown did not reach him at all. Modern science has done something for Tutankhamun that 3,000 years of human curiosity could not manage on its own. It has given him back a body, not symbolically. The actual mummified remains were studied extensively as part of a major research project that ran between 2007 and 2010, involving detailed computed tomography scanning of the mummy and DNA analysis of several royal mummies from this period. The project was conducted by a team including Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass, and the results were published in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 2010. They produced a picture that was simultaneously scientifically fascinating and genuinely, quietly sad. The king who had ridden fast chariots and hunted in the desert marshes and been carried in state procession through the streets of Thebes had apparently done all of that while managing a body that presented serious challenges. He had a clubfoot. His left foot showed a deformity known as equinus, in which the foot is turned inward and the person bearing it walks on the front of the foot or the ankle rather than the sole. This condition would have made walking painful and certain physical activities significantly more difficult than they appeared to the outside observer. This explains directly why the tomb contained not 1 or 2 ceremonial walking sticks, but more than 100 of them. They were not decorative. They were tools used by someone who needed them regularly. Scanning also revealed evidence of choler disease in one foot, a condition involving the deterioration of a small bone in the arch, adding a second layer of physical difficulty to the first. There were additional skeletal abnormalities consistent with the genetic effects of extended royal dynasties, whose marriage patterns kept within the family across multiple generations. He also had malaria. Genetic testing identified the material of the malaria parasite Plasmodium falciparum in his tissues, and multiple genetic signatures of the parasite were present, suggesting he had survived the illness more than once. Malaria in ancient Egypt was not the temporary inconvenience that a modern traveller with access to medication might experience. It was a recurring serious illness producing fevers, deep exhaustion, and periods of significant weakness that would have interrupted his life with regularity. There is something worth sitting with in this accumulation of physical difficulty. The tomb contained objects that speak, when you read them together, of a young man who was determined to do the things he wanted to do. The 6 chariots were built for speed, not ceremony. The hunting boomerangs were not decorative. The leather athletic clothing was worn. He was not someone who responded to physical limitation by becoming still. He was someone who pushed against his own constraints with the available tools, and his advisors and servants apparently supported this by making sure those tools were the best that Egypt could produce. The physicians who attended the royal household were among the most technically sophisticated medical practitioners in the ancient world. Egyptian medical texts that have survived from this period, including the Edwin Smith Papyrus and the Ebers Papyrus, show a medical culture capable of diagnosing and treating a significant range of conditions with rational, observation-based approaches rather than purely magical ones. A court physician attending a young king with multiple overlapping physical conditions would have had access to the most current medical knowledge available anywhere in the world at that time. Whether it was sufficient is a separate question, but it was not nothing. This is the young man who presided over the restoration of Egyptian religion, who attended the great festivals at Karnak, who rode in military processions, and who sat on the throne of the most powerful civilization in the world. He was not physically the idealized golden figure that his burial mask's serene expression might suggest to someone seeing it for the first time. He was a specific person, managing a complicated body while carrying out an impossible job, and he did it for roughly 10 years before the body gave way. He died around 1323 before the Common Era, at approximately 19 years of age. The cause has been argued with great enthusiasm for decades, partly because the global fame attached to his tomb's discovery invited every available theory. Earlier proposals included assassination, a blow to the skull, a chariot accident, and a fall from a horse. Several of these theories generated considerable popular excitement, and a number of television documentaries whose conclusions proved more dramatic than their evidence. The 2010 study found no convincing evidence of deliberate killing. The skull damage that had previously fueled the murder argument appeared more consistent with post-mortem handling during the mummification process than with any pre-death blow. What the analysis did find was a young man whose health was already seriously compromised, who had recently suffered a severe fracture of the left leg, likely from a fall, and who had active malaria at the time of his death. Whether the fracture, the malaria, or the weight of both together was the direct cause, the picture that emerges is not one of a dramatic violent end, but of a fragile body finally unable to sustain the strain placed on it. He left no surviving children. His tomb contained 2 small coffins holding the mummified remains of infant daughters, both born premature and too early to live. Their coffins, nested inside slightly larger ones, were found by Howard Carter during the tomb's excavation and are now held at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Whoever arranged their burial alongside their father cared enough to do it carefully, and their presence in the tomb is one of its quietest griefs. Ankhesenamun, left without her husband and without an heir, was in an acutely exposed position. A document discovered in what is now Turkey, and dated to this period, records an Egyptian queen writing to the king of the Hittites, asking him to send a son for her to marry, so that she would not be forced to marry a servant. Most scholars believe this was Ankhesenamun. The Hittite king sent a son. The young prince died before reaching Egypt, under circumstances that were never resolved. Ankhesenamun subsequently appears to have married the elderly advisor A, who took the throne as the next pharaoh. She disappears from the historical record shortly after that marriage. The document scholars believe she wrote has become one of the most discussed pieces of evidence from this entire period. It was discovered among clay tablets found at the Hittite capital Hattusa, now located in central Turkey, during excavations in the early 20th century. The letter is written in Akkadian, the diplomatic language of the age, and its sender identifies herself as a widowed Egyptian queen whose husband has died and who has no son. She asks the Hittite king Suppiluliuma to send one of his many sons to become her husband and her king. The urgency in the letter, even across the translation of 3,000 years and 2 languages, is unmistakable. She writes that she is frightened. She writes that she will not marry a servant. Suppiluliuma, apparently suspicious that the request was a trap, asked for confirmation. A second letter arrived assuring him it was genuine. He sent a son named Zananza. The prince died before reaching Egypt. Whether he was killed by Egyptian officials who found the arrangement politically threatening, or whether he simply fell ill on the journey, has never been established. Suppiluliuma, believing murder, threatened war. The threat does not appear to have been carried out, or if it was, the records of it have not survived. Ankhesenamun then married Ai, who was by this point an elderly man, and who ruled Egypt for roughly 4 years before dying in his turn. After his death came Horemheb, who had the military command and the political will to do what he felt was necessary. Horemheb's erasure of the Amarna kings from Egyptian history was thorough. He removed their names from the king lists. He recarved their monuments. He added his own cartouche where theirs had been. He reassigned years of their reigns to the reign of Horemheb in official chronological records. The effect was that within a generation, the 18th dynasty's final pharaohs had effectively never existed in the official version of their own civilization story. They ruled briefly. Then the military commander Horemheb seized power. Horemheb undertook something that might fairly be described as a systematic historical erasure. He removed the names of Tutankhamun, Ai, Smenkhkare, and Akhenaten from official records wherever he could reach them, replacing some with his own name and leaving others simply blank. Monuments were defaced or recarved. Achievements were reassigned. Within a generation, the boy who had worn the double crown and rebuilt the temples of Egypt had been written out of his own civilization story. He was forgotten. For more than 3,000 years, he was forgotten. The Valley of the Kings sits on the west bank of the Nile across the river from ancient Thebes, in a dry and pale and deeply folded piece of limestone terrain that looks, in the intense afternoon light, like something the earth grew specifically to deter casual interest. It is a wadi, a formation carved by ancient floodwater through a limestone plateau in the rough shape of an irregular funnel. The cliffs on either side rise steeply and without apology. The ground is pale gravel and loose stones. Above the valley's entrance stands a natural peak called the Kurn, its silhouette shaped into a rough pyramid by millennia of erosion, a form the ancient Egyptians found unmistakably appropriate. They had already been building pyramid-shaped monuments for their dead for centuries, when the New Kingdom pharaohs began choosing this valley, and the natural pyramid watching over it must have felt like a sign that the location had been waiting for them. The first New Kingdom burial here was that of Thutmose I, in the early 16th century before the Common Era. By the time Tutankhamun died, 60 or more years of royal interments had already taken place in the valley. It was in a precise sense a neighbourhood. The dead of the 18th dynasty were already neighbours underground before the young king arrived. The preparation of a proper royal tomb was meant to take years. Architects designed the layout. Specialised teams cut the corridors and chambers through solid rock. Painters covered the resulting walls with the detailed religious texts and images from the Book of the Dead and other funerary compositions. Texts designed to guide the deceased king safely through the layers of the underworld to his rightful place among the eternal gods. The whole process was organised by the craftsmen's community known to modern Egyptologists as the Place of Truth, a dedicated village on the west bank of the Nile whose entire population worked for their whole lives on nothing but royal tomb construction and maintenance. Tutankhamun's tomb was not prepared over years. It was prepared in a hurry. The tomb given the designation KV62 in modern archaeological records is, by the standards of the Valley of the Kings, extremely modest. It has 4 rooms connected by short passages, whereas other royal tombs of the same period have long descending corridors leading to large antechambers, pillared halls and multiple annexes, each one spacious enough to live in comfortably. The prevailing explanation is that Tutankhamun died at 19 without warning, without a large tomb anywhere near ready for him, and that the decision was made to use a smaller chamber that may have originally have been intended for someone else, while the king who came after him was given the larger space. Whether or not that precise sequence is correct, the smallness of the tomb and the evidence of a rushed finish are not in dispute. The result was a small underground space packed with objects as densely as the space would physically allow. Items were stacked on other items. Beds were taken apart and stored in sections. Chariots were dismantled so their components could be arranged in the available corners. Everything that needed to accompany the king into eternity was somehow fitted into a room that had not been designed to hold all of it. The funeral process itself was governed by ritual that took 70 days to complete. During this period, the body was prepared by the embalming specialists, whose work was extraordinarily thorough. The internal organs were removed and treated separately, each placed in one of 4 canopic jars made, in this case, with stoppers carved in the likeness of the king's own face at a small scale, the detail precise enough to be considered a portrait. The body was treated with natron, a naturally occurring salt found in Egypt's dry lake beds, which preserved the tissue by drawing out moisture. It was then wrapped in many hundreds of meters of fine linen, with amulets and pieces of jewellery placed at specific points between the layers, according to the precise requirements of funerary texts accumulated over centuries. Tutankhamun's mummy was interred with more than 140 amulets and jewellery pieces nestled between the linen wrappings. At the completion of this process, the wrapped face was covered with the golden mask. The world recognises this mask now with an immediacy reserved for very few objects. It is a face in beaten gold, slightly asymmetric, composed, with eyes inlaid with lapis lazuli and obsidian that researchers who have stood in front of them consistently describe as unsettlingly present. It looks like a person. The wrapped body was placed inside 3 nested coffins. The innermost rested against the mummy directly and was made of solid gold, weighing more than 110 kilograms. The middle coffin was gilded wood. The outer coffin was also gilded wood, larger and more elaborate. All 3 sat inside a stone sarcophagus carved from quartzite, a dense golden yellow stone that had been worked with extreme precision. Around the sarcophagus, 4 gilded wooden shrines were assembled, nested one inside the other, each tall enough for a person to stand inside, each wall covered in religious texts and images. The innermost shrine fit so closely around the sarcophagus that the clearance on each side was less than the width of a hand. Assembling 4 large gilded wooden shrines inside a small underground burial chamber, fitting each one around the last with minimal clearance in a space lit by oil lamps, must have required a combination of careful planning, precise measurement, considerable patience, and almost certainly a certain amount of quiet profanity from the craftsmen involved. History does not record this last detail, but history was not paying attention to everything. The other rooms were filled with everything the young king was considered to need. Food and wine in sealed vessels, clothing, furniture, hunting equipment, model boats for the celestial journey, hundreds of small wooden ushabti figures, each one ritually deputized to perform any labour that might be required of the king in the afterlife, so that the king himself would not have to do it. The logic behind the ushabti was thoroughly: death was supposed to be many things, but an eternity of manual labour was not considered among them. When the last object was placed, the last ritual completed, and the last lamp carried out of the treasury room, the tomb was sealed. The final ceremony performed at the tomb entrance was an ancient ritual called the opening of the mouth. A priest wearing the jackal mask of Anubis performed a sequence of ritual gestures directed at the wrapped mummy, touching specific implements to the face of the dead king to restore his capacity to see, speak, breathe, and receive offerings in the afterlife. The ritual was among the oldest in Egyptian religion, and its roots stretched back to a time before writing, when the ceremonies performed over the dead were already centuries old. For a royal burial, it was performed by the new pharaoh or his designated representative, and its completion was the formal moment at which the living king handed the dead one over to the gods. The treasury room behind the burial chamber held some of the most significant religious objects in the entire burial. At its entrance, positioned as a guardian, was a large gilded wooden figure of the god Anubis, mounted on a gilded shrine base, surrounded by a collar made of blue and white and yellow faience beads that still retain the impression of the fingers that placed it there. Beyond this figure, the canopic shrine stood at the room centre, a chest of gilded wood housing the alabaster container for the 4 canopic jars. The alabaster canopic chest was carved and polished to a smoothness that catches the light in photographs like water in sunlight. Surrounding it on all sides, on small wooden bases, stood the 4 protective goddesses, whose outstretched arms and slightly turned faces have been described as mournful, in a way that most funerary objects do not achieve. Model boats in various configurations for different stages of the celestial journey were arranged throughout the room. Wooden statuettes of gods and goddesses, a gilded figure of a leopard, boxes containing alabaster vessels. The whole room had the quality of a carefully packed and deeply personal collection, which is exactly what it was. Plaster was applied to the doors. The necropolis seal was pressed into the wet plaster. The valley's loose surface gravel was raked back over any trace of the entrance. Later, workers cutting a new tomb nearby left their spoil heaps directly across the site, and their descendants built their workers' huts on top of those heaps. The surface of the valley rose slowly over generations. The entrance disappeared beneath the accumulated debris of centuries of activity happening directly above it. And Egypt went on, and the desert kept its silence, and the boy in the golden room waited in the dark with extraordinary patience for someone to find him. Howard Carter was not a romantic figure in the way the word archaeologist sometimes conjures in the imagination. He was not dashing. He was meticulous, precise, sometimes considerably difficult to work alongside, and possessed of a patience that matched the desert's in its depth and duration. He had been working in Egypt since 1891, when he arrived at 17 years old as an artist hired to copy inscriptions and tomb paintings, and he had learned the discipline from the ground up in the most literal possible sense, spending decades on his hands and knees in corridors that had not seen outside air since the pharaohs who built them were alive. By the early 1900s, Carter had become one of the most experienced excavators working in the Valley of the Kings, with detailed knowledge of its geology, its history, and its as yet unresolved puzzles. He also held a conviction that most of his professional colleagues considered optimistic to the point of mild eccentricity, that the valley still contained at least one undiscovered royal tomb, specifically the burial of a minor pharaoh named Tutankhamun, whose name appeared occasionally in ancient records and on scattered objects, but whose resting place had never been found. The evidence Carter had assembled was patient and cumulative. A blue faience cup bearing Tutankhamun's name had been found in the valley's debris. A small calcite shabti figure bearing the same name had surfaced in dealers' collections, suggesting it had come from the valley's general area. The scholar Theodore Davis, who had excavated in the valley in the early 1900s, had found a small pit containing gold foil fragments and linen wrappings bearing Tutankhamun's name. Davis had concluded that this pit was the actual tomb, stripped and emptied. Carter looked at the same pit and concluded it was not the tomb, but the debris from the tomb's preparations somewhere else entirely. Carter was right, and Davis was wrong, and the difference between them was 30 years of accumulated attention to the specific way Egyptian burial customs worked. Carter knew that gold foil fragments and linen wrappings in a debris pit meant the materials from the embalming process had been buried near the tomb as a secondary deposit. They were a sign of a nearby tomb, not the tomb itself. His funding came from George Herbert, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, a wealthy English aristocrat who had come to Egypt partly for health reasons, after a serious motorcar accident had left him with respiratory problems that the English climate made worse. He had developed a genuine interest in Egyptology along the way, as one does when confronted with 3,000 years of buried civilization in a country with excellent winter weather, and he had agreed to support Carter's work in the valley with the kind of sustained financial commitment that long-term excavation absolutely requires, which is to say a great deal of money spent across many years with no guarantee of anything at the end of it. By 1922, that patience was approaching its natural limit. Carnarvon told Carter that the current season might be the last he was prepared to fund. The valley's floor had been systematically worked across most of its accessible surface over many years. Most of it had yielded what it was going to yield. The consensus among most professionals was that the valley had given up its significant secrets. Carter asked for one more season. He returned to an area near the valley's entrance that he had not yet fully cleared, because it was covered with the remains of ancient workers' huts that had historical significance of their own and had previously been left undisturbed. But this was the last unexamined ground, and so the huts came down. On the 3rd or 4th day of November in 1922, a worker's tool struck something solid. Clearing around the obstruction revealed a stone step cut into the valley floor, then a second step, then a staircase descends through the rock toward a sealed doorway at its base. Carter sent a telegram to Carnarvon in England. Carter was a measured and careful man, and the telegram was a measured and careful document, but it contained enough to bring Carnarvon and his daughter, Lady Evelyn Herbert, to Egypt on the next available transport. On the 26th of November, 1922, Carter made a small hole in the upper corner of the sealed doorway and held a candle through it to check for dangerous gases before anyone went in. The candle flame did not gutter, which meant the air was stable. Carter pressed his eye to the hole. Carnarvon, standing behind him in the flickering lamplight of the staircase, asked whether Carter could see anything. Carter's reply has been reproduced in every account of the discovery written in the century since. Yes, he could see wonderful things. The antechamber was packed from floor to ceiling. Gilded furniture, alabaster vases, 3 large animal form couches in gold, a cow and a cheetah, and a hybrid creature that combined the features of a hippo, a lion, and a crocodile were stacked with smaller objects placed on top of them. Boxes and baskets in quantities that suggested someone had been packing for a very long journey. 2 life-sized wooden guardian statues of the king, painted black with gold details, stand opposite each other across the far wall, and between those 2 statues a sealed door. Behind that door was the burial chamber. Beyond the burial chamber was the treasury. Somewhere inside all of that, inside 4 gilded wooden shrines, inside a quartzite sarcophagus, inside 3 coffins, the innermost one solid gold, was a wrapped body wearing a face made of beaten gold and lapis lazuli, waiting with the complete stillness of something that has had 3,000 years to practice. The formal clearance of the tomb took Carter 10 years. Not because he was slow, because he was Carter. He photographed every object in its exact position before touching it. He numbered every item. He drew the spatial relationships between objects. He recorded the condition of every surface. He moved nothing until everything about it had been documented in at least 3 different ways. He worked with a precision that drove several of his colleagues and collaborators to genuine, audible frustration, because Carter's answer to every question about when something could be removed was always the same: not yet. Lord Carnarvon did not live to see the full clearance completed. He died in April of 1923, roughly 5 months after the opening of the tomb, from blood poisoning following an infected mosquito bite. This death, arriving so soon after the discovery, generated the legend of the Pharaoh's curse, a story that has proven more durable than most of the actual historical facts surrounding the find. The curse legend was almost entirely the product of newspaper journalism in the weeks following Carnarvon's death, assisted considerably by the author Arthur Conan Doyle, who suggested publicly that the death might have been caused by elementals placed by the ancient priests to guard the tomb. No actual curse inscription was found anywhere in the tomb. Howard Carter himself, who spent 10 years in closer contact with the tomb than anyone else, lived to the age of 64 and died peacefully in London in 1939. He remains, in the estimation of most Egyptologists, the most consequential archaeological excavator of the 20th century. More than 5,000 objects came out of that small tomb across those 10 years, each one catalogued, conserved and eventually transported to Cairo. They are held primarily at the Egyptian Museum in Tahrir Square, with major pieces now also displayed at the Grand Egyptian Museum near the Giza Plateau, which opened in recent years specifically to house and properly interpret Egypt's greatest archaeological collection. The Grand Egyptian Museum's main gallery is large enough to display the full Golden Shrine complex at something approaching its original scale, which allows visitors to understand for the first time what it actually felt like to stand in front of 4 nested golden structures filling a room. The answer, according to everyone who has stood there, is very much how you would expect it to feel. The solid gold coffin, the golden mask, the gilded throne with its inlaid scene of Ankhesenamun applying perfume to her husband's collar, the canopic shrine in alabaster, the model boats, the hunting boomerangs, the linen gloves, the walking sticks, more than 5,000 objects that spent more than 3,000 years in a small underground room while the world above went about its business completely unaware of their existence. Tutankhamun himself, after all the scanning and analysis and scholarly attention, still lies in his outermost coffin in the Valley of the Kings. He's the only pharaoh who has remained in his original tomb in the valley. He has not been moved to a museum or a storage facility, or any of the other destinations that archaeology sometimes provides for ancient remains. He is, in the precise and quiet sense of the phrase, still there. The reasons why this young king holds such a permanent place in the modern imagination are not difficult to find. He was 19 when he died. He managed a complicated body and a complicated kingdom, and died before he had time to become anything other than young. The treasure found alongside him is so extraordinary in its quantity and its quality that the story sustains itself on the gold alone, even before you reach the person underneath it. There is also the particular quality of his rediscovery. He was not found through brilliant deduction or technological innovation. He was found because one careful, stubborn, deeply knowledgeable man refused to accept the professional consensus that nothing remained to be found, and then spent 30 years building the case for his own conviction, in the way a good craftsman builds anything, one verified piece at a time. The patience required by Carter to find the tomb, and then the greater patience required to clear it properly rather than quickly, mirrors something in the patience of the tomb itself. Both the buried king and the man who found him were, in their different ways, people who understood that the right pace for a difficult thing is slow, but the thing that draws people back to Tutankhamun, past the golden mask and past the tabloid history, and past the decades of competing theories about his death, is something quieter than spectacle. The objects in his tomb were not assembled for an audience. They were chosen because someone believed he would need them, and that someone knew him well enough to choose thoughtfully. The walking sticks because he needed them. The chariots because they gave him something close to freedom. The board games because he played them, and they were his. The images of Ankhesenamun because she was a person he leaned toward. The small coffins of the daughters who did not survive because they were his children, and their absence mattered to someone. Across 33 centuries that care arrived intact. The ancient Egyptians held that a person remained alive as long as their name was spoken, and they were right in a way they did not quite mean. Tutankhamun endures not because of theology, but because the story of a child given an impossible job, carrying it on an imperfect body with the best guidance available, being buried with quiet love by people who knew him, and then being found again by a patient man with a candle, and 30 years of professional stubbornness, is a story that lands differently every time someone actually sits with it. It lands the way the best bedtime stories do, with the feeling that the world is very old and full of people who cared about each other, and that the ones who were forgotten the longest sometimes come back the most completely. Sleep well tonight. Somewhere on the west bank of the Nile, in a valley of pale limestone and absolute quiet, a 19-year-old king is still exactly where he was left, in the room his people prepared for him with the best wood they had available. If tonight's journey through the Valley of the Kings was the kind that keeps you coming back, the subscribe button is right there, and unlike Tutankhamun's tomb, it does not require a decade of careful excavation to open. The darkness before dawn in a Japanese farming village is not the absolute dark of a sealed room or the bottom of a well. It is a darkness with texture. The shapes of trees and rooftops separate themselves from the surrounding night by weight rather than by any real light, pressing themselves into the sky as slightly denser versions of the dark around them. You know this darkness well. You have been living inside it, morning after morning, for so long now that it has become something close to an old companion. You are already awake. This no longer surprises you. Your body simply learned, at some point in the years behind you, that the forge has its own schedule, and that schedule does not account for personal preference. You sit upright on your sleeping mat with your hands resting on your knees, and you listen. Outside, the village is still. There are no cartwheels, no voices, no sounds of water being carried, or fires being laid in neighbouring kitchens. The only movement in the world, as far as you can tell from this low room with its paper screens and its smell of old cedar, is the very slight stirring of cool air through the gaps around the doorframe. You sit with this for a moment before reaching for your clothes. They are folded and placed in a specific spot beside your mat, as they are every night, because there is genuinely no good reason to spend time locating your trousers in the dark. You have thought this through with the same logic you apply to tool storage, and the conclusion was the same in both cases. A thing placed with intention stays useful. A thing left where it happened to land becomes a small problem you do not have time for. The working clothes go on in their established order. The inner layer first, soft and close, then the thick cotton outer jacket that you have patched twice at the left elbow, using a slightly different shade of fabric each time, which gives the repair a layered quality that you're not displeased with. The trousers are heavy and worn in a map of your movements, darkened at the knees where you crouch at the hearth, lightened at the thighs where the scale and ash have their preferred landing places. They are not clothes for looking at. They are clothes for working in, and they know the difference. You fill a small clay cup from the earthenware jug beside the door and drink it standing. The water is cold enough to be useful. You set the cup down, pick up your sandals from their position near the threshold and step outside. The air is a different thing entirely from what is inside. It carries the smell of wet rice straw from the paddies to the south, the faint resin of pine from the hillside behind the village, and underneath both of those the mineral suggestion of stone and running water from the narrow irrigation channel that cuts across the edge of your property. You stand in it for a moment and breathe. Above the ridge of mountains to the east, the sky is beginning its slow argument with the night. There is no dramatic announcement, no sudden blush of colour. It is more a gradual shift in the quality of darkness, a bruised charcoal dissolving into something cooler and thinner at the horizon, with the very first suggestion of warmth, pressing up from behind the mountain line. A painter would call it understated. You call it morning. The forge stands perhaps 30 paces from where you sleep. It is a low, wide building with walls of clay-coated timber framing, stained darker near the base where the damp of decades has worked upward, and lighter near the roof line where the thatching overhangs. The roof is deep and heavy, layered thatch that has absorbed so many years of smoke that its original colour has become a kind of theoretical question rather than an observable fact. The ground around the building is hard-packed earth, swept smooth by long habit and daily use, with the worn grooves of regular foot traffic running from the door to the charcoal store and from the charcoal store to the water source. You lift the latch and push the wide front door inward. The interior holds the particular smell of a forge that has been working for many years. It is not an unpleasant smell, though it takes someone new to the craft a full season to stop noticing it. Iron and old ash and the specific kind of smoke that has been exhaled by the walls themselves, absorbed over time until the timber and the clay and the packed earth floor all hold it. The morning air from outside moves in through the open door and the smell shifts slightly, the way a familiar piece of music changes when someone opens a window in the next room. The main hearth sits at the centre of the floor, a shallow rectangular depression lined with fire-hardened stone that you reset and repaired 3 summers ago. At this hour it is grey and cold, a shallow basin of pale ash with a few dark pieces of spent charcoal resting in it, like small patient facts. You crouch beside the stone lining and press your fingers along the mortar joints, reading the edges the way someone else might check the binding of a book they care about. You are looking for any sign of cracking or shifting from yesterday's heat. The mortar is holding. You begin laying the fire with the same methodical attention you have brought to this task since your earliest days as an apprentice. The kindling goes down first, thin strips of split dry pine that you prepare yourself from the woodpile each week, arranged not in an enthusiastic pile but in a loose considered structure that gives air somewhere to travel. Over these go the larger splits, then the first careful layer of charcoal. The charcoal you use comes from kilns managed by families in the hills above the valley. When you knock 2 good pieces together, the sound is almost metallic, a brief clean ring, the way iron sounds when 2 pieces tap at an angle. Bad charcoal thuds and produces a great deal of smoke relative to its heat. Yours rings. A single spark from the fire-starting iron catches the prepared tinder of dried moss and fine fibre that you keep ready each morning. You breathe across the small flame with the gentleness of long experience, because you learned early that enthusiasm is counterproductive in this particular situation. The flame decides to live. You give it time to reach the kindling before adding anything else. Then you step back. While the fire introduces itself to the wood, you move along the tool wall on your right. The hammers hang in order of mass, from the wide flat face of the largest driving hammer down to the narrow peen of the lightest finishing tool. The handles are shaped from seasoned white oak and worn smooth at the grip positions by your own hand over years of use. You made each handle yourself, which means you know their eccentricities the way you know the specific tendencies of familiar roads. The heaviest hammer has a handle with a grain that runs fractionally off true, giving it a slight tendency to pull at the end of a stroke that you compensated for long ago and now use deliberately on certain types of work. Whether this counts as a flaw or a feature depends on the day. The tongs come next. 8 pairs in regular rotation, each checked in sequence by opening and closing the jaws and feeling for the spring and the alignment. A tong that wanders slightly when hot metal is gripped will release that metal at the specific moment when releasing it is most inconvenient. You check them anyway, every morning, because the alternative is finding out the hard way. The bellows, the large box and valve assembly that drives air through a clay tuyere into the base of the firebed, gets a slow test pull. You move the handle through its full range, listening for the deep, even breath of good leather seals, feeling for the resistance that tells you the valves are working. Last month you replaced a section of the bellows hide that had developed a slow leak, and the repair has held with quiet competence. By the time the full inspection is complete, the fire in the hearth has established itself with some confidence. The light inside the forge has shifted from pre-dawn grey to the moving amber that a real wood fire produces, warm and unsteady, the kind of light that gives even blackened walls a quality of life. The smoke rises steadily toward the gap at the roofline, which serves as the forge's primary ventilation, and the chill in the room has pulled back from the hearth outward. Your first apprentice will arrive within the hour. You fill a small clay cup from the teapot you bring each morning, settle onto the low stool you keep beside the hearth, and spend the remaining minutes watching the fire grow. There is a quality to this specific window of time, after the preparation and before the working day begins, that you have grown protective of over the years. It is not exactly peaceful in the sense of being empty. It is full, actually, full of the sounds of the fire and the smell of warming iron and the texture of the light on the tool wall. But it belongs entirely to you, and there is nothing in the world just now that requires your response. The forge makes its own sounds in these early minutes. The small tick of heating stone as the hearth lining expands unevenly. The low, almost musical sound of the fire finding its upper registers as the charcoal reaches full temperature. The faint creak of the roof timbers contracting in the warmth that rises from the hearth and collects near the thatch. These sounds are the forge's version of waking up, its own equivalent of your hands pressing against your knees and your eyes adjusting to the morning. You have been listening to this particular combination for a very long time and could not describe it to someone who had not heard it, because it is the kind of thing that lives in the body rather than in language. The smell of the morning forge is layered in a way that changes as the fire matures. In the first minutes after lighting, the smell is mostly kindling and dry wood, the clean, honest smell of pine resin releasing in heat. As the charcoal takes over and the temperature climbs, the smell shifts to the deeper, headier note of high-temperature carbon combustion, richer and heavier than wood smoke. When the first piece of iron goes into the fire, there is a brief additional note, metallic and faintly sweet. That is the surface of the metal beginning to interact with the heat. This last smell is the one you associate most directly with the work itself, and catching it in the air outside a forge, on the street of a town, or drifting across a market still produces in you, after all these years, a small and involuntary sense of readiness. The mountains outside the door are turning gold along their ridges. You drink your tea. To understand what you work with, you need to follow the iron further back than your own forge, back to the rivers and valleys of the Chugoku Mountains, where the raw material for Japanese steel begins its long journey toward the anvil. The iron you use, most days, arrives at your workshop already shaped into bars, carried by merchants along the network of roads and river paths that connect the provinces. It looks, at that stage, like something finished, something authoritative and complete. In a practical sense, it is neither. It is the beginning of your involvement, and your involvement is the whole point. But the story behind those bars stretches back much further, to teams of workers wading through cold mountain rivers with broad shallow pans, scooping the dark sand that settles in the slow water eddies along certain stretches of stream bed. This material is called setetsu, iron sand, and it is the specific foundation on which Japanese metalworking was built across more than 1,000 years of continuous practice. The appearance of setetsu is unremarkable. It looks like dark sediment, gritty between the fingers, slightly heavier than ordinary sand in a way you would only notice by comparison. There is nothing about it that announces its nature, but place it in the right fire with the right amount of carbon and the right quality of sustained heat, and it will become something that has occupied the hands and the aspirations of craftspeople across every generation that followed. The process for turning iron sand into usable steel is called tatarabuki, and it takes place in a furnace structure called the tatara. These are not small undertakings. A tatara furnace is a clay-walled structure, roughly the size of a large table, but considerably taller, positioned over a prepared clay hearthbed. The walls are built from a mixture of local clay and rice straw, layered and dried over days of careful construction. The bellows system for a full tatara operation involves multiple workers in rotating shifts, because the physical demand of maintaining continuous air pressure for 3 days and 3 nights is well beyond what any individual can sustain. 3 days and 3 nights without interruption. You let that settle. The operation begins with alternating loads of charcoal and satetsu dropped into the top of the furnace at measured intervals. The charcoal serves as both fuel and as the source of the carbon that will determine the character of the final steel. As the process continues and the temperature climbs, the iron in the sand reduces from its oxidized state into metallic iron, absorbing varying amounts of carbon depending on where it sits within the furnace and how long it remains there. The clay walls of the tatara, subjected to extreme and sustained heat, begin to partially vitrify and glow with a light that can be seen from a distance on dark nights. A blue-white brightness that the old records sometimes describe as otherworldly. At the end of the 3-day smelt, the workers break open the base of the cooled furnace with heavy tools. What they find inside is a mass called the kira, a rough and irregular bloom of iron and steel that weighs several tons and looks nothing like the refined material it will eventually become. The surface is dark, porous and uneven. It does not announce its qualities from the outside. The knowledge of what is inside lives in the hands and eyes of the specialist who directs the sorting. The kira is broken into sections with hammers and chisels, and each section is assessed by the fracture pattern and the grain of the broken face. Different parts of the bloom have absorbed different amounts of carbon during the smelt. The sections with the right carbon content for hard, fine steel, typically found toward the centre and certain edges of the mass, are set aside carefully. These pieces are the tamahagan. The material that does not meet the tamahagan threshold still has its uses. The lower carbon sections of the kira, softer and more malleable, are worked into the wrought iron that becomes the bodies of blades, the cores of tools, the bar stock that ends up in workshops like yours. Nothing from a well-managed tatara operation goes to waste. The men who direct the sorting are reading the whole bloom, not just the best of it, and they know what every grade of the material is suited for. This comprehensive understanding of iron's range of possibilities is one of the things that made Japanese metalwork, at every level from tamahagane blades to agricultural tools, unusually coherent in its quality. The bar stock travels from the tatara operations through a chain of merchants and intermediaries, packed onto horses or carried by river on flat-bottom boats, wrapped against moisture that would begin the oxidation process you spend your days working against. The merchants who bring it to your region know their product well enough to warrant questions, and you have spent many a market morning asking them about the source of a particular batch, noting which suppliers produce stock that heats evenly, and which ones occasionally deliver material that behaves inconsistently under the hammer, in ways that suggest something irregular happened during the original smelting. Most batches are good. Some are excellent. A few have been disappointing in ways you documented carefully in your memory and adjusted for in your pricing. The word itself is worth sitting with. Tama means jewel or precious thing. Hagain means steel. Together they describe not the appearance of the material, which at this stage is rough and heterogeneous and would not impress a jeweller, but its potential. The jewel is inside, latent in the structure of the metal, waiting for the further work that will reveal it. Tamahagane is not uniform, and this is the point rather than the problem. Its carbon content varies across any given piece, sometimes dramatically over a short distance. This inconsistency, which would be a defect in a homogeneous industrial steel, is precisely what gives Tamahagan its working character. As the smith repeatedly heats and folds and hammers the material, the carbon redistributes and the layers weld together, eliminating the voids and slag inclusions that remain from the smelting process. The finished steel emerges from this repeated working with a layered internal structure that shows itself in the surface of a polished and etched blade as a subtle, clouded pattern called the haida, which translates roughly as the grain of skin. Your own daily work does not often involve tamahagun directly. The material is expensive, reserved primarily for blades of the highest quality, and the merchants who carry it do so with a degree of attentive care that suggests they are aware of exactly what they are transporting. You have handled it perhaps a handful of times over your working years, felt its particular weight, noted the way its surface holds the light differently from ordinary iron stock. It is not a mystical substance, it is a well-made one. The distinction matters to you. What you work with every day is good workable iron and steel, sourced from established suppliers, consistent enough in its properties that you know how to read it in the fire and under the hammer. But the principles that govern tamahagun govern everything you touch. The same relationship between heat and carbon, between working and structure, between patient repeated effort and eventual quality, applies at every level of the craft. The oldest Japanese texts that mention metalworking at all do so in passing, as a given fact of the world rather than a subject requiring explanation. By the time of the Nara period, smiths were already established figures whose work shaped the tools and weapons and fittings of society at every level. The tradition attributed to a swordsmith named Amakuni from the early 800s describes the development of the curved single-edged blade that would eventually define Japanese metalwork internationally. What the stories about Amakuni actually transmit is the understanding that a blade must be built for a specific purpose, that the steel must be chosen and worked in response to what it will be asked to do. This principle did not begin or end with swords. This afternoon you're making an agricultural cutting edge and a set of hinges for a gate. The iron in your hearth right now is a piece of standard stock about 3 fingers wide and as long as your forearm. It has been sitting in the coals at the right depth for the right amount of time, and the colour it is currently showing tells you it is nearly ready. You reach for your tongs. You did not walk into your forge on the first morning and begin shaping iron. This is the fact that people who have not lived inside the craft tend to misunderstand when they imagine it from the outside. They picture the hammer and the fire and the dramatic shower of sparks, and they skip over the years of careful preparation that made all of that possible. Your apprenticeship began when you were around 12 years old. The arrangement was made between your father and your master through a conversation you were not quite invited to participate in, though you were present for the formal conclusion of it. Your master was a lean man of middle age who spoke infrequently and in short sentences, and who had a habit of looking at things for slightly longer than most people did before he said anything about them. This habit turned out to be directly connected to how he taught. The first thing he told you after your father departed was to sweep the floor. You swept the floor. You swept it the following morning, and the morning after that, and for a considerable number of mornings beyond that stretch as well. This was not, as you eventually came to understand, purely a test of humility or obedience, though it was partly both of those things. The floor of an active forge is a genuine maintenance concern. Scale flakes off heated metal under the hammer and accumulates on the earthen floor in fine sharp layers. Charcoal dust settles everywhere. Ash migrates outward from the hearth with the air movement. A floor that is not swept becomes a floor that contributes to small accidents and to the slow degradation of tools left in contact with gritty surfaces. You were learning the logic of the craft through its lowest entry point. Alongside the floor sweeping came the water carrying, the charcoal management, the basic organisation of the tool wall. Each of these tasks had a correct way of doing it that your master demonstrated once and expected you to replicate. He did not explain the reasons behind each specific requirement at the time. The reasons arrived later, through your own observation and a few instructive mistakes, which is the most efficient possible delivery mechanism. The watching was the most demanding part of the early period. Your master did not narrate his work for your benefit. He simply worked, and you stood at the appropriate distance and observed with whatever attention you could bring. You watched the tilt of his head as he assessed the temperature of a heated piece through colour and behaviour, rather than any measuring tool. You watched the specific arc of his hammer and the way his weight shifted through the balls of his feet, rather than his heels during a long sequence of blows. You watched how he read the fire, feeding it not by formula, but by the kind of judgment that had been trained over decades until it operated faster than conscious thought. You watched, and you tried to understand what you were watching, and some of it made sense immediately and some of it did not make sense for years. After several months of working in the margins of the forge, you were given the bellows to manage during active heating sessions. This step carries more responsibility than it appears from the outside. The air supply to a working fire must be matched to what the fire and the metal require in each moment. Too aggressive and the metal oxidizes at the surface, forming a thick iron scale crust that the hammer then has to drive off, wasting material and obscuring the actual surface of the work. Too gentle, and the heat rises slowly, unevenly, and the piece reaches the anvil with a temperature differential through its thickness that makes the top layer behave differently from the interior. The right airflow is a conversation. You are learning how to participate in it with your arms and your attention and your sense of rhythm. Your master would occasionally make the smallest possible adjustment to the bellows rate by placing his hand briefly over yours on the handle, increasing or decreasing the pace by a fraction, then removing it again. He never explained what he had done, he simply did it and returned to the hearth. You learn to notice the difference in the fire's response and to file the information somewhere useful. The first time a hammer was placed in your hand, there was no ceremony around it. Your master set a piece of scrap iron on the anvil, pressed the handle into your palm and told you to drive it flat. You did what someone who has never held a hammer at a forge naturally does, which is to grip it near the head for control and strike with the kind of tentative care that feels careful and looks uncertain. Your master watched for perhaps 30 seconds, then adjusted the position of your right elbow with 2 fingers, barely a touch, and walked away. That small adjustment changed the geometry of every hammer stroke you took afterward. The knowledge that flows through a craft like this one is not primarily housed in text, though records certainly existed. Established smithing families kept careful notes on proportions, timings, specific techniques for particular types of work. But the essential information, the part that determines the difference between a competent piece and a genuinely good one, lives in the body of the practitioner and moves from one body to another through direct physical transmission. It cannot be fully described in writing because it is, at its core, a set of calibrated physical habits, the exact grip, the precise angle, the moment when the pressure in the tong hand tells you that the piece is cooling faster on one side than the other. You received 11 corrections to your hammer grip before the grip stopped needing correction. You counted, because counting was how you paid attention. The years of formal apprenticeship passed with the quality of long seasonal changes, accumulative and steady, each month adding a small layer to the understanding you were building. The progression was not linear in a tidy sense. Some skills came quickly, and some resisted for a long time. Working a ring to consistent diameter took you the better part of 2 seasons to do reliably. Edge geometry on agricultural tools came more naturally. Your fire management was strong from early in the 2nd year. Your patience with slow heating thick stock was, according to your master's measured assessment, in need of development. The day he stepped back and let you complete a piece from first heat to finished form without intervening was not marked by anything he said. He observed from the back corner of the forge with his arms loosely crossed and his expression its usual neutral assessment, and when you held up the finished piece, he looked at it for the length of time he always took to look at things, and nodded once and turned back to his own work. You placed the piece on the cooling rack and allowed yourself a very small private satisfaction. When you eventually came to run your own forge, whether through a chain of inheritance or through the establishment of a new workshop in a location that needed one, you brought with you a body of knowledge that had been continuously worked and refined across more generations than you could count. You were not the end of anything. You were the present working edge of something old and ongoing, and you felt the weight of the lineage behind you not as a burden, but as a kind of ballast that kept you level on difficult days. Some mornings, when the work is flowing and the fire is behaving, and your own current apprentice catches a correction before you offer it, you feel the full stretch of that chain at your back, running through your master and his master, and the quiet generations before them, all the way back to the river valleys and the iron sand. It is a good feeling. Your apprentice arrives just as the forge has reached the first usable working temperature. He is 14 years old and trying very hard to appear calm, with the specific and slightly transparent effort of a young person who is aware that composure is expected and has not yet stopped finding the expectation stressful. He greets you with a bow of rather formal depth for 8 in the morning, which you find privately endearing. You send him to check the charcoal supply immediately, not because you need the information with any urgency, but because a task with a clear purpose is a reasonable gift to give someone who has too much energy and nowhere to put it yet. You hear the lid of the charcoal store lift. A brief pause, footsteps returning. He reports that the supply is adequate for a full day's work with some to spare. Good, you tell him. Bring in enough for 2 full heatings and stack it beside the left side of the hearth. He does this with the particular carefulness of a person who understands that how they handle material is being observed and who would rather not be corrected. You note the way he grips the carrying bucket, with his full hand rather than his fingers, which is the right instinct for a heavy load. You also note that he sets each piece of charcoal down rather than dropping it, which suggests he has already picked up from somewhere the basic principle that loose charcoal fragments into dust and dust is wasted charcoal. You do not comment on either of these observations. Approval, when it is given constantly, loses its weight as guidance. He will know when he has done something well by the absence of correction. The first piece of work today is the plough component for a farmer on the lower terrace, who has been managing with a cracked and poorly fitting cutting edge since the autumn, which means the soil preparation for the current growing season has been slightly harder than it needed to be. The cutting edge of a wooden plough frame is the piece that actually meets the earth, and the quality of the ground contact depends directly on its geometry and hardness. A well-made cutting edge can be resharpened over several seasons before it needs replacement. A poorly made one is a small tax on every hour the farmer works behind the plough. You take the bar stock from the rack, grip it in your longest tongs, and position it in the fire at the depth and angle you have established over years of learning where this particular hearth heats most evenly. Then you stand back and tell your apprentice to work the bellows at a pace of roughly 1 full stroke every 2 heartbeats. He begins. His rhythm is fast for the first 30 seconds, then corrects itself without any instruction. You notice this and file it away beside the bucket grip and the careful charcoal placement. While the iron heats, you check the face of your anvil. The anvil is old, harder to date than almost anything else in the forge. The iron of its face has been worn by decades of hammer work until the centre holds a shallow concavity, a gentle downward curve that theory would describe as a defect, and practice has long since converted into a useful feature. Round stock laid across a perfectly flat anvil face will roll under the hammer's pressure. Round stock laid across a subtly curved one seats itself. You have considered having the face dressed flat on 3 separate occasions and decided against it each time. The anvil has made its own argument and won it. The iron in the fire is beginning to show colour. You watch the progression from the grey-black of cold metal through the first dark cherry warmth at around 300 or 400 degrees, deepening into full cherry red, then brightening steadily toward orange as the temperature climbs. The colour-to-temperature relationship is not a rough estimate. It is a precise reading, calibrated by practice into something that functions as reliably as any instrument, and it is specific to your hearth, your fuel, the angle of your line of sight, and the ambient light conditions of the forge at this hour of the morning. A different smith in a different forge would calibrate slightly differently. This is one of the reasons craft knowledge is personal even when it is shared. The piece reaches bright orange, approaching the yellow edge that signals full working heat. You pull it with the tongs and move to the anvil in the deliberate, unhurried way of someone who has learned that rushing the distance between the fire and the anvil is the same as cooling the work before it has been touched. The first strikes are broad and orienting, turning the piece a quarter rotation after every 2 or 3 blows to work it evenly across all faces, rather than concentrating the displacement in one direction. The hammer rises and falls with a rhythm your body knows the way it knows walking, not thought through but felt through. The kind of motor memory that is only available to people who have done a particular thing a very large number of times. The sound fills the forge and moves out through the open door into the morning air, and you are peripherally aware that it has been waking people up at this hour for as long as you have been working here, and that no one has complained about this to your face, which you choose to interpret charitably. The piece goes back into the fire after the first working sequence. It needs to recover heat, and you use the interval to study what the hammer has produced so far. The taper from the blunt back edge to the cutting edge is developing evenly. The width is deliberately generous at this stage, because the next series of working passes will draw the material slightly lengthwise. You are building in room for the shape to arrive correctly, rather than trying to force it from a tighter starting point. Your apprentice is maintaining his bellows rhythm steadily. You tell him to ease off slightly, because the fire has reached the temperature you want to hold rather than climb. He adjusts within 3 strokes. The morning proceeds in this repeating cycle of fire, hammer, fire, study, fire again. Each pass through the sequence moves the piece incrementally closer to its finished form. There is nothing sudden about it. The transformation happens gradually and entirely through the accumulation of individual deliberate actions, each one small relative to the whole and each one necessary. This is the aspect of the work that people outside the craft consistently misread when they imagine it. They expect the single dramatic blow. What actually happens is closer to the way a coastline is shaped by water, through repeated contact applied patiently in a consistent direction, the whole arriving only after the individual instances have done their quiet accumulative work. By mid-morning, the cutting-edge component has been worked to its final shape and is cooling on the stone ledge, ready for the grinding work that will set the edge properly. You hand this phase to your apprentice with specific instructions about the angle and the pressure, and you watch the set of his hands on the grinding stone with the same patient attention your master once gave to your grip on a hammer handle. He's not yet consistent in the angle, drifting slightly after each stroke and correcting, drifting and correcting. This is normal for his stage. The correction will eventually stop being conscious and become habitual, and at that point he will be competent. The path there is simply this repetition, this drift and return, this daily conversation between intention and execution. The gate fastenings for your neighbour follow the cutting edge in the afternoon sequence. Rings and hooks, functional iron in proportions calibrated to the weight and the swing of a wooden gate that has been held shut by a rope since early spring. Your neighbour is a patient person, which is fortunate, but even patient people appreciate having a properly closing gate before the wet season arrives. You work through the afternoon hours with the particular focus that settles in when the fire is cooperative and the material is responding and the body has found its working rhythm for the day. The light through the open door moves across the floor in its slow arc, marking time without measuring it. The ring of the hammer carries out into the village and comes back from nowhere, absorbed by walls and earth and the specific acoustic dampening of a settlement built from organic materials in a mountain valley. There is a quality to the afternoon work that differs from the morning in ways that are real but difficult to articulate. By midday, the forge has reached a steady thermal equilibrium that it will hold for the remainder of the working hours, the stone of the hearth lining fully saturated with heat, the walls themselves contributing a warmth that the morning never quite provides. Your body is past the early stiffness of the first hour and into the full range of its working capability. Your apprentice has settled from the morning's careful self-consciousness into a more natural working state, responding to the rhythm of the fire rather than thinking about responding to it. The rings for the gate fastenings are made from a shorter length of round stock, worked first into an open arc by bending it around the curved horn of the anvil, then closed at the join with a welding heat. A forge weld requires the metal to reach a temperature close to its upper working limit, a white-yellow heat where the surface takes on a slightly wet, bright quality that experienced smiths call the welding range. In this narrow band of temperature, the surfaces of two pieces of iron pressed together and struck will actually fuse, their atomic structures intermixing at the interface under the pressure of the hammer. Below this range, the pieces merely deform without joining. Above it, the metal approaches its liquid state and begins to collapse under its own weight. You have made this judgment a very large number of times. You make it again now, pulling the open arc from the fire, reading the surface colour in the specific way of long practice, and placing the join across the horn with a sequence of quick, decisive blows that close and fuse the ring in one continuous motion. You turn it to check the join for any visible void or offset, find it clean, and set it on the cooling ledge. Your apprentice has been watching this operation with the concentrated attention of someone who knows they are seeing something they need to understand and have not fully understood yet. You let him watch without commentary. The weld will appear in his assigned work in about 6 months, and by then he will have watched enough of them that his hands will have already begun forming opinions about the temperature and the timing. It is a good afternoon. You're not a swordsmith, and you want to be clear about this, at least in the quiet space of your own understanding. The lineage of blade making that runs through the most prestigious workshops in the country exists in a different atmosphere from yours. Those smiths work with rare materials for powerful patrons and produce objects that are simultaneously tools, heirlooms, and philosophical statements about the relationship between craft and intention. You have deep respect for this tradition. You simply do not participate in it. What you are is the person a functioning village cannot do without. Consider on any given week what moves through your forge. A sickle for the rice harvest, brought in by a farm wife who noted the first sign of crack in the blade and brought it before it became a larger problem, which is exactly the right approach and the one you wish everyone took. A set of nails ordered by the carpenter for a new storage building, 200 of them in 2 standard sizes, which is not glamorous work but which took the better part of a day and required consistent judgment throughout to produce nails that were straight, properly headed and correct in taper. A fish trap frame for one of the fishermen who works the river north of the village, with the specific proportions he gave you drawn on a piece of cedar bark and interpreted by you into functional iron. A cooking pot hook for a household that lost theirs in an unexplained incident involving a fire and a dispute about the cause of the fire that you were wisely not present for. All of this is the substance of your days. None of it will appear in any record of artistic achievement. All of it makes the village function. The relationship you hold with each household is woven through their material needs in a way that accumulates slowly into something resembling genuine knowledge of their lives. You know which families maintain their tools carefully, and which ones bring things to you at the last possible moment with an expression that suggests they have been meaning to come in for some time. You know whose hearth fittings are original construction from before your own time here and are probably overdue for replacement. You know whose fishing gear lives in the kind of environment that requires more durable iron than standard stock, and you have adjusted your approach to their commissions accordingly over the years. The carpenter Tanaka brings his adzes for sharpening at regular intervals that are, without fail, slightly later than the ideal intervals. By the time they arrive, they require noticeably more work than they would have needed a week earlier. You do not mention this. He knows. The expression on his face when he hands over the tools does the commentary for him. Market days arrive on a cycle tied to the lunar calendar and fill the village with a quality of movement and noise that feels genuinely festive after the quieter rhythms of the ordinary week. Merchants come with cloth, paper, saltfish, ceramics, occasional small luxuries from city workshops. Farmers from surrounding settlements bring produce and news in roughly equal measure. The noise level climbs steadily through the morning hours and reaches a peak around midday that you experience as stimulating from inside the forge and slightly overwhelming if you step outside for too long. You keep a small selection of finished pieces near the front of your property on market days. A well-made hoe, balanced and cleanly finished. A set of kitchen knives laid out on a cloth, the most reliably admired objects you produce. Perhaps a specialty item from a slower period, something that demonstrates a capability beyond daily utility. The display is not primarily for your existing customers, who know you already. It is for visitors who might need a local smith, or who are comparing what different workshops produce. The kitchen knives draw the most sustained attention. There is something in the proportions of a good kitchen knife that communicates its quality directly to the hands of anyone who has spent years working with one. The weight distribution as you hold it by the handle, the way the blade tapers from the spine to the edge, the finish of the cutting face. Farm women and fishermen's partners pick them up with immediate familiarity, feel the balance shift across the fingers, and make a sound that sits somewhere between professional assessment and suppressed desire to own the thing. You have never found a better description for this sound. It is its own category. Your social position in the village is interesting in a way that you rarely think about directly, but would recognise if pressed. The formal social order of this era, shaped by Confucian-influenced hierarchy, places craftspeople in a respectable bracket below the farmer class, on the logic that farmers produce food, and craftspeople convert food-produced wealth into objects. In the actual daily life of the village, this theoretical positioning sits alongside the practical reality that the people who make the tools that make the farming possible are regarded with something considerably warmer than secondary status. You're not concerned with the formal hierarchy, you are busy, but you are aware that the particular nature of your work gives you a kind of knowledge of the village's inner life that does not come with most other roles. When you forge the fittings for a new household, you're present at the beginning of something. When you repair a tool that has been in a family for 2 generations, you are touching that history with your hands. When the temple asks you to make fittings for a new gate or brackets for a lantern stand, you are participating in the public face of the community's religious life. None of this is power in any formal sense. It is closer to a form of being threaded through the fabric of the place, so deeply woven into the practical requirements of daily life that your absence would leave specific gaps that could not be easily filled. You carry this not as pride exactly, but as a quiet sense of obligation that operates below the level of daily thought. It shows up as care in the work. It shows up as the extra attention you give to a tool you know will be used in difficult conditions. It shows up as the fact that, When Farmer Goto came to collect his plough edge this afternoon, he turned it over in his hands with the expression of someone doing a genuine assessment rather than a polite one. And what passed across his face when he ran his thumb along the edge was exactly what you were aiming for. He left you a parcel of dried persimmons in addition to the coin, which is not part of any formal arrangement. It is the village's way of saying something it does not have a specific word for. You put the persimmons on the shelf above the tool wall. There is a moment at the beginning of each working morning, after the tools have been checked but before the first piece of iron goes into the fire, that sits slightly apart from the routine surrounding it. You stand at the hearth. To the left of where you work, mounted on the wall at roughly shoulder height, is a small wooden shelf you built and fitted yourself some years ago. On it you place, each morning, 2 offerings. A pinch of coarse salt folded into a small piece of paper. A few grains of raw rice in a shallow ceramic dish that has held this same purpose since before you remember. You press your hands together, bow your head, and hold the position for the length of a slow breath. Then you begin. This takes less time than checking the bellows. It is not a long ceremony, but it is not something you abbreviate when you're running late. And it is not something you consider doing without when the morning is difficult or the day ahead looks complicated. If anything, the complicated mornings make it more necessary rather than less. The relationship between the forge and Shinto belief is old in the way that the oldest relationships always are, which is to say layered, not entirely tidy, and resistant to the kind of simple summary that satisfies people who were not raised inside it. Fire in the Shinto understanding of the world is not simply a chemical reaction. It is inhabited. It carries within it the presence of a kami, a divine animating spirit whose nature is not separate from the fire but expressed through it. The same is true of iron, of water, of the wind moving through the valley outside your door. The world of the Shinto practitioner is not a world of dead matter, occasionally influenced by divine beings from a separate realm. It is a world in which the sacred and the material are the same substance in different arrangements. Approaching the forge requires preparation that goes beyond the physical. This is the reasoning behind the purification practices that govern metalworking traditions across the archipelago. The restrictions around certain foods, the required state of bodily cleanliness, the protocols around who enters the forge space during significant work. These are not arbitrary rules imposed from outside the practice. They are the practical consequence of taking seriously the idea that your interior state is continuous with the quality of your work. The kami most closely associated with the forge and with metalworking craft is Kanayago, whose attributes and gender vary somewhat depending on the regional tradition telling the story, but who is consistently understood as present in the forge, particular about the conditions of the work and directly connected to whether things go well or go badly. In some regional variations, Kanayago is understood to be sensitive to pollution in a ritual sense, and certain behaviours or states are considered incompatible with good work under her attention. In the tradition you were raised in, the emphasis falls primarily on sincerity of purpose and clarity of attention. Come to the forge in the right frame of mind, with the right intention, and without the residue of unresolved anger or distraction clouding your focus, and the work will benefit. Your own experience is consistent with this principle, with the full admission that you cannot prove whether the mechanism is divine assistance or simply the physics of what happens when a craftsperson works in a state of full attention versus divided attention. What you can say with confidence is that on the mornings when you arrive at the hearth, carrying some unfinished argument from the previous evening, or some anxiety about a commission that is not going as planned, the fire does not behave differently. The iron does not change its properties, but the work that emerges is noticeably less than the work that comes from a morning when your mind is settled and your hands are ready. The distinction between these two outcomes is real and observable. Whether it is Kanayago withdrawing her assistance or a distracted craftsperson producing distracted work is, in terms of the practical effect on the finished piece, not a distinction that changes what you need to do. You need to arrive with your attention in order. The morning ritual is one of the ways you ensure that you do. The records associated with the highest tier of Japanese craft, particularly the swordsmithing traditions, describe elaborate preparatory protocols that extend this basic principle to its fullest expression. Periods of ritual purification before major work, sacred rope and paper offerings hung at the entrance to the forge space, prayer at the lighting of the fire, the understanding that a finished blade carries within it the inner state of the person who made it, not as superstition, but as the natural result of sustained focused craft. You're making agricultural tools and gate fittings, not ceremonial blades. But you find this understanding applies at every level if you are willing to take it seriously. The plough edge that Farmer Goto collected today will be used in the fields for several seasons. It will meet the earth 1,000 times or more. The quality of attention you brought to its making is present in it in ways that will express themselves through its working life, in how cleanly it meets the ground, in whether it holds its edge under difficult conditions, in whether it can be sharpened evenly when the time comes. The god of fire in the oldest creation accounts, Kagutsuchi, whose birth caused such grief in the world of the kami, is understood as both the force that destroys and the force that makes new things possible. The duality is not a contradiction, but a description of what fire actually does. It consumes what was and creates the conditions for what comes next. The forge is, in this sense, a place of transformation, a point in the world where one state of matter is converted into another through the agency of heat and human skill, and in the understanding of the tradition that shaped your approach to the craft, the presence of the divine within the material itself. Your second apprentice, who works with you several days each week when the commission load demands it, asked you once what the morning offerings were actually for. He was genuinely curious rather than sceptical, which made the question worth answering carefully. You told him that the offerings were a way of beginning correctly, a way of acknowledging that you were asking the fire to do something on your behalf, and that this asking was worth a moment of formal recognition. He sat with this answer for a moment, turning it over with the same expression he uses when reading a new piece of iron for the first time. Then he nodded, and you could tell that the answer had found something in him that was already half-formed and waiting. The light inside the forge in the late afternoon is different from the morning light in a way that you have observed for years without quite reaching the end of what it means. The morning light comes in low and direct through the open door, lying across the floor in a narrow bar that gradually widens as the sun climbs. The afternoon light comes in at a longer angle, wider and more golden, lying across a greater area of the floor with less intensity and more warmth. By late afternoon it reaches almost to the base of the hearth, and the whole interior of the forge takes on a colour that makes the old soot on the walls look almost amber rather than black. The gate fastenings for your neighbour are cooling in their row on the ledge. They are not remarkable objects. A person could walk past them without a second glance, and be entirely right to do so. But you pick one up and turn it in your hands, and what you see is a ring that closes cleanly, a hook with a proportional curve your eye approves of, a surface that is even and properly finished. These are the marks of work done with attention and care, and that is precisely what they should be. You set it back down. The fire does not go out all at once. This is a plain fact about the physics of combustion and the thermal mass of a well-built forge hearth, and yet it is worth sitting with, rather than simply accepting as background information. The transition from full working heat to cold ash is a long, gradual process, a slow relinquishment of energy that takes most of the evening to complete. On most working days, you are present for a good portion of it. The last piece of finished work left the forge before the afternoon light reached its lowest angle. Farmer Goto came himself for the plough edge, arriving with the quiet purposefulness of someone who has been thinking about this errand all day and is now in the satisfying business of completing it. He assessed the piece with genuine attention, ran his thumb along the cutting edge in the careful way of someone who has spent decades judging the quality of blades against the resistance of earth and root and stone. His expression shifted through several stages of evaluation, arriving eventually at something that required no commentary. He handed you the dried persimmons in addition to the agreed payment, said a brief farewell, and walked back down the path toward the river terrace. You put the persimmons on the shelf. The closing sequence of the day has its own established logic, mirroring the opening in the way that the end of any well-considered system mirrors its beginning. The tools that were in active use during working hours come down from their positions and go back to their stored positions. The hammers get wiped clean of the scale that accumulates on the face during the working day. A thin layer of iron oxide that flakes off the heated metal during hammering and lands on every nearby surface with democratic impartiality. The tong jaws are checked once more, not because they are likely to have changed since morning, but because the habit of checking, done consistently, is what keeps small problems from becoming large ones. Your apprentice swept the floor before he left for the evening, doing it with the particular thoroughness of a person who is aware that the quality of his sweep will still be visible tomorrow morning when someone capable of assessing it arrives. This is good instinct. You said nothing about it to him directly, but the fact that he has moved from doing the floor sweep quickly and carelessly in his first weeks to doing it well and without needing to be reminded represents a trajectory that is heading in exactly the right direction. He left with a bow that was noticeably less formal than his morning arrival, which you interpret as a sign that the day spent working actually worked. He was still performing composure at 8 in the morning. By 5 in the afternoon, he was simply present, which is much more useful. You carry both water buckets to the well in the last of the good light. The well is on the east side of your property, close to the garden your neighbour maintains along the shared boundary line, and the walk there and back gives you a few minutes of open air and the view across the lower paddies to the tree line on the opposite side of the valley. The paddies at this time of year are a particular shade of green that exists for only a few weeks, a bright, saturated growth, green that catches whatever remains of the afternoon light and holds it like it intends to keep it. You look at it while you wait for the bucket to fill. The water goes into the barrel. You replace the wooden lid. Your evening meal is eaten outside on the low step beside the forge entrance, in what has become, over the years, one of your preferred times of day. Rice with pickled daikon and burdock root, a piece of dried fish, cold tea. Nothing elaborate. The combination of physical tiredness and clear mental quiet that characterises the end of a well-spent day makes plain food taste like exactly what it is, which is sufficient. You eat without haste, without particular thought, watching the smoke from the covered hearth rise in a thin, steady column above the roofline. The village settles into evening around you. Cooking fires in the neighbouring houses produce their own threads of smoke that rise and drift in the still air. The smell of them mixes with the cooled iron and ash of your own forge into the specific olfactory texture of this hour, in this place that has been continuous in your life for as long as you can clearly remember. Voices carry from the nearby households in the way that voices do when the general noise of the day has dropped away. Not their words, but their tones, the relaxed and unguarded quality of people who have finished their public duties and returned to themselves. Somewhere a child is being called in from somewhere they would rather remain. You finish your meal, set the bowl down on the step and sit for a moment with your hands loosely on your knees. The quality of tiredness you carry right now is not the hollow, depleted tiredness of a day spent without purpose. It is the specific weight of a body that has done real physical work in service of real outcomes, and there is a satisfaction in this that sits quietly alongside the tiredness rather than being obscured by it. You go back into the forge for the last inspection. The hearth fire has dropped to a deep orange bed of coals, glowing without visible flame, producing heat that still radiates outward clearly enough to feel on your extended palm from 3 hand lengths away. You do not extinguish the coals entirely. The covered fire that retains its heat overnight requires far less fuel and far less time to reach working temperature the next morning than a cold hearth started from nothing, and the stone lining endures the gradual cycle of retained warmth and early morning rebuilding better than the sharp thermal shock of a cold start. You cover the coals with a layer of ash from the edge of the hearth, using the long-handled ash rake, reducing the airflow enough to slow the burning to an ember's pace without stopping it. Tomorrow morning, 3 pumps of the bellows will bring it back. You disconnect the bellows from the tuyerk and hang the assembly in its storage position. The leather holds better with air circulation overnight than with the nozzle still attached, which you learned through a cracked and prematurely aging seal some years ago and have not repeated since. You straighten the charcoal stack your apprentice brought in this morning, pulling the irregular pieces back into their orderly arrangement so that tomorrow's selection is quick and deliberate rather than exploratory. You check the tool wall a final time, running your eye along the hammers, the tongs, the specialist tools hanging at the far end. Everything is where it belongs. Everything is ready. You step back and look at the forge. The light from the covered coals is the only light in the building now, low and amber, moving slightly with the small shifts in the coals beneath the ash. The anvil's worn face holds the glow on its surface in the way that iron holds light, absorbing it and releasing it warmed. The hammers on their hooks are dark outlines. The swept floor, still faintly warm from the day's heat, reflects nothing. The whole space has the quality of something that has completed its purpose and settled into a patient version of itself, not abandoned, not empty, but finished for the day, and resting in that completion. You close the wide door and latch it from outside. The 30 paces back to your sleeping quarters feel different at night than they do at dawn. The path is familiar enough that your feet find it without the need for thought, leaving your attention free to go where it wants to go. The air has cooled substantially and carries the distinct nighttime version of the valley's smell, the rice paddies more pronounced, the pine from the hillside more resinous, the garden along the neighbouring boundary releasing the particular fragrance that some plants save specifically for darkness. You stop in the open ground between the forge and your door and look up. The sky above a village without artificial light is not something that translates easily into description. It is simply there, in full, the complete weight of a clear night sky with no competition, the stars present in their actual numbers rather than the reduced and faded version that lives above cities and towns. The familiar shapes, the river of light arsing from horizon to horizon, the clusters and formations your grandmother pointed out to you by name when you were too young to appreciate the gift, and old enough now to be quietly grateful for it. None of this particular sky has any interest in whether the gate fastenings were completed today. The distance between those burning points of light and the finished iron cooling on a ledge in a provincial village forge is the kind of distance that makes categories like important and unimportant feel like the small local arrangements they actually are. All of it, every moment of this day, was only here, only yours, only the iron and the fire and the apprentice correcting his bellows rhythm, and the farmer running his thumb along the edge of a piece you made with the full attention you had to give. That is the complete list of what happened today. It is a good list. Inside, the mat is waiting. The room is dark and cool and smells of cedar and old cloth, and the faint trace of forge smoke that has worked its way permanently into the fabric of everything you own and everything you are. You ease yourself down onto the mat with the unhurried deliberateness of a body that knows it has earned its rest and is not in a hurry to waste the experience. Outside, the village makes its night sounds, the tree frogs along the irrigation channel, the occasional shift of a horse in a nearby stable, the steady quiet of a community that has finished its day and released itself from the particular effort of being awake. In the forge, the coals under their blanket of ash are sleeping. The tools are hanging in their places, patient and ready, and you do the thing that all tired bodies do eventually when the work is done and the fire is covered and the dark outside is the full dark of genuine night. You close your eyes, and the day, which was an ordinary one, folds itself quietly away. Sleep well, my tired hearthkeepers. "40,000 years ago, Europe was a different world. Ice sheets stretched across the northern lands, and two kinds of humans walked the same forests, hunted the same valleys, and shared the same cold stars overhead. This is the story of that meeting. The landscape would look strange to you now. Imagine stepping out into a world where the trees are scattered and stunted. Cold winds blow across open grasslands that stretch to the horizon. In summer, wildflowers burst from the tundra in waves of purple and gold. In winter, the ground freezes so hard that even the largest animals leave barely a trace. The air smells different here. It carries the sharp mineral scent of glacial melt and the thick musk of animals you have never seen except in books. Mammoths move across the plains in family groups. Their curved tusks sweep through the snow to reach the dried grasses underneath. Woolly rhinoceros lumber through river valleys, their thick coats matted with ice. Cave lions watch from rocky outcrops, their muscles rippling beneath golden fur. Giant elk with antlers spanning 12 feet cross the meadows at dawn. You hear their calls echoing through the valleys, strange and haunting in the pre-dawn light. The sky itself seems larger here. At night, the stars blaze with an intensity that no modern city dweller has ever witnessed. The Milky Way is not a faint smudge, but a river of light cutting across the darkness. Aurora Borealis dances green and violet across the northern horizon, casting strange shadows on the snow. The moon rises huge and orange over the steppe, illuminating a world that feels both beautiful and unforgiving. Rivers run cold and clear from the melting edges of distant glaciers. In spring, these waterways swell and carve new channels through the landscape. Salmon run upstream in numbers that seem impossible, their silver bodies flashing in the shallows. Bears wade into the current, snatching fish with practiced efficiency. Wolves follow the herds of reindeer and horse, testing for weakness, working in coordinated silence. This is the world where our story begins, not in one place, but across a vast territory spanning from what we now call Spain to the caves of southern France, from the river valleys of Germany to the rocky coasts of Gibraltar. The climate shifts and changes with the centuries. Sometimes the ice retreats and forests creep north. Other times the cold tightens its grip and the glaciers advance again, forcing everything living to adapt or move or disappear. In the middle of all this change, humans make their homes. But not one kind of human. Two separate lineages, each shaped by hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in different parts of the world, now share this challenging landscape. They have different bodies, different faces, different ways of thinking about the world around them, yet they are both undeniably human. The first group has been here for a very long time. Their ancestors walked these lands for over 200,000 years before the second group arrived. They know every cave, every seasonal migration route, every place where flint can be found and shaped into tools. They have weathered ice ages that would have destroyed less adaptable species. They have learned to read the landscape like a language, to predict where game will be and when plants will fruit and how to survive winters that can kill in a single night. These are the Neanderthals. The name comes from a valley in Germany where their bones were first recognised as belonging to an ancient human relative. But that valley was just one small place in a vast territory. Neanderthals lived across Europe and Western Asia for millennia, adapting to climates both harsh and mild, developing technologies that worked, raising children who learned to survive in a world that demanded constant vigilance and skill. Picture a Neanderthal standing on a cliff overlooking a river valley at sunset. The figure is stockier than a modern human, built for power and endurance rather than the long-distance efficiency that would come to characterize later populations. The body is barrel-chested with thick bones and powerful muscles designed to generate and conserve heat. The face is distinctive, with a prominent brow ridge, a large nose adapted for warming frigid air before it reaches the lungs, and a jaw that projects slightly forward. The hair is thick and probably reddish-brown, based on genetic evidence we would not discover for thousands of years. This person is not a brute or a primitive caricature. The eyes are intelligent, observant, taking in details of the landscape that you might miss. A group of reindeer moves across the opposite hillside. The wind direction is noted. The season, the condition of the animals, the best approach for tomorrow's hunt. All of this information processes quickly, filed away in a brain that is actually slightly larger on average than those of modern humans. Behind this solitary watcher, deeper in the valley, others are making camp for the night. A fire has been started using methods passed down through countless generations. Sparks from striking flint against iron pyrite have caught in a bundle of dried fungus and grass. The fire is fed carefully, efficiently. Nothing is wasted in this world. The flames push back the darkness and the cold. They make this one small space feel like home. Someone is working on a hide, scraping away fat and tissue with a stone tool shaped precisely for this purpose. Another person naps fresh flint, the sharp crack of stone on stone ringing out in the evening air. A third tends the fire and prepares food. There is a rhythm to this work, a practiced ease that speaks to thousands of years of accumulated knowledge. Children play near the fire, but not too close. They learn by watching, by doing, by the gentle corrections of those older and more experienced. There is no written language, no recorded history in the way you would recognize it. But there is teaching, nonetheless. How to read tracks in the snow, which plants are safe to eat and which will make you sick. How to approach dangerous game without getting killed. Where to find the best stone for tool making. How to cure hides so they stay supple through the winter. The knowledge is vast and vital and passed on through observation and practice. This is a sophisticated culture, though it leaves fewer traces than the civilizations that would come later. Neanderthals made complex tools that required careful planning and significant skill. They controlled fire, built shelters, created compound adhesives by heating birch bark at precise temperatures. They cared for their injured and sick, as evidenced by individuals who survived wounds and disabilities that would have been fatal without help from others. They buried their dead with what appears to be ceremony and care. Recent evidence suggests they created art, though the record is frustratingly sparse. Shells with traces of pigment, carved bones, cave paintings in Spain that may predate the arrival of modern humans. The picture is incomplete, but it hints at inner lives richer than the old stereotypes suggested. They spoke. We cannot know exactly what their language sounded like, but anatomical evidence suggests they had the physical capacity for complex speech. The hyoid bone, which supports the tongue and larynx, is present and shaped much like that of modern humans. Their ear anatomy was suited for hearing the range of sounds used in human language. They communicated, told stories, shared knowledge, warned of danger, probably laughed and argued and comforted one another in words we will never hear. For 200,000 years, Neanderthals were the humans of Europe. They saw climate swing wildly from warm to cold and back again. They watched species go extinct and new ones arrive. They adapted, survived, endured. Their population probably never grew very large by modern standards. Estimates suggest perhaps tens of thousands at any given time, spread across a huge territory. Small bands moving with the seasons, occasionally meeting other groups for trade or to find mates or simply for the comfort of seeing other human faces. And then, around 50,000 years ago, something changed. New people began arriving from the east and south. These newcomers looked different, moved differently, made different kinds of tools. They came in small groups at first, testing the territory, learning its rhythms. They were not invaders in the way later migrations would be. There were no armies, no organised conquest, just people moving into new lands, following game and opportunity, settling in places that seemed promising. These were the early modern humans, Homo sapiens, our direct ancestors. They had evolved in Africa over the previous 200,000 years, developing their own distinctive anatomy and culture. Now they were expanding out of their ancestral homeland, moving into the Middle East, Asia, and eventually Europe. They were taller and more lightly built than Neanderthals, with higher foreheads and more prominent chins. Their bodies were designed for endurance and efficiency in warmer climates, though they proved remarkably adaptable to the cold. The stage was set for an encounter unlike any other in human history. Two human lineages, separated for over 500,000 years, were about to share the same landscapes, the same resources, perhaps even the same campsites and caves. What happened next would shape the future of our species in ways that are still being discovered and debated today. The Ice Age world was vast and often empty. Resources were scattered and seasonal. There was room, in theory, for both groups. But territory that could support human life was limited, constrained by climate and the distribution of game and fresh water. Inevitably, these two peoples would cross paths. They would see each other across valleys, encounter each other at waterholes and crossing points, perhaps compete for the same caves and the same hunting grounds. How did they react? Did they fight? Trade? Ignore each other? Something more? The archaeological record is tantalizingly incomplete, but the evidence we do have suggests a more complex story than simple conflict or simple coexistence. It hints at interaction, at choices made and relationships formed in ways both expected and surprising. But before we explore what happened when these two groups met, we should understand who the Neanderthals really were. Not the crude stereotypes of old textbooks, but the people themselves. What their lives were actually like, day by day, season by season, in a world of ice and stone and survival. Morning in a Neanderthal camp begins before the sun clears the horizon. The fire from the night before has burned down to embers, but someone has been tending it through the darkness, adding fuel at intervals to keep the coals alive. Fire is too valuable to let die. Creating it from scratch takes time and effort, and in wet weather it can be nearly impossible. Better to maintain what you have. The first person to rise rebuilds the flames, coaxing them back to life with dry grass and small sticks. Smoke rises straight up in the still morning air. The temperature hovers just above freezing. Your breath forms clouds that hang in the air for a moment before dissipating. Around the fire, others begin to stir, pulling closer to the warmth, blinking away sleep. Breakfast is simple: dried meat from yesterday's kill, perhaps some early berries if the season is right, water from a nearby stream. The food is eaten without ceremony but with complete attention. Nothing is taken for granted here. A full belly is a gift, and you have learned to appreciate it when it comes. The camp is located in a rock shelter, a natural overhang that provides protection from wind and rain. The back wall is blackened from countless fires. The floor is littered with the debris of daily life, though not randomly. Stone flakes from tool-making are concentrated in one area, animal bones in another. There is organisation here, patterns that repeat across Neanderthal sites throughout Europe. Today there will be a hunt. Several adults have been tracking a small herd of red deer for the past 2 days. The animals are moving toward a valley that narrows between two rocky slopes, the kind of terrain that gives hunters an advantage. The plan has been discussed and refined. Everyone knows their role. Hunting for Neanderthals is not the romantic adventure depicted in old paintings. It is calculated risk, careful stalking, and moments of explosive violence. The weapons are simple but effective. Wooden spears with stone points, hardened over fire for durability. The spears are not thrown from a distance but used for close-range thrusting. This requires getting dangerously near to animals that can kill you with a kick or a gored antler. The hunting party moves out as the sun rises higher. They leave behind the very young and very old, those who would slow the pursuit or are too valuable to risk. Neanderthal groups were probably small, maybe 20 to 30 individuals at most. Losing even one person could threaten the whole group's survival. The country they move through is neither forest nor open plain, but something in between. Scattered pine and birch trees grow along the river bottoms. The higher ground is covered in tough grasses and low shrubs. In the distance, the white peaks of mountains mark the edge of the ice, glaciers visible even from here, though they're still many days' travel away. The hunters move quietly, reading signs invisible to untrained eyes. A broken branch at a certain height indicates where a deer passed through yesterday. Tracks in soft mud show which direction they were heading and how fast they were moving. Droppings reveal how recently the animals were here and what they have been eating. This is a deep literacy of landscape accumulated over generations, as precise and meaningful as any written language. By midday they have closed the distance. The deer are ahead, grazing in a meadow bordered by rocks on two sides. The wind is blowing from the animals toward the hunters, carrying their scent away. Good. The hunters spread out, moving into position with patience that comes from understanding there is only one chance to get this right. The attack, when it comes, is swift and coordinated. Several spears thrust almost simultaneously into the flank of an older female who is separated slightly from the herd. She staggers, tries to run, but the wounds are deep. The other deer scatter in panic, bounding away across the meadow and disappearing into the trees. The injured animal makes it perhaps 50 meters before collapsing. The hunters approach carefully. Wounded animals can still be dangerous, but this one is clearly dying, her breathing laboured and shallow. Someone delivers a final thrust to end the suffering quickly. There is no waste of energy, no unnecessary cruelty. This is food, survival, respect for the animal that makes your continued existence possible. The butchering begins immediately. Stone tools slice through hide and muscle with practiced efficiency. The best cuts of meat are removed first, then the organs, the bones with marrow, the useful tendons and sinew. The hide is carefully removed in one piece, valuable for clothing or shelter. Nothing is discarded thoughtlessly. Even bones will be cracked open for marrow or shaped into tools. What cannot be carried is cached, buried in a cold spot where it might last a day or two before scavengers find it. The group loads themselves with as much as they can bear. The journey back to camp takes longer now, heavy with success. This one deer might feed the group for several days, allowing time for other activities like tool making, hide processing, or simply rest. Back at camp, the meat is divided according to patterns we can only guess at. Likely those who participated in the hunt receive larger shares, but the young and old are not left out. Survival in small groups depends on taking care of everyone, not just the strongest. A child today might be a hunter tomorrow. An elder carries knowledge too valuable to lose. Some of the meat is eaten fresh, cooked over the fire until the outside is charred and the inside tender. The fat sizzles and pops, filling the rock shelter with rich smells that make your mouth water. Other portions are cut thin and hung to dry, preserving them for future need. Nothing here is abundant enough to waste. As evening settles in, the pace slows. Someone works on repairing a spear that was damaged in the hunt, carefully attaching a new stone point with cordage made from plant fibres and sealed with birch tar adhesive. The process is intricate, requiring multiple steps and precise timing. The tar must be heated to exactly the right temperature, or it will not work. This is chemistry, albeit learned through trial and error over countless generations. Another person scrapes the deer hide, working it back and forth over a smooth stone to remove every trace of fat and tissue. Later it will be cured and softened, transformed from a stiff bloody skin into supple leather. This takes days of work, but the result is worth it. Good clothing means the difference between comfort and misery in winter. Children watch, and occasionally help, learning skills they will need to master by the time they reach adulthood. There is no formal schooling, but education happens constantly through observation and participation. A child learns to nap flint by watching an adult, then trying with guidance and correction. They learn to identify plants by following foragers and testing their knowledge. They learn to move quietly through the forest by accompanying hunters and being taught what not to do. Neanderthal childhood was probably shorter than modern childhood. Children had to become capable contributors relatively quickly, but there was still time for play, for exploration, for developing bonds with others in the group. Toys have been found at Neanderthal sites, simple carved objects that suggest leisure and imagination existed even in this demanding world. The group's territory is large, perhaps several hundred square kilometres. They do not settle permanently in one place, but move throughout the year, following seasonal resources. In summer, they might camp in open meadows near good hunting. In winter, they retreat to protected rock shelters and caves. They know this land intimately, every source of fresh water, every outcropping of useful stone, every pass through the mountains, every place where certain plants grow. Other groups exist in neighbouring territories, but contact is probably infrequent. A few times a year, different bands might meet at neutral gathering places. These meetings serve important functions. They allow young people to find mates outside their immediate family, preventing inbreeding. They enable trade of tools, raw materials, and information. They reinforce social bonds and cultural knowledge. At these gatherings, there might be feasting, storytelling, demonstrations of skill. A particularly talented toolmaker might trade their products for access to high-quality flint from another group's territory. A successful hunter might gain status through displays of prowess or generosity. Young people might form bonds that lead to joining another group. The total Neanderthal population across Europe and Western Asia at any given time was probably modest. Estimates range from a few thousand to perhaps 70,000 individuals, though the numbers likely fluctuated with climate and resource availability. These are small populations by modern standards, vulnerable to random catastrophes and genetic drift. But what they lacked in numbers, they compensated for in durability. Neanderthals thrived for over 200,000 years in environments that swung from temperate to glacial and back again. They survived volcanic eruptions, ice ages, and the extinction of prey species. They were not primitive or doomed by biological inadequacy. They were highly successful humans, adapted to their world and capable of remarkable ingenuity. Their tools, while simpler in some ways than those that would later be made by modern humans, were far from crude. The Mousterian tradition, named after a site in France, represents a sophisticated approach to stone tool manufacture. A single carefully prepared stone core could yield dozens of sharp flakes, each shaped for specific purposes. Scrapers for processing hides, points for spears, blades for butchering. The makers understood the properties of different types of stone and exploited them expertly. Recent discoveries have expanded our understanding of Neanderthal capabilities even further. They created pigments by grinding and heating minerals, though we are still uncertain exactly how these were used. They crafted jewellery from eagle talons and shells, suggesting symbolic thought and personal adornment. They used medicinal plants, identified through residue on their teeth, indicating knowledge of healing and pain relief. Perhaps most remarkably, they cared for the vulnerable. Skeletons have been found showing evidence of severe injuries or disabilities that healed over time, proving the individual survived long after they would have died without help. A partially paralysed person, someone with a withered arm, an individual missing most of their teeth, unable to process raw food independently. These people lived because others chose to keep them alive, to share food and provide protection. This is compassion. This is community. This is what makes us human, in the deepest sense of that word. Neanderthals buried their dead, though the practice was probably not universal. Some graves show signs of deliberate arrangement, the body positioned carefully, sometimes accompanied by objects or even flowers. The meaning of these burials is debated. Were they expressions of grief, religious belief, or simply a practical way to dispose of remains and discourage scavengers? We may never know for certain, but the care taken in some cases suggests something beyond mere utility. Their world was hard, but it was not without beauty or meaning. They experienced sunrises and storms, the return of spring after brutal winters, the satisfaction of a successful hunt, the warmth of fire on a cold night. They loved their children, mourned their dead, celebrated their successes. They were people, in all the complexity that word implies. And into this world, around 50,000 years ago, came new people who would change everything. The story of modern humans begins far from the ice and mountains of Ice Age Europe. It begins in Africa, in landscapes of grasslands and scattered trees, in river valleys and coastal plains. This is where our species evolved, where we developed the anatomy and behaviours that define Homo sapiens. By 200,000 years ago, early modern humans were living in eastern and southern Africa. They looked much like people do today. Tall and lightly built, with high foreheads and prominent chins, less robustly built than their Neanderthal cousins to the north. Their bodies were adapted for endurance in warm climates, efficient at shedding heat rather than conserving it. For thousands of generations they remained in Africa. The continent was large and diverse enough to support growing populations. Resources were relatively abundant compared to the northern latitudes. There was no immediate pressure to leave. But humans are curious, restless, always looking beyond the next horizon. Around 100,000 years ago, some groups began moving north. The first attempts to expand out of Africa may have faltered, turning back or dying out. But eventually some succeeded in establishing populations in the Middle East. From there, the expansion accelerated. Groups spread east into Asia, south into the islands of Southeast Asia, and eventually north into Europe. The journey took thousands of years. It was not a purposeful migration in the modern sense, not a decision to travel from one specific place to another. Instead, it was a gradual expansion of range, each generation moving slightly farther than the last, following game and opportunity, settling in promising areas and occasionally sending out explorers who would become the founders of new populations farther afield. Imagine being part of one of those early groups, moving into territory where your people have never been. You have left behind the landscapes your ancestors knew for countless generations. Everything here is new. Different plants, different animals, different weather patterns. You must learn it all from scratch, adapting techniques developed in warmer climates to work in this colder, stranger place. The route north from Africa passed through the Levant, the crossroads where Asia, Africa and Europe meet. This region was milder than the frozen north, a transitional zone where modern humans first encountered traces of other human groups. Neanderthals had been here too, their tools and campsites evidence of their presence. For a time, both groups probably shared this territory, though the evidence for direct interaction is frustratingly limited. From the Middle East, some groups turned east toward Asia, others continued north into what is now Turkey and the Caucasus, and some eventually pushed west into Europe itself. This was the most challenging route, leading directly into Neanderthal heartland during an ice age. Why go? Perhaps population pressure from behind drove them forward. Perhaps curiosity and the human impulse to explore. Perhaps they were following herds of animals moving with seasonal patterns. Or maybe there was no grand reason, just small choices made year by year, camp by camp, that collectively resulted in a massive geographic expansion. By around 45,000 years ago, modern humans were arriving in Europe in significant numbers. They entered from the southeast, following river valleys and coastal routes. The climate at this time was cold, but not at its worst. The ice sheets had temporarily retreated, creating a window of opportunity for settlement. These early Europeans brought technologies that differed from Neanderthal traditions. They made smaller, more specialised stone tools, including delicate blades and points that required significant skill to produce. They crafted tools from bone and antler, materials that Neanderthals used, but not as extensively. They created beads and pendants from shells and teeth, marking the beginning of a tradition of personal adornment that would become increasingly elaborate over time. Perhaps most significantly, they brought a different approach to resource use and social organisation. While Neanderthals tended to stay within relatively restricted territories, modern humans ranged more widely, establishing trade networks that moved materials like shells and high-quality stone over distances of hundreds of kilometres. This suggests larger social networks, more contact between distant groups, and a different relationship with territory and resources. The first modern humans in Europe faced the same challenges that Neanderthals had long since mastered: surviving the cold, finding food in a landscape where resources were seasonal and unpredictable, avoiding predators that were faster, stronger, and better armed than any human. They had to learn quickly or die. But they had one advantage. They could learn not just from their own experience, but from anyone they encountered. If they met Neanderthals, observed their techniques, saw what worked and what did not, that knowledge could be absorbed and adapted. Innovation could flow between groups, accelerating the pace of cultural evolution. Picture a small band of modern humans in their first European winter. They have never experienced cold like this. The African savanna, even at its coolest, never prepared them for temperatures that can freeze exposed skin in minutes. They huddle in a cave they found abandoned, trying to keep a fire burning with wet wood. The wind howls outside, driving snow through the entrance. This is not survival. This is barely endurance. Then perhaps they encounter Neanderthals. Maybe they see smoke from a nearby fire and cautiously approach. Maybe they find a campsite and examine the remains, learning from the arrangement and tools. Maybe there is a face-to-face meeting, tense and uncertain, two groups of humans trying to decide if the others represent threat or opportunity. What happens next changes everything. The archaeological record shows something remarkable. At several sites in Europe, we find evidence of both Neanderthals and modern humans using the same locations, sometimes separated by years, sometimes apparently at the same time. The tools of both groups appear in the same layers of sediment. The remains of their fires are intermingled. They were here together. One of the most telling sites is in southern France, in the Rhône Valley. Multiple caves and rock shelters show occupation by both groups over a period of several thousand years. The stratigraphy is complex, layers upon layers of habitations separated by periods of abandonment, when the climate became too harsh, even for these hardy people. But what is clear is that this was shared territory, used by both populations at different times and possibly simultaneously. In some cases, Neanderthal tools show influences from modern human techniques. Stone points become more refined. New styles emerge that blend characteristics of both traditions. This suggests knowledge transfer, learning, cultural exchange. If the two groups never interacted, how could such changes occur? Other sites tell different stories, places where only Neanderthal artifacts are found, with no trace of modern humans. Regions where modern humans seem to have established themselves without any Neanderthal presence. The picture is not uniform across Europe. Different regions, different outcomes. Some places saw contact and mixing, others remained isolated. The island of Gibraltar, at the southern tip of Spain, appears to have been one of the last Neanderthal refuges. The climate there remained relatively mild, even during the worst of the Ice Age. Resources from both land and sea were available. Neanderthals lived there until perhaps 28,000 years ago, thousands of years after they had disappeared from most of Europe. Did they know they were among the last? Did they have any concept of their species dwindling toward extinction? In Croatia, at a cave called Vindiga, both Neanderthal and modern human remains have been found in deposits dated to roughly the same time period. The dating is not precise enough to prove they were there simultaneously, but the overlap is suggestive. This was a border zone, a place where two worlds met. The Swabian Jura in southern Germany has yielded some of the earliest modern human art in Europe. Carved ivory figurines depicting animals and strange human-animal hybrids. Flutes made from bird bones, the oldest known musical instruments. These objects date to around 40,000 years ago, just when modern humans were establishing themselves in the region. They represent a cultural flowering, a burst of creativity and symbolic expression. Neanderthals were still present in this region at that time. Did they see these carvings, hear the music? Did the presence of new neighbours with new ways of thinking inspire them, threaten them, or simply puzzle them? We know from later evidence that the two groups did more than just share space. They interbred. The genetic data is unambiguous on this point. All non-African people today carry roughly 1 to 2% Neanderthal DNA in their genomes. This means that at some point Neanderthals and modern humans had children together, and those children survived and reproduced, passing on a mixture of both ancestries to future generations. When did this happen? Where? How often? The genetics suggest most of the interbreeding occurred relatively early, probably in the Middle East before modern humans had fully spread into Europe. But there may have been later encounters as well, smaller events that left less clear genetic signatures. What were these encounters like? Were they peaceful, coercive, consensual? The bones and genes cannot tell us about individual experiences or emotions. We can only infer from the patterns and try to imagine the reality behind the data. Perhaps a young modern human woman, separated from her group during a hunting accident, is found by a Neanderthal band. She's injured, unable to travel. They take her in, care for her, and over time she becomes part of their community. She has children with a Neanderthal man, and those children grow up between two worlds, carrying genes from both lineages. Or perhaps a Neanderthal youth, curious and bold, seeks out the new people camped in a neighbouring valley. Trade begins, then friendship, then something more intimate. The details matter, but they are lost to time. What we know is that it happened. The evidence exists in every cell of your body if your ancestors came from outside of Africa. You carry Neanderthal genes. They contributed to your immune system, your skin tone, your susceptibility to certain diseases. They are part of what makes you human. This was not replacement. This was not conquest and genocide, though competition and conflict surely occurred. This was a more complex process of interaction, exchange, and ultimately absorption. Over thousands of years, Neanderthals as a distinct population disappeared, but they did not vanish completely. They live on in us, a ghost population visible only through the lens of genetics. The frontier between Neanderthal and modern human populations was not a line on a map, but a shifting mosaic of territories, a patchwork of occupied and empty lands that changed with the seasons and the years. In some valleys, Neanderthals hunted and gathered as they had for millennia. In others, modern humans established camps and began learning the rhythms of European life. And in between, in the boundary zones, both groups moved and met and made choices about how to respond to each other. The first encounters were probably cautious. Neither group would have known what to make of the other. Clearly human, clearly intelligent, but different. The body language would be similar enough to read basic intentions. Aggression, fear, curiosity, friendliness. These are universal among social primates. But the details of communication might have been difficult. Did they share enough language to speak? Probably not at first. Gestures, demonstrations, shared activities might have bridged the gap. Trade could have occurred without much language. Displaying an object, pointing to something desired in exchange, nodding or shaking the head. This is how humans have traded across language barriers throughout history. There is no reason to think it could not have worked in the Ice Age as well. What did they trade? Raw materials, certainly. High-quality flint was not evenly distributed across the landscape. Groups with access to good stone sources could trade surplus material for other valuable items. Hides, prepared and tanned, were always useful. Tools, perhaps, though most groups could make their own. Rare items like shells from distant coasts, ochre for pigments, medicinal plants known only in certain regions. Imagine a neutral meeting ground, a river crossing where paths converge. Two groups arrive from different directions, perhaps by prior arrangement, perhaps by chance. There is tension at first. Hands rest on weapons, just in case, but no one attacks. Slowly the groups approach each other. Items are laid on the ground, flint blades from one side, shells from the other. Gestures indicate what is being offered and what is wanted in return. After some negotiation, the exchange is made. Both groups retreat, watching each other warily but without violence. The encounter ends peacefully. This might happen once a year or less often. Most of the time, the groups would never see each other, living out their lives in separate territories, with only occasional indirect evidence of the other's existence. A distant smoke column, tracks leading away from a water source, the remains of a fire that was not made by anyone in your group. But over time, familiarity might breed something other than contempt. If encounters were generally peaceful, if trade proved beneficial, the barrier between groups might soften. Perhaps a young person from one group, exiled or simply adventurous, seeks acceptance with the other. Perhaps during a harsh winter, one group allows another to shelter in their territory in exchange for help with hunting or defense against predators. The archaeological evidence for direct interaction is sparse but tantalizing. At the cave of Arcy-Secure in France, Neanderthal remains were found alongside sophisticated ornaments made from ivory and bone, items that closely resemble those made by modern humans elsewhere. Did Neanderthals create these independently, inspired by what they saw? Did they trade for them? The deposits are disturbed, making precise interpretation difficult, but the association is suggestive. At the Saint-Césaire site, also in France, a Neanderthal skeleton was found in association with tools of the Châtel-Perronian tradition, a technology that blends Neanderthal and modern human characteristics. This has led to debates about whether Neanderthals were capable of innovating these tools independently or learned the techniques from modern humans. The answer probably varies by location and group. Some researchers argue that the presence of similar tool types in both Neanderthal and modern human sites indicates parallel development rather than cultural contact. Smart people in similar environments solving similar problems might arrive at similar solutions independently. Others point to the timing and distribution of these hybrid technologies as evidence of diffusion and learning between groups. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. Some innovations were independent, others were borrowed and adapted. Culture is always a mix of invention and imitation, and there is no reason to think Ice Age humans were any different. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence comes from genetic analysis of Neanderthal remains. The patterns of DNA variation suggest that Neanderthal populations were small and somewhat isolated from each other, leading to low genetic diversity. This made them vulnerable to inbreeding and accumulation of harmful mutations. When modern humans arrived with their larger population sizes and more extensive social networks, the genetic influx from interbreeding might have been beneficial in the short term, bringing fresh genetic diversity into isolated Neanderthal groups. But it also might have contributed to their eventual disappearance. Small populations absorbing genes from a larger, more numerous group can eventually be swamped. The distinct Neanderthal genetic signature gets diluted over generations until it is no longer recognizable as a separate lineage. This is not extinction through violence, but through assimilation. Climate change also played a role. Around 40,000 years ago, the climate began another shift toward colder, drier conditions. Resources became scarcer. Territories that had supported small populations became marginal or uninhabitable. Competition for the remaining good lands increased. Modern humans may have had advantages in this competition. Their more extensive social networks allowed them to share information about resources over large areas. Their technologies included innovations like sewing needles made from bone, enabling better cold weather clothing. They used a wider variety of tools for a wider range of tasks, possibly making them more efficient at resource extraction. But these advantages were not overwhelming. Neanderthals were still formidable survivors, still capable of thriving in harsh conditions. The process of displacement took thousands of years, not decades or centuries. This was not a blitzkrieg, but a slow, grinding down of populations already under stress. In some regions, Neanderthals seem to have disappeared quickly after modern humans arrived. In others, they persisted for millennia, holding on to territories that modern humans found less appealing or more difficult to penetrate. The pattern is complex, varying by region and local conditions. Disease might have played a role. When populations that have been separated for hundreds of thousands of years come into contact, there is potential for disease transmission. Modern humans might have carried pathogens to which they were resistant, but which devastated Neanderthals, or vice versa. The archaeological record cannot capture diseases that leave no trace on bones, so we can only speculate about this possibility. What we know for certain is that by around 39,000 years ago, Neanderthals had vanished from most of Europe. Only a few isolated populations remained, hanging on in refuges at the edges of the continent. Gibraltar, the Italian peninsula, isolated mountain valleys. One by one, these last populations faded away. The last known Neanderthal remains date to around 28,000 years ago, though some researchers argue the extinction occurred earlier and the later dates are contaminated. Either way, by 25,000 years ago at the latest, Neanderthals were gone as a living population. But not completely gone. Their genes persisted in the modern human populations that had absorbed them. Their knowledge might have too techniques and strategies passed on through those hybrid children and their descendants. The boundary between Neanderthals and modern humans was always porous. The encounter was not a clash of civilizations, but a mingling, a complex interaction that defies simple narratives of winners and losers. The landscape of Ice Age Europe was not evenly divided between Neanderthals and modern humans. It was a shifting patchwork of territories where both groups hunted, gathered, and made their homes. Understanding how they shared this space requires looking at the archaeological evidence with care and patience. Caves and rock shelters were prime real estate. They offered protection from wind and predators, natural shelter that did not require construction. Good caves were reused over and over, sometimes for thousands of years. At many sites we find layers of occupation by both groups, separated by periods when the cave was abandoned and then reoccupied. At Gorham's Cave in Gibraltar, excavations have revealed a deep stratigraphy spanning tens of thousands of years. Neanderthals used this site repeatedly, leaving behind tools, hearths and food remains. The deposits show they were eating seafood like mussels and limpets, hunting birds, and taking advantage of both land and marine resources. This demonstrates sophisticated knowledge of the local environment and the ability to exploit multiple food sources. Modern humans also used caves extensively. At sites like Abri-Patour in France, we find evidence of repeated occupation over millennia. The deposits contain tools, art objects, and remains of meals. The stratigraphy allows researchers to track changes in technology and subsistence strategies over time. When both groups use the same cave at different times, we can compare their approaches. Sometimes the differences are stark. Modern humans leave behind more diverse tool types, more personal ornaments, more evidence of long-distance trade. Neanderthals leave simpler assemblages, fewer decorative items, more emphasis on heavy-duty tools for processing game and hides. But sometimes the differences are subtle or absent. Both groups controlled fire expertly. Both hunted similar animals using similar strategies. Both processed hides and made them into clothing and shelter. The basic challenges of survival in this environment demanded similar solutions regardless of who was doing the surviving. Stone tool technology offers one of the best windows into possible cultural exchange. Tools are abundant in the archaeological record. They preserve well, and their forms can be compared across sites and through time to track changes and innovations. The Mousterian tradition associated with Neanderthals is characterized by flakes struck from prepared cores. The napper would carefully shape a stone core and then strike it to produce flakes of predetermined size and shape. These flakes were then retouched into various tool types: scrapers, points, knives. The technique is efficient and produces high-quality tools. Modern humans brought with them the Upper Paleolithic tradition, characterized by blade production. Blades are long, narrow flakes struck in sequence from a specially prepared core. This technique produces more cutting edge per unit of stone, an advantage when good quality flint is scarce. Blades can be further modified into a wide array of specialized tools: burins for engraving, backed knives for cutting, microliths that can be hafted into composite tools. In the transition period, when both groups were present in Europe, we see intermediate traditions that blend characteristics of both. The Châtelperronian, mentioned earlier, includes both Mousterian-style flakes and blade production. The Eleusinian tradition in Italy shows similar mixing of techniques. Were Neanderthals learning from modern humans, inventing independently? The debates continue, but the presence of these hybrid technologies in regions and times when both groups were present suggests at least the possibility of cultural transmission. Symbolic behaviour is another area where comparisons are revealing. Modern humans produced abundant art from early on: cave paintings, carved figurines, engraved bones, beads and pendants. These objects are found across Europe wherever modern humans lived. Neanderthal symbolic behaviour is more controversial. There are hints: perforated shells that might have been worn as ornaments, scratched bones that might be decorative, cave paintings in Spain that might predate modern human arrival. But the evidence is always debatable, often unclear. Recently, researchers have argued more forcefully for Neanderthal symbolic capacity. The Spanish cave paintings, if the dates hold up, would prove that Neanderthals created art independently, without learning from modern humans. Pigments found at Neanderthal sites show they were processing ochre and other materials, though what they did with them remains uncertain. The question matters because symbolic thought, the ability to represent meaning through abstract forms, is often considered a hallmark of modern human cognition. If Neanderthals possessed this capacity, it challenges old ideas about what made us unique. If they lacked it, it might help explain why they ultimately disappeared while we survived. But perhaps the question is poorly framed. Humans exist on a continuum, not divided into symbolically capable and symbolically incapable. Neanderthals clearly had inner lives, thoughts, emotions. Whether they expressed these through art as frequently or elaborately as modern humans is a separate question from whether they were capable of such expression. Hunting strategies offer another point of comparison. Both groups hunted large game: reindeer, horses, bison, mammoths. The approaches were probably similar: stalking, ambush, communal drives where animals were herded toward natural traps or killed in groups. But there are subtle differences. Modern humans seem to have hunted a wider variety of prey, including smaller, fast-moving animals like rabbits and birds. This might reflect better projectile technology. the ability to throw spears from a distance rather than relying on thrusting spears. Modern humans also exploited aquatic resources more extensively. Fish, shellfish, waterfowl. Neanderthals ate these foods too, but less consistently. These differences in diet might have given modern humans an advantage during times of scarcity. Being able to fall back on alternative food sources when large game was unavailable could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Social organisation is harder to infer from archaeology, but there are clues. The distribution of materials at modern human sites suggests larger social networks. Shells from the Mediterranean show up hundreds of kilometres inland. High-quality flint from specific sources is found across large regions. This indicates trade, exchange and communication across distances that would have required interactions between many different groups. Neanderthal sites show less evidence of long-distance material movement. Resources tend to be local, acquired within a day's travel of the campsite. This does not mean they lacked social networks, but those networks might have been smaller or less extensive. Larger social networks have survival advantages. They buffer against local resource failures. If one region has a poor hunting season, connections to neighbouring groups can provide alternatives. Information about where game is plentiful can be shared. Innovation spread faster through larger networks. But larger networks also require more complex social management. Keeping track of who owes what to whom, maintaining relationships with people you might only see occasionally, negotiating access to resources and territories. Modern humans seem to have been adept at this kind of social complexity. Perhaps this was one of the critical differences. Not intelligence in some abstract sense, but social intelligence. The ability to build and maintain relationships across large groups, to cooperate with distant neighbours, to create cultural institutions that allowed for trust and exchange without constant face-to-face contact. Language likely played a role. Both groups could speak, but the complexity and nuance of their language might have differed. More complex language allows for more detailed sharing of information, for teaching and storytelling, for social bonding and negotiation. If modern humans had a slight edge in linguistic ability, that could translate into significant advantages in social organisation and cultural transmission, but we should be cautious about overstating these differences. Neanderthals were not simple or primitive. They survived for far longer as a distinct lineage than modern humans have existed so far. They endured ice ages and climate shifts that would have destroyed less capable populations. They were smart, resourceful, and resilient. The fact that they disappeared while we survived does not mean they were inferior. It might mean they were unlucky. Smaller populations are more vulnerable to random chance. A bad winter, a disease outbreak, a volcanic eruption in the wrong place at the wrong time. Any of these could push a stressed population over the edge, or it might mean they were outcompeted by a group with specific advantages in a particular set of circumstances. Change the circumstances, and the outcome might have been different. What is clear is that for several thousand years, Neanderthals and modern humans shared Europe. They used the same resources, faced the same challenges, and possibly learned from each other. The archaeological record shows a complex pattern of interaction, not a simple story of displacement or conflict. And beneath that complexity lies a fact that was only discovered recently, one that changes how we understand this entire period. Neanderthals and modern humans did not just share space, they shared genes. They interbred, creating hybrid offspring who carried the legacy of both lineages into the future. The revelation that modern humans carry Neanderthal DNA was one of the great scientific surprises of the early 21st century. For decades, researchers had debated whether Neanderthals and modern humans interbred. Some argued that the anatomical differences between the groups were too great. Others pointed to the potential for gene flow wherever two compatible species overlapped. The debate could not be settled by morphology alone. Bones can only tell you so much. What was needed was genetic evidence, direct comparison of DNA from Neanderthal remains and modern humans. But extracting DNA from ancient bones is incredibly difficult. DNA degrades over time, breaking into smaller and smaller fragments. Contamination from modern sources is a constant problem. For years it seemed impossible. Then, in the early 2000s, a team led by Svante Pääbo at the Max Planck Institute in Germany began making progress. They developed techniques for extracting and sequencing tiny amounts of degraded DNA from Neanderthal bones. It was painstaking work, fraught with technical challenges and false starts. But slowly, the Neanderthal genome began to emerge. The first complete sequence was published in 2010. Researchers compared it to genomes from modern humans around the world. The results were unambiguous. Non-African populations carried between 1 and 2% Neanderthal DNA. African populations, whose ancestors never left the continent and thus never encountered Neanderthals, carried essentially none. This meant that interbreeding had occurred, most likely in the Middle East around 50 to 60,000 years ago, before modern humans had fully dispersed into Europe and Asia. The descendants of those hybrid offspring carried Neanderthal genes with them as they spread across the globe. Further analysis revealed which specific genes had been inherited. Some Neanderthal variants are found in genes related to skin and hair, suggesting they helped modern humans adapt to the colder climates and different UV levels of Eurasia. Others affect the immune system, providing resistance to local pathogens that the newly arrived modern humans would have encountered. Interestingly, some regions of the modern human genome are almost completely devoid of Neanderthal DNA. This suggests that certain Neanderthal variants were harmful when present in a modern human genetic background, and were selected against over time. Other regions show higher than average Neanderthal ancestry, indicating those variants were beneficial and spread through the population. The presence of Neanderthal DNA in living people today fundamentally changes how we think about human evolution. We are not a single lineage that replaced all others. We are a blended species, carrying genetic contributions from multiple archaic human groups. Neanderthals are not the only contributors. Denisovans, another archaic human group known primarily from DNA, extracted from a few bones found in Siberia, also interbred with modern humans. People in Southeast Asia and Oceania carry significant Denisovan ancestry. Other as yet unnamed archaic groups probably contributed as well. The human family tree is not a simple branching diagram but a braided stream, lineages separating and then reconnecting. This blending has practical consequences. Some Neanderthal genes influence your susceptibility to diseases like diabetes and Crohn's disease. Others affect your height, sleep patterns, and even mood. The variants inherited from Neanderthals are part of normal human variation today, neither universally good nor universally bad, but context-dependent. One of the most medically relevant findings involves the immune system. A cluster of Neanderthal genes on chromosome 3 is associated with a stronger inflammatory response to infections. This might have been advantageous during the Ice Age when exposure to novel pathogens was common, but in modern environments that same strong inflammatory response contributes to severe outcomes from diseases like COVID-19. Other Neanderthal variants affect skin tone and hair colour. Red hair and fair skin, common in northern European populations, may have been influenced by Neanderthal genes. This makes sense given that Neanderthals lived in high-latitude environments with low sunlight for hundreds of thousands of years, likely evolving lighter pigmentation to synthesize vitamin D more efficiently. The fact that we can identify specific Neanderthal genes and track their effects is remarkable. It turns abstract questions about interbreeding into concrete, testable hypotheses about human biology. It also personalizes the connection. If you are of non-African descent, you carry Neanderthal DNA. They are part of your ancestry, part of what makes you who you are. But how did this interbreeding occur? The genetic patterns suggest it was not an ongoing process throughout the period of overlap. Instead, most of the gene flow happened relatively early, perhaps in a few key events or periods of more extensive contact. After that initial mixing, the population seemed to have remained largely separate, with minimal additional gene flow. This pattern is consistent with a scenario where small groups of modern humans, freshly arrived in the Middle East, encountered and interbred with local Neanderthals. The descendants of those encounters then expanded into Asia and Europe, carrying Neanderthal genes with them. Later arrivals from Africa did not contribute as much to the modern gene pool, and thus did not dilute the Neanderthal ancestry already present. There is also evidence of gene flow in the other direction. At least one Neanderthal individual from the Altai Mountains in Siberia shows traces of modern human DNA, suggesting that a modern human ancestor contributed to Neanderthal populations as well. This was probably a rare event, but it demonstrates that gene flow was not entirely one way. The social implications of interbreeding are difficult to infer. Were these consensual relationships, forced encounters, isolated events, or part of broader social mixing? The genes cannot answer these questions. We can only imagine the individual stories behind the data. Perhaps some encounters were violent, a grim reality of prehistoric life where strength often determined outcomes. But others might have been based on mutual attraction, curiosity, or strategic alliance. Individuals choosing to join another group, forming relationships across the boundary that separated their peoples. In small populations, every successful reproductive event matters. A hybrid individual who survived to adulthood and had children of their own would pass on both Neanderthal and modern human ancestry. Over generations, those genes would spread through the population, eventually reaching frequencies where they would persist even after Neanderthals themselves disappeared. The genetic data also sheds light on Neanderthal population dynamics. The low genetic diversity in Neanderthal genomes suggests their populations were small and often isolated. Inbreeding was probably common, leading to accumulation of harmful recessive mutations. This made Neanderthals vulnerable to population crashes and less able to recover from setbacks. Modern humans, in contrast, had larger and more connected populations. Their genetic diversity was higher, providing more raw material for natural selection to work with. When modern humans arrived in Europe, they likely outnumbered Neanderthals significantly, and their numbers continued to grow while Neanderthal populations declined. But decline does not mean complete extinction. The genes persisted. In a very real sense, Neanderthals are still here, just not as a separate population. They have been absorbed into the modern human gene pool, their legacy visible in the DNA of billions of people. Recent advances have allowed researchers to sequence DNA from even more ancient Neanderthal remains, pushing the timeline back. We now have partial genomes from Neanderthals who lived over 100,000 years ago. These ancient genomes show that Neanderthal populations changed over time, just as all populations do. They were not static or unchanging, but dynamic, adapting to shifting climates and environments. Some researchers have even attempted to identify specific Neanderthal genes related to cognitive function. This is controversial and technically challenging, but early results suggest that some Neanderthal variants and genes related to brain development might have subtle effects on modern human cognition. What those effects are, and whether they are beneficial, neutral, or harmful, remains unclear. What is clear is that the genetic legacy of Neanderthals is woven into the fabric of modern humanity. Every time you get a vaccine and your immune system responds, Neanderthal genes might be playing a role. Every time you step outside and your skin responds to sunlight, ancient adaptations to Ice Age Europe might be influencing that response. This is evolution in action, not as an abstract process, but as a living reality. We are the product of countless encounters, exchanges and minglings. Our ancestors did not exist in isolation, but interacted with other human groups, learning from them, competing with them, and sometimes creating children with them. The story of Neanderthals and modern humans is not a story of replacement, but of integration. Two lineages, separated for 500,000 years, came back together. One continued as a distinct population, the other did not. But the boundary between them was never absolute, and the legacy of that boundary crossing is still with us today. The sun is setting over the Ice Age landscape one last time. 40,000 years have passed since the first modern humans arrived in Europe, and the world has changed beyond recognition. The ice has advanced and retreated multiple times. Entire species have gone extinct. Forests have grown and died and grown again. And somewhere in all that change, the Neanderthals disappeared. Not in a single catastrophic event, but gradually, population by population, until no pure Neanderthal groups remained. The last individual died alone or among their family, unaware that they were the final representative of a lineage stretching back hundreds of thousands of years. What would they have thought if they knew? Did they have any concept of their own uniqueness, their separateness from the other humans sharing their world? Or did they simply see themselves as people, doing their best to survive in a hard world, unaware that history would remember them as a footnote to someone else's story? We will never know their thoughts, but we know their legacy, in the genes of billions of people, in the tools they left behind, in the knowledge that humans are more diverse and more interconnected than we once believed. The Neanderthal story challenges simple narratives about human evolution. We are not the inevitable result of linear progress. We are not the sole survivors because we were superior in every way. We are the product of contingency, chance, and complexity. We survived in part because we absorbed others, because we were willing to interbreed and learn and adapt. Standing here at the end of this story, looking back across 40 millennia, certain truths emerge. The first is that we are all Africans ultimately. Our species evolved there, and even those populations that left and encountered Neanderthals carried African ancestry with them. The second is that we are all hybrids. No modern human is purely one lineage or another. We carry genes from Neanderthals, Denisovans, and probably other archaic groups we have not yet identified. The third truth is that the past is closer than we think. 40,000 years sounds like an immense span of time, but it's only about 2,000 generations. Your Neanderthal ancestors are not impossibly distant. They are part of your family tree, separated from you by less time than separates you from the earliest farmers or the first cities. What lessons can we draw from this? Perhaps simply this. Difference is not destiny. Neanderthals and modern humans were different in many ways, but not so different that they could not recognize each other as human, could not communicate or trade or form relationships. The boundary between us was permeable, not absolute. In our modern world, we obsess over differences. Nationality, ethnicity, language, religion. We divide ourselves into groups and then imagine those divisions are fundamental and unchangeable. But the story of Neanderthals and modern humans suggests that even groups separated by hundreds of thousands of years of independent evolution can come together, can share knowledge and genes and future. We are the inheritors of that ancient mixing. We carry Neanderthal genes not as a curiosity but as a living part of who we are. They influence our health, our appearance, our responses to the environment. They are not other, they are us. The archaeological sites where Neanderthals once lived are now tourist destinations, museums, protected monuments. The caves where they sheltered from Ice Age storms now have walkways and lights, and placards explaining what was found there. The bones carefully excavated and studied, the tools catalogued and displayed. It is easy to see these remains as artifacts, dusty relics of a distant past. But they were lives, people who felt cold and hunger and joy, who loved their children and mourned their dead, who watched the seasons change and hoped for better days, who were, in the most fundamental sense, human. Their disappearance as a distinct population is a loss, a reduction in human diversity that cannot be undone. But their persistence in our genes is a gift, a contribution that continues to shape humanity. We are richer for their existence, more complex and interesting because they were part of our story. Science continues to uncover new details. Every year brings fresh discoveries, new sites excavated, new techniques applied to old bones. The picture becomes clearer and more nuanced. We learn that Neanderthals were artists, that they cared for the disabled, that they adapted to diverse environments from the Mediterranean to the Arctic. We learn that our interactions with them were more extensive and more complex than previously thought. But some mysteries remain. We still do not fully understand why Neanderthals disappeared when they did. Climate stress, competition, disease, absorption into modern human populations, all played roles, but the relative importance of each is still debated. We do not know what their language sounded like, what stories they told, what they believed about the world. These gaps in our knowledge are frustrating but also humbling. The past is not fully knowable. We do our best with the evidence we have, but there are limits to what bones and stones can tell us. The inner lives of Neanderthals, their hopes and fears and dreams, are lost to time. What we can do is honour their memory by telling their story as honestly as we can. Not as brutish primitives overcome by superior invaders, not as noble savages living in harmony with nature, but as people, complex and capable, doing their best in a challenging world. And we can recognise that their story is our story. When you look in the mirror, you might see echoes of Neanderthal ancestry in your features. When you fight off an infection, Neanderthal genes might be helping your immune system respond. When you stand in the cold and your body adapts, ancient evolutionary innovations forged in Ice Age Europe might be at work. You are connected to them. Not metaphorically, but literally. The same molecules that made up their bodies were passed down through countless generations and now make up yours. You are the continuation of their story, the living proof that they existed and mattered. As you drift off to sleep tonight, my tired potatoes, think about those ancient humans standing under the same stars you see, facing challenges you can barely imagine. They survived long enough to contribute to your existence. They were resilient, adaptable, human in all the ways that matter. And remember that human evolution is not finished. We are still changing, still adapting, still mixing genes across populations. The boundaries we draw between groups are temporary, always shifting. We are one species, spread across the globe, carrying the legacy of everyone who came before. The story of Neanderthals and modern humans is a story about contact and mixing, about the permeability of boundaries, about the complex ways that evolution actually works. It is a story that invites humility about our own place in history. We survived, yes, but that survival was not inevitable, and it came with costs and compromises and debts to those who came before. So tonight, as you close your eyes and let the day's worries fade, spare a thought for those ancient people of the Ice Age, for the Neanderthals who walked these lands for 200,000 years, for the first modern humans who ventured north into unknown territory, for all those who met and mingled and created the lineage that led to you. Their world is gone, the ice has melted, the mammoths are extinct, the caves are empty, but they live on in you, in the genes you carry and the story you continue. You are their legacy, their contribution to the future, and that is a remarkable thing to be. Sleep well, knowing you are connected to a story that spans hundreds of thousands of years and thousands of generations. You are part of something vast and ancient and ongoing. You are the inheritors of Neanderthal and modern human, of African and Eurasian, of everyone who survived long enough to contribute to the chain of life that leads to this moment. If you enjoyed this journey through Ice Age Europe, please follow us for more bedtime stories about the people who came before us. Tomorrow we will explore another chapter of our shared past, another story of survival and adaptation in a world very different from our own. Until then, rest well. Picture a world where sleeping 8 hours straight would seem bizarre and unnatural. Imagine climbing into bed knowing you will wake in the middle of the night, not from insomnia, but because that is simply how sleep works. For most of human history, this was normal. The 8-hour sleep block you consider natural is actually a recent invention, and tonight you will learn how our ancestors really slept. You're lying in a wooden bed in a stone cottage somewhere in England. The year is 1423. Outside your shuttered window, November wind scrapes across thatched roofs and rattles through bare oak branches. Inside, darkness presses against every surface. No streetlights exist. No neighbour's television glows blue through curtains. The only light comes from embers dying in your hearth. You finished supper 2 hours after sunset. You ate pottage thick with turnips and barley, and you wiped your wooden bowl with dark bread. Your family moved through evening tasks by rushlight. Your daughter carded wool. Your son carved a new axle peg for the cart. You mended a tear in your heaviest cloak. Nobody spoke much. Conversation costs energy, and winter demands you conserve everything. When the rushlights burned too low to be useful, everyone climbed the ladder to the sleeping loft. You pulled off your day clothes and draped them over the ladder rail. You kept on your long linen undershift. The bed is wide enough for 4 people, stuffed with straw that crackles when you move. 3 wool blankets and 1 sheepskin cover you. Your wife lies on your left. Your 2 children share the far side. Your breath makes small clouds in the frigid air. You close your eyes. Sleep arrives within minutes. Your body knows this rhythm the way it knows hunger and thirst. This is your first sleep. It will last about 4 hours. The concept of first sleep and second sleep appears throughout historical documents, from ancient times through the early 19th century. References show up in medieval prayer books, in depositions from 16th century court cases, in the diaries of colonial Americans, and in the novels of Charles Dickens. For thousands of years, humans naturally divided their night into 2 distinct sleep periods, separated by an hour or more of quiet wakefulness. Historian Roger Ekert spent 16 years researching sleep patterns in pre-industrial societies. He examined legal depositions, medical texts, letters, and literature from across Europe and America. He found over 2,000 references to segmented sleep. People mentioned their first sleep and second sleep as casually as we mention breakfast and lunch. A 15th century medical text instructs readers that the time between first and second sleep is ideal for scholarly study. A 16th century prayer manual includes special prayers meant to be said during the watching hour between sleeps. An 18th century doctor's journal notes that the hour between sleeps is when many patients report their dreams most vividly. In your medieval cottage, you sleep deeply for those first 4 hours. Your body temperature drops, your breathing slows, your muscles fully relax. Around midnight you drift up from deep sleep into lighter sleep, then into wakefulness. This is not insomnia, this is normal. This is the watching hour. You open your eyes, complete darkness surrounds you. You hear your wife breathing beside you. You hear your son shift position under the blankets. You hear the wind and the faint settling sounds of the cottage timbers. You feel warm despite the cold air on your face. The straw beneath you has compressed into a nest shaped exactly to your body. Your mind is calm but alert. You are not anxious. You are not checking invisible clocks or calculating hours of sleep remaining. You simply exist in this quiet darkness. Your thoughts drift in gentle directions. You remember the way your daughter laughed when the pig escaped yesterday. You think about needing to repair the chicken coop door before the next storm. You wonder if your cousin will visit before Christmas. This is the hour when many people prayed. Not formal prayers necessarily, but quiet conversations with God in the darkness. This is when people reflected on dreams they had during first sleep. This is when married couples talked in low voices about household matters, or simply lay together in the darkness. You might rise and use the chamber pot. You might poke the fire embers and add another log. You might drink water from the jug near the bed. But mostly you lie still and let your mind wander in peaceful directions. Your body is rested from the first sleep. You feel no pressure to immediately return to sleep. The darkness is not your enemy. The wakefulness is not a problem to be solved. After about an hour, drowsiness returns naturally. Your thoughts grow dreamier, your breathing deepens, your eyes close. Within minutes, you slip back into sleep. This is your second sleep. It will last until dawn. Second sleep is different from first sleep. It contains more dreaming. Your body has already completed the deep restorative sleep it needed during the first phase. Now your brain processes memories and emotions. Your dreams during second sleep are often more vivid and strange than first sleep dreams. You dream of flying over your village. You dream of your grandmother who died 3 winters ago. You dream of finding a purse full of silver coins in the woods. When you wake at dawn, you feel genuinely rested. You have slept 7 or 8 hours total, divided into 2 natural segments with a peaceful hour between. This pattern matches your body's innate rhythms. Your ancestors slept this way. Your grandchildren will sleep this way. Everyone you know sleeps this way. Nobody calls it a disorder. Nobody sells remedies for waking in the night. Nobody worries they are sleeping wrong. This is simply how humans sleep. You are a traveller now. The year is 1568. You are walking through the German countryside on your way to the next market town. The spring sun is setting behind you. Your feet ache. Your leather pack weighs heavy on your shoulders. You have perhaps 10 miles left to walk and darkness is coming fast. An inn appears around the bend. It is a 2-story timber building with a thatched roof and small windows glowing yellow with firelight. Smoke rises from the chimney. You smell cooking meat. Relief floods through you. Sleeping outdoors is dangerous and cold. Wolves prowl these forests. Bandits watch the roads. An inn means safety and warmth. You push open the heavy door. Heat and noise hit you immediately. The common room is crowded with travellers, local farmers, and the innkeeper's family. A fire roars in the massive hearth. Trestle tables fill the centre of the room. Someone is playing a badly tuned fiddle. Dogs fight over scraps in the corners. Children run between tables. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting pork, and too many unwashed bodies packed together. You pay the innkeeper 3 coins. This buys you supper, a place by the fire, and a spot in the common sleeping room. The innkeeper does not ask your name. You do not ask his. Anonymity is safer for everyone. You sit on a bench at the end of one table and eat the food placed before you. Pork belly, turnips, coarse bread and watered ale. You eat quickly, others are your portion. After supper, people begin arranging themselves for sleep. The common room serves as sleeping quarters. The innkeeper and his family retire to a private room behind the hearth. Everyone else spreads out wherever they can find space. Benches become beds. Floor space becomes valuable. People negotiate positions based on status and payment level. You paid the middle rate. This means you get floor space near the hearth, but not directly beside it. The wealthy merchant who arrived on horseback claims the best bench. The 2 monks travelling to the monastery get spaces close to the wall. The labourers headed to the next town for harvest work sleep near the door. 3 women travelling together without male protection sleep in the corner farthest from everyone else. Status and gender determine sleeping arrangements more than comfort. You unroll your cloak and create a cushion from your pack. You lie down on the hard floor. All around you, people settle in for the night. The merchant snores already. One of the monks prays quietly. The labourers pass around a flask and whisper crude jokes. The women murmur together, keeping watch on each other. The fire burns down. Darkness grows thick. The noise gradually decreases. Bodies shift and settle. Breathing deepens. But complete silence never comes. This is communal sleeping. Privacy does not exist. Quiet does not exist. You share the night with strangers. Someone gets up to use the privy outside. Someone else coughs repeatedly. The dogs pace and resettle. One of the women snores with impressive volume. The merchant's sleep-talking drifts across the room. You hear fragments about wool prices and dishonest suppliers. Outside, an owl calls. A cart rumbles past on the road. The inn sign creaks in the wind. You sleep despite the noise. Humans are adaptable creatures. Our ancestors slept in conditions we would find impossible. They slept through conversations, through snoring, through animals moving nearby, through temperature changes and discomfort. They had no choice. Privacy was a luxury most people never experienced. Even in private homes, communal sleeping was standard. Entire families shared one bed. Servants slept in the kitchens or hallways. Apprentices slept in workshops. Children were packed together in lofts and attics. Houses were small. Fuel was expensive. Shared sleeping meant shared warmth. A London household in 1590 consisted of a merchant, his wife, 5 children, 3 apprentices, 2 servants, and his elderly mother. They lived in a 4-room house. The merchant and his wife shared a bed with their youngest children. The older children slept together in the loft. The apprentices slept on pallets in the workshop. The servants slept in the kitchen. The mother had a narrow cot near the hearth. 11 people in 4 rooms. Nobody thought this unusual. Shared sleeping created its own social rules. You learned to ignore sounds and movements. You learned to sleep lightly enough to wake if real danger threatened, but deeply enough to actually rest. You learned which positions minimize disturbance to others. You learned to time your trips to the chamber pot for moments when others were also awake. In the inn, you wake during your watching hour between first and second sleep. Others wake too. This is normal. You hear low conversations. Someone adds wood to the fire. The labourers share bread they saved from supper. One of the monks begins praying again. The sounds are quiet and respectful. Everyone understands the rhythm. Nobody objects to the wakefulness. You lie still and think. Tomorrow you will reach the market town. You will sell your goods. You will buy new supplies. You will begin the journey home. Your thoughts drift to your family. Your wife is managing the household alone. Your children are helping with spring planting. They are sleeping in the loft right now in the bed you will share. They are warm and safe. This thought comforts you. Drowsiness returns. You slip back into second sleep. The communal breathing and shifting of bodies becomes white noise. You dream of home. When dawnlight filters through the shutters, you wake naturally. Others are waking too. The inn returns to noise and activity. You gather your things, eat a piece of bread, and step back onto the road. Communal sleeping was not intimate. It was practical. Bodies generated heat. Multiple people in one space meant fewer rooms to heat. Shared sleeping saved fuel, saved space, saved money. Our ancestors accepted this arrangement without question. They had no concept of needing separate rooms or privacy for sleep. That notion would arrive much later with industrialization and increased wealth. You're lying on the ground. The year is 8,000 years ago. You're somewhere in what will eventually be called Scotland, but right now it is simply the cold northern edge of the world. You live in a settlement of perhaps 30 people. Your dwelling is a circular stone structure with a roof of turf and driftwood. A central hearth keeps the interior slightly warmer than the brutal wind outside. Your bed is a rectangular depression dug into the earthen floor along the wall. The depression is lined with flat stones and filled with dried heather and grass. 2 large stones frame the head of your sleeping space, creating a windbreak. A third stone separates your sleeping area from your neighbour's sleeping area. The arrangement provides minimal privacy and maximum shared warmth. You lie on this bed wrapped in animal skins. Deer hide covers you, sealskin serves as your underlayer. The heather beneath you smells faintly of summer, even though winter grips the world outside. The stone walls radiate cold. The turf roof drips occasionally when rain finds its way through. This bed is not comfortable by modern standards, but it is yours. It is warmer than the open ground. It keeps you alive. This is how sleep began. Humans have always needed to separate themselves from the cold earth. We have always sought insulation and protection during our vulnerable sleeping hours. The evolution of the bed tells the story of human ingenuity and the slow accumulation of comfort. Move forward several thousand years, you're now in ancient Egypt. You're wealthy enough to own a proper bed frame. It is made from dark wood, probably ebony or cedar. The frame sits about a foot off the floor, on legs carved to resemble lion paws. The sleeping surface slopes slightly with the head higher than the feet. No mattress exists. You sleep directly on woven reed mats stretched across the frame. Your pillow is made of wood. It is not designed for softness. It is designed to elevate your head and protect your elaborate hairstyle. The wooden pillow is curved to cradle your neck. It is decorated with images of household gods who are meant to protect you during sleep. When you lie down, the pillow feels impossibly hard. Your neck complains, but your hair remains perfect. Egyptian beds were status symbols. Poor people slept on reed mats on the floor. Middle-class people slept on simple wooden frames. Wealthy people slept on frames with elaborate carvings and inlays. The pharaohs slept on beds covered in gold leaf. The bed you owned announced your place in society as clearly as your clothing or home. Move forward again. You're now in ancient Rome. You're moderately wealthy. Your bed is called a lectus. It is made from bronze or wood and stands higher off the ground than Egyptian beds. The frame includes a headboard and footboard. Leather straps crisscross the frame to support the mattress. The mattress itself is a cloth sack stuffed with wool, feathers, or reeds depending on your wealth. Wool is best, reeds are cheapest, feathers are luxurious. You lie on this mattress under wool blankets. Linen sheets exist but are expensive. Most people sleep directly on the mattress. You have a pillow stuffed with soft wool. The pillow is an innovation your ancestors would have envied. It actually provides comfort instead of just elevation. Romans took their beds seriously. They used beds not just for sleeping, but for dining, for receiving guests, and for dying. Important Romans died in their beds surrounded by family, and the bed became part of the funeral ritual. Your bed was where you conducted much of your private life. Medieval Europe transformed the bed again. You're now a minor noble in 13th century France. Your bed is a massive wooden structure that dominates your sleeping chamber. The frame is 7 feet long and 6 feet wide. 4 carved posts rise from the corners, supporting a wooden canopy overhead. Heavy wool curtains hang from the canopy on all 4 sides. When you close the curtains, your bed becomes a room within a room. The mattress is a linen sack stuffed with straw. Over this lies a feather mattress, thinner than you might imagine but softer than pure straw. Linen sheets cover the mattress. Wool blankets and a fur coverlet provide warmth. Several pillows stuffed with down support your head. This bed cost more than most peasants earned in a year. The wood was carved by skilled craftsmen. The curtains were woven by professional weavers. The feathers were plucked by hand and carefully cleaned. This bed is not just furniture. It is wealth made visible. It is inheritance you will pass to your children. It is security you can sell if times become desperate. The curtains serve multiple purposes. They block drafts in your stone chamber. They provide privacy when guests visit your home. They create darkness for sleeping. They trap heat from your body and keep you warmer than open air would allow. When you close those curtains at night, you enter a private world separate from household activities. But those curtains also pose danger. People occasionally suffocate in heavily curtained beds. Carbon dioxide builds up in the enclosed space. Several medieval texts warn against closing bed curtains too tightly. One medical treatise from 1432 specifically advises keeping at least one curtain partially open to allow fresh air circulation. By the 16th century, wealthy Europeans competed to own the most elaborate beds. 4-poster beds grew taller, carvings grew more intricate, fabrics grew more expensive. Some beds stood 9 feet tall with tops decorated with carved figures, painted panels, and gilded finials. These beds were architectural statements. They announced that you had arrived socially. Queen Elizabeth I owned multiple elaborate beds that travelled with her when she moved between palaces. Each bed required a wagon for transport. Each bed took a full day to assemble. The beds were draped with silk and velvet. The posts were carved and painted. The mattresses were stuffed with the finest down. Elizabeth used her beds as diplomatic tools, sometimes giving them as gifts to favoured nobles. Common people slept very differently. A typical English farmer in 1600 owned a simple wooden bedstead with a straw mattress. The frame sat low to the ground. No curtains hung from posts because no posts existed. A single wool blanket provided warmth. The pillow was a cloth sack filled with chaff or wool scraps. The bed occupied one corner of the single-room cottage. Everyone saw it. Everyone knew who slept there. Many poor families owned no bed at all. They slept on straw pallets laid on the floor. Children slept in lofts on loose straw. Servants slept wherever they could find space. The bed as a universal piece of furniture is a relatively recent development. The 17th century brought the first upholstered beds. Padding appeared on headboards. Mattresses grew thicker. Spiral springs were invented in 1857, revolutionizing mattress comfort. Coil springs distributed weight more evenly than rope or leather straps. The modern mattress industry was born. By 1900, middle-class families could afford metal bed frames with spring mattresses. These beds were mass-produced in factories. They cost a fraction of handmade wooden beds. They were lighter and easier to move. They did not harbour insects the way wooden joints did. They represented modernity and progress. Your bed tonight is the product of 8,000 years of human effort. The box spring beneath you, the foam or coil mattress above that, the fitted sheet that stays in place, the pillows designed by engineers for optimal neck support, the comforter filled with synthetic fibres lighter and warmer than any wool. This bed would astound your ancestors. They would think you slept like royalty. You're awake between sleeps again, but this time you're in 1732. You're living in a middling household in Amsterdam. You share a bed with your husband in a private chamber. Your children sleep in the adjacent room. Your maidservant sleeps downstairs near the kitchen. The house is dark except for moonlight filtering through the window. You wake naturally after your first sleep. Your husband wakes too. This is your watching hour together. You do not light a candle. Candles are expensive. The moonlight is sufficient. You lie on your backs and talk quietly. You discuss your daughter's upcoming marriage. You discuss the new trading venture your husband is considering. You discuss whether the maidservant is stealing food. You discuss your mother's failing health. These are intimate conversations impossible during daylight hours, when children interrupt and servants overhear. The watching hour belongs to married couples. A 1659 ballad from England specifically references this practice. The ballad describes a husband and wife talking between sleeps about household matters. A 1700 doctor's guide to marriage suggests using the watching hour for gentle conversation between spouses. The hour between sleeps was understood to be valuable time for connection. But the watching hour was not just for conversation. Many people rose from bed during this time. They performed small tasks. They tended fires. They checked on children. They used chamber pots. They prayed. They thought. They simply existed in the quiet darkness. You rise from your bed in Amsterdam. You put on a heavy robe against the cold. You go downstairs to the kitchen. The coals in the hearth are still glowing. You add small sticks and blow gently until flames appear. You warm your hands. You drink water from the jug. You feel peaceful and calm. This hour is yours alone. Historical records show people doing various activities during their watching hour. A 1590 court deposition from England describes a neighbour who visited another neighbour during the watching hour. They sat by the fire and talked for an hour before returning to their respective beds. Both parties treated this as completely normal behaviour. A 1643 diary from colonial America mentions using the watching hour to read scripture by candlelight. A 1700 medical text from France recommends using the watching hour for meditation and prayer. A 1680 English household manual suggests checking doors and windows during the watching hour to ensure they are properly secured. Some people use the watching hour for more creative pursuits. A few historical accounts mention composing poetry during nighttime wakefulness. Several musicians described working out melodies during the watching hour. One 1710 letter from a Dutch painter describes visualizing paintings during the quiet hour between sleeps. The watching hour was also prime time for crime. Thieves knew that many people were awake between sleeps. Court records from across Europe detail burglaries and assaults that occurred during these nighttime hours. The watching hour was not always peaceful, but for most people the watching hour provided something increasingly rare as centuries progressed. It provided uninterrupted quiet time for thought and reflection. No work demanded attention. No social obligations pressed. No children needed supervision. You were simply awake in darkness with your own thoughts. You stand by your kitchen hearth in Amsterdam. The fire crackles softly. Outside, you hear occasional sounds. A cat yowls. A cart rumbles past. The night watch calls the hour. These sounds do not disturb you. They are the familiar sounds of night in a city. Your mind wanders. You think about your childhood in the countryside. You think about your father who died last year. You think about the herb garden you want to plant in spring. Your thoughts are not anxious or racing. They drift like leaves on slow water. After perhaps 45 minutes, you feel drowsiness returning. You bank the fire, you climb the stairs. You slip back into bed beside your husband. He's already asleep. He's breathing deep and even. You pull the blankets over yourself. Within minutes, you fall back into second sleep. This pattern of segmented sleep, with a watching hour between, was universal across Europe and colonial America until the late 1800s. Then something changed. The watching hour began to disappear. You're still in Amsterdam, but the year is now 1895. You're standing on a street corner at night. Above you, a new gas street lamp hisses and glows. The light is harsh and bright, nothing like firelight or candles. It turns the night into an artificial twilight. You can see clearly for 100 feet in every direction. Shadows are sharp and black. The natural darkness of night has been conquered. This is the beginning of the end for segmented sleep. When humans could control darkness, everything changed. The watching hour could not survive the arrival of artificial light. Gaslighting arrived in European cities during the early 1800s. By mid-century, major streets in London, Paris, Amsterdam and other cities glowed with gas lamps. The lamps allowed extended business hours. Factories could run night shifts. Shops stayed open later. Entertainment venues offered evening performances. Night became colonized by commerce and productivity. Electric lighting arrived in the 1880s. It was brighter, cleaner, and more reliable than gas. Thomas Edison demonstrated his practical light bulb in 1879. Within 20 years, electric lights were spreading through wealthy homes and businesses. The conquest of darkness accelerated. You're back in your Amsterdam home. The year is 1910. Your house has electric lights now. When evening comes, you do not light candles or tend oil lamps. You simply turn a switch. Brilliant light floods the room instantly. You can read comfortably. You can sew without straining your eyes. You can work on accounts well past sunset. Your evening routine has shifted later. Dinner happens at 8 instead of 6. You stay up reading until 11. The electric light makes you feel less tired than you actually are. Your body's natural response to darkness has been hijacked by artificial brightness. When you finally go to bed, you fall asleep quickly. But something is different. You sleep through the night without waking. No watching hour interrupts your sleep. You sleep in one long block from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. You think this is better. You think sleeping through the night is a sign of good health. You are wrong. What is actually happening is that artificial light is suppressing your melatonin production. The bright electric lights in your evening are telling your brain that day has not ended. Your circadian rhythm is being overridden. Your natural sleep pattern is being forcibly consolidated. The Industrial Revolution accelerated this change. Factory work demanded reliable timing. Shift work required workers to sleep during specific hours. The watching hour had no place in an industrial economy. Workers needed to sleep efficiently and wake on command. Segmented sleep was reframed as a disorder. Medical texts from the late 1800s and early 1900s reveal this shift. A 1700 doctor's guide described segmented sleep as normal and healthy. An 1850 medical text still mentioned the watching hour as a natural occurrence. But by 1900, medical literature described nighttime waking as insomnia requiring treatment. The change happened remarkably fast. Within 3 generations, the watching hour went from universal human experience to medical problem. People who woke between sleeps were diagnosed with sleep disorders. Doctors prescribed sedatives. Patent medicines promised uninterrupted sleep. The pharmaceutical industry discovered a profitable new market. You're now in 1930. You live in an American city. Your apartment is blazing with electric light. Your radio plays evening programs until midnight. Your neighborhood is never truly dark. Streetlights glow all night. Neon signs advertise products. Car headlights sweep through your windows. Darkness has been eliminated. You work a standard 9-to-5 job. Your employer expects you to arrive at exactly 9 in the morning. Being late is unacceptable. This means you must wake at a specific time regardless of your sleep cycles. An alarm clock forces you from sleep at 7. You had no choice about when to wake. The economy decided for you. You drink coffee to feel alert. Coffee consumption skyrocketed during the 20th century. Humans needed chemical assistance to override their natural sleep rhythms. Coffee became the fuel that powered industrial society. Without coffee, the modern sleep schedule would be impossible to maintain. Your evening entertainment keeps you awake. You listen to radio programs, you read magazines, you attend movies, you socialise with friends, you go to bed at midnight and wake at 7. 7 hours of sleep in one block. This is your new normal. You have never heard of segmented sleep. If you wake in the middle of the night, you worry that something is wrong with you. The concept of 8 hours of continuous sleep became the gold standard. Sleep experts recommended it. Doctors prescribed it. Employers expected it. Anyone who deviated was considered unhealthy. The natural human sleep pattern had been completely forgotten within 1 century. But some people never adjusted. They continued waking during the night. They lay awake for an hour feeling anxious and broken. They tried sleeping pills. They tried warm milk. They tried counting sheep. Nothing worked because nothing was actually wrong with them. Their bodies were simply trying to follow the ancient pattern. Modern sleep researchers began rediscovering segmented sleep in the 1990s. Psychiatrist Thomas Vare conducted experiments where subjects lived without artificial light after dark. Within weeks, their sleep naturally divided into 2 segments separated by a quiet hour of wakefulness. The watching hour returned when artificial light was removed. This research revealed that consolidated 8-hour sleep is not actually natural for humans. It is a recent adaptation forced by artificial lighting and industrial scheduling. For 99% of human history, we slept in 2 segments. The watching hour was our birthright. You're lying in your bed right now, tonight. The year is 2026. Your bedroom is probably dark or nearly dark. Your mattress is probably comfortable. Your room is climate controlled to a pleasant temperature. You're probably alone in your bed, or sharing it with only one other person. You have privileges your ancestors could not imagine. Your bedroom is a private sanctuary. It belongs only to you and possibly your partner. No servants sleep on the floor. No children share your bed. No travellers crowd in for warmth. The door closes. The space becomes yours. This level of privacy is historically unprecedented for the vast majority of humans. Your mattress cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. It was engineered by specialists using materials your ancestors never encountered. Memory foam moulds to your body. Coils distribute your weight perfectly. The surface is neither too firm nor too soft. The mattress remembers its shape after you rise. This mattress will last a decade or more before needing replacement. Your pillows are similarly engineered. Down alternative fill, cooling gel layers, ergonomic shapes designed to support your neck at the optimal angle. You probably own multiple pillows. Some people own 10 or more. An entire industry exists to help you achieve perfect pillow height and firmness. Your bedding is a marvel of textile technology. Sheets with thread counts that would baffle medieval weavers. Comforters filled with synthetic fibres warmer than goose down. Mattress protectors that breathe while blocking moisture. Duvet covers in colours your ancestors never saw. You probably change these sheets weekly and wash them in a machine that cleans better than any human hand scrubbing. Your bedroom temperature is controlled by central heating or air conditioning. You set the thermostat to your preferred temperature. The climate in your sleeping space remains constant regardless of weather outside. This would seem like sorcery to someone from any earlier century. Your windows probably have blinds or curtains that block external light. You control exactly how dark your room becomes. Some people use blackout curtains to create total darkness. Others prefer gentle ambient light. The choice is yours. Your ancestors had no choice. Darkness came when the sun set and left when the sun rose. Many people also control sound. White noise machines mask traffic and neighbour noise. Earplugs block snoring partners. Sound dampening curtains reduce street sounds. Apps play rain sounds or ocean waves. You curate your sleeping environment with precision your ancestors could not conceive. Your sleeping schedule is theoretically yours to choose. You set your alarm. You decide when to go to bed. You control your sleep timing more than any factory worker in 1930. But do you really have control, or have new masters replace the old ones? Your smartphone sits on your nightstand. It probably served as your entertainment until minutes before you tried to sleep. The blue light from its screen suppressed your melatonin production. Your brain received signals that day had not ended. Your natural drowsiness was postponed. You probably checked email before bed. You probably scrolled through social media. You probably watched videos or read news articles. These activities activated your brain in ways incompatible with approaching sleep. Your ancestors spent their evenings in relative calm. You spend yours in a state of mild stimulation. When you finally turn off your phone and try to sleep, your brain needs time to downshift. But you feel pressured to fall asleep quickly. You have work tomorrow. You need your 8 hours. You have been taught that good sleepers fall asleep within 15 minutes and sleep through until morning. Any deviation signals a problem. If you wake during the night, you probably feel anxious. You check the time. You calculate hours of sleep remaining. You worry about being tired tomorrow. You try to force yourself back to sleep. The more you try, the more awake you become. You have probably done this many times. What if that nighttime waking is not a problem? What if your body is simply trying to follow its natural pattern? What if the watching hour is calling to you across the centuries? Modern sleep research suggests that some people who struggle with insomnia might actually be experiencing their body's natural inclination towards segmented sleep. When they stop fighting the nighttime wakefulness and instead accept it as normal, their anxiety decreases. They rest better even while awake. They return to sleep more easily. This does not mean you should immediately try to adopt segmented sleep. Modern life does not accommodate it easily. Your alarm will still ring at the same time regardless of how you slept. Your work schedule does not care about your natural rhythms. You must function in the world as it exists. But understanding the history of sleep can change how you think about nighttime waking. If you wake at 3 in the morning and cannot immediately return to sleep, you might remember that your ancestors would have welcomed this quiet hour. They would have prayed or thought or talked quietly with their partners. They would not have felt broken or disordered. You might choose to simply lie in peaceful darkness rather than fighting for sleep. You might read by dim light for half an hour. You might practice gentle meditation. You might use this unexpected quiet time as a gift rather than a curse. The watching hour might return to you not as a schedule, but as an occasional visitor. You are back in that medieval cottage from the beginning. You're experiencing the first sleep again, the watching hour, and the second sleep. This pattern connected you to natural rhythms. You went to bed when darkness fell because you had no reason to stay awake. You woke when your body completed its first sleep cycle. You rested peacefully during the watching hour. You slept again until dawn. Your sleep was not perfect. You were often cold. Your bed was uncomfortable by modern standards. You shared your sleeping space with family members. You had no privacy. You probably suffered from various aches and pains. Life was physically harder. Sleep reflected that hardness. But your sleep also held qualities modern sleep lacks. You had no anxiety about sleep itself. You did not lie awake worrying about the next day. You did not check clocks. You did not calculate hours remaining. You slept when you were tired and woke when you were rested. The watching hour gave you quiet time that belonged to no one but yourself and perhaps your family. Compare this to modern sleep. You have comfort beyond medieval imagination. Your bed is a marvel. Your room is perfectly temperature controlled. You have privacy and quiet. You have eliminated most physical discomforts. These are genuine improvements. But you also have anxiety your ancestors never experienced. You worry about getting enough sleep. You track your sleep with devices. You read articles about sleep hygiene. You try supplements and special pillows and white noise machines. Sleep has become a performance you must optimize. The pressure to sleep perfectly creates the very anxiety that prevents good sleep. You have also lost the watching hour. That quiet time between sleeps disappeared when artificial light arrived. You no longer have a natural pause in your night. You sleep in one block, or you suffer from insomnia. There is no middle ground. The watching hour has been medicalized out of existence. Modern research suggests the watching hour served important psychological functions. It provided time for the brain to process emotions and memories from first sleep dreams. It allowed natural meditation without formal practice. It gave people a sense of calm control over their nights. The forced consolidation of sleep might have eliminated something valuable. Some sleep researchers now recommend that people experiencing nighttime waking should embrace it rather than fight it. They suggest getting up if you cannot return to sleep within 20 minutes. They recommend gentle activities like reading or meditation. They advise accepting the wakefulness as natural rather than treating it as failure. This advice essentially recreates the watching hour. The history of sleep teaches us that there is no single correct way to sleep. Humans have slept in countless different arrangements across cultures and centuries. We have slept in groups and alone. We have slept in 2 segments or 1. We have slept on the ground and in the elaborate beds. We have adapted to harsh conditions and comfortable ones. Sleep is flexible and resilient. What matters most is not matching some idealized sleep schedule. What matters is finding sleep patterns that work for your body and your life. If you naturally wake during the night, you might honour that as the watching hour rather than fighting it. If you sleep best in one long block, you can celebrate that consolidation as a modern adaptation. If you occasionally nap during the day, you can view that as continuing ancient rest patterns. Your ancestors slept under conditions you would find intolerable. They shared beds with strangers in flea-infested inns. They huddled together for warmth in drafty cottages. They woke to darkness and cold every single morning. They had no control over their sleeping environment, yet they slept. Humans are remarkably good at sleeping despite challenges. You sleep in historically unprecedented comfort. You have advantages beyond their imagining. You also have modern stresses they never faced. Blue light exposure, 24-hour news cycles, work emails arriving at all hours, the pressure to be perpetually productive. These are real obstacles to good sleep, but they are not insurmountable. Understanding sleep history reminds you that sleep problems are often social and environmental rather than personal failings. If you struggle to sleep, you're not broken. You're dealing with conditions that clash with human biology. Artificial light extends your day beyond natural limits. Work schedules ignore your circadian rhythms. Digital devices stimulate your brain when it should be calming. The modern world was not designed to support good sleep, but you can make choices that move you closer to natural sleep patterns. You can dim lights in the evening. You can avoid screens before bed. You can keep your bedroom cool and dark. You can accept nighttime waking as potentially normal rather than automatically disordered. Small changes can honour the sleep wisdom your ancestors developed over thousands of years. The beds we sleep in are the product of 8 millennia of human innovation. The sleep schedules we follow are the product of 2 centuries of industrial pressure. Neither is inherently right or wrong. Both reflect specific historical circumstances. You get to choose which elements of sleep history to embrace and which to leave behind. Your ancestors would marvel at your mattress and your climate control. They would envy your privacy and your soft sheets. They would be baffled by your anxiety about sleep itself. They would wonder why you fight so hard against the watching hour. They would probably think you sleep like royalty but worry like paupers. Tonight, as you lie in your comfortable bed, you carry all of this history with you. Your body remembers segmented sleep even if your mind has forgotten. Your muscles understand communal warmth even as you value privacy. Your eyes respond to darkness in the same way your ancestors' eyes did. You're connected across centuries to everyone who ever lay down to rest. Sleep well, my tired potatoes. If you wake during the night, remember the watching hour and let yourself rest in darkness without worry. Your ancestors kept vigil in the space between sleeps, and so can you. And if you enjoyed this quiet journey through time, consider subscribing so we can explore more forgotten corners of history together. Good night. Welcome to tonight's journey through one of history's most understated treasures. For the next hour, you'll discover how a single golden liquid transformed kitchens, illuminated cities, healed bodies, and connected distant shores across thousands of years. Now please imagine, if you will, in that comfy purple mattress that's so snuggly and cosy, that you're standing in a grove that predates written language. The trees around you twist skyward with bark as gnarled as braided rope. Their trunks wide enough that you'd need 3 people linking hands to encircle the oldest ones. These olive trees have witnessed empires rise and crumble, their roots drinking from the same limestone soil for 1,000 years or more. The leaves catch afternoon light with a peculiar shimmer, silver underneath, grey-green on top, creating a rustling canopy that sounds like distant rainfall even on windless days. Your fingers brush against bark that feels like cooled lava, all ridges and valleys frozen mid-flow. The tree doesn't grow straight. It spirals, corkscrews, and splits into multiple trunks that rejoin higher up, as if the wood itself can't decide which direction leads to sunlight. Some branches look dead until you notice the small green shoots emerging from what appeared to be driftwood. Olive trees, you've learned, refuse to die easily. Cut one down to a stump and it sends up new growth within seasons. Set fire to an entire grove and the roots wait patiently underground, ready to sprout again when conditions improve. The fruit hanging before you looks nothing like the glossy black olives in jars. These are small, hard, green things about the size of a large marble, with a waxy coating that repels morning dew. You pick one and bite down without thinking, then immediately regret it. The bitterness floods your mouth like you've licked a battery, a chemical tang so intense it makes your jaw ache. You spit it out quickly, understanding now why these olives need processing, need time, and need human intervention to become edible. Raw olives contain oleuropein, a compound so bitter it serves as the tree's defense mechanism against animals who might otherwise devour the fruit before seeds can spread. Around you, other harvesters work with the patience of people who've performed this task since childhood. An older woman spreads wide nets beneath a particularly heavy-laden tree, securing the corners with stones so wind won't disturb them. Two younger people carry wooden ladders worn smooth by decades of hands, positioning them carefully against branches as thick as their torsos. There's minimal talking. Everyone knows their role in this harvest that's been repeated the same way for generations, stretching back before anyone bothered recording such things. The traditional harvest happens in late autumn when the olives transition from green to purple to black, though your village prefers picking them young and green. This timing affects the oil's flavour. Earlier harvests produce oil with more bitterness and pepper, and later harvests bring sweetness and buttery notes. You watch as someone uses a hand rake to comb through branches, encouraging olives to drop into nets below without damaging the wood. The sound of fruit hitting fabric creates a gentle percussion, hundreds of small impacts that blend into white noise after a while. A few trees over, someone has climbed high into the canopy, visible only as shifting branches and the occasional glimpse of a tunic. Olives rain down in small clusters, bouncing off nets and rolling toward the edges where children wait to gather escapees. The kids compete to see who can collect the most strays, turning tedious labour into a game the way children always manage. Their laughter carries across the grove, breaking the meditative silence for a moment before being absorbed back into the rustle of silver leaves. You bend to help gather olives from a full net, scooping handfuls into a woven basket that smells of earth and previous harvests. Each olive feels cool and firm, with a weight that belies its size. The basket grows heavy quickly. Olive wood is dense, and even the fruit carries substantial mass. Your back reminds you of its presence as you hoist the full basket and carry it toward collection carts, waiting at the grove's edge. The path between trees is worn smooth by countless feet walking this exact route, autumn after autumn, carrying baskets just like yours. At the collection point, baskets get emptied into larger containers, creating small avalanches of green-purple fruit that click against wood like hail on a roof. Someone tallies the harvest in marks on a clay tablet, tracking which families contributed which amounts. The accounting matters less than you'd expect. Most of the oil will be pressed and shared communally anyway, with extra jars going to families who contributed the most labour. It's an economy based on effort rather than ownership, on collective understanding rather than written contracts. The grove extends farther than you can see from ground level, hundreds of trees marching up hillsides too rocky and steep for grain crops. This is the olive's gift to Mediterranean peoples. It thrives where wheat and barley fail, asking only for limestone soil, hot dry summers, and mild wet winters. The trees need almost no care once established. No irrigation, no fertilizer, minimal pruning. They simply exist, producing fruit year after year with a reliability that sustained civilizations through droughts that would have killed any other crop. As sunset approaches, the harvesting slows. People roll up nets, secure ladders, and cover collection baskets with fabric to protect them from dew and opportunistic birds. Tomorrow you'll begin the pressing, but tonight the olives will rest, and so will you. Walking home through dimming light, you notice how the silver undersides of olive leaves seem to glow faintly, catching the last rays of sun and holding them a moment longer than other trees. It's a small magic, this luminescence, but appropriate for a tree whose fruit will eventually become light itself. The pressing room smells of crushed vegetation and stone dust, with undertones of fermentation that aren't unpleasant once you adjust. You're standing before a millstone larger than a wagon wheel, watching it rotate slowly around a vertical axis, while a donkey plods in circles, connected to the stone by a worn wooden beam. The donkey knows this work intimately, requiring no guidance, placing each hoof with the careful precision of someone who's traced this exact circle thousands of times. Its eyes hold that distant look animals develop when performing tasks that require presence but not attention. Beneath the rolling stone, olives gradually transform from individual fruits into a purple-brown paste. The millstone doesn't crush so much as grind. Its weight sufficient to break down flesh and pit together into a thick mixture that releases the first hints of oil. You can see it glistening on the stone surface, catching light from oil lamps hung around the room. The paste collects in a stone basin carved smooth over centuries of use, its surface stained dark from countless pressings. Someone adds a new basket of olives to the mill's edge, where the stone will eventually reach them and pull them into its grinding path. The addition barely interrupts the rhythm. The donkey continues its circuit, the stone continues its rotation, and the paste grows deeper in the collection basin. Watching the process induces a kind of trance. The circular motion, the steady progress, and the gradual transformation happening at a pace that defeats impatience. This isn't work you can rush. Oil extraction requires time to do its work properly. When the paste reaches sufficient consistency, something judged by eye and texture rather than measurement, workers scoop it into woven bags made from esparto grass or hemp. These bags get stacked carefully on a pressing platform, alternating with round wooden discs that distribute pressure evenly. You help position the bags, feeling the paste's cool moisture seep through the weaving, leaving your hands slick. The paste smells vegetal and alive, nothing like the refined oil you'll eventually pour into storage jars. The press itself dominates the room, a massive wooden screw carved from a single beam, operated by a long lever that extends out like a ship's boom. The screw's threads are hand-cut, showing the irregular marks of the adze that shaped them. 4 people take positions along the lever, preparing to walk the circle that will drive the screw downward into the stacked bags. Someone gives a signal and everyone pushes, leaning their weight into wood smoothed by countless palms. The screw descends slowly, grudgingly, protesting with creaks that echo off stone walls. As pressure builds, the first oil emerges. It seeps through the bag, weaving, runs down the sides of the discs, and collects in a shallow trough carved into the pressing platform. The liquid catches lamplight and throws it back transformed, no longer white light but something golden, viscous, and alive. This first pressing produces the finest oil, cold extracted without heat, carrying the full complexity of the fruit. You watch it accumulate with the satisfaction of witnessing creation, raw material becoming treasure through nothing but pressure and patience. The workers continue pushing, walking their circle around the press, adding their strength to the screw's mechanical advantage. The more oil flows, the more the bags flatten, and the paste inside compresses into denser layers. Eventually the flow slows to occasional drops, each one forming at the bag's lowest point, swelling, then falling to join its predecessors in the collection trough. When drops become rare enough to count individually, the pressing stops. The bags get removed, and the compressed paste inside is now formed into hard cakes. These pressed cakes still contain oil, but extracting it requires different methods. Some producers add hot water and press again, creating a lower grade oil suitable for lamps rather than tables. Others save the cakes as fuel. They burn slowly and steadily, perfect for heating bath water or firing pottery kilns. Nothing goes to waste in this economy where olives represent months of labour transformed into liquid value. You help transfer the freshly pressed oil from the collection trough into settling vessels, wide clay containers where the oil will separate from residual water and plant particles. The settling takes days, gravity doing slow work that can't be hurried. Oil floats naturally above water, creating a distinct boundary you can see even in lamplight. The finest oil rises to the top, clear and golden. Below it, a layer of cloudy oil mixed with plant particles. Below that, the vegetable water, called amurca, is still useful for various purposes, but is no longer food. The pressing room maintains a temperature cooler than outside, taking advantage of thick stone walls and minimal windows. Heat damages oil, encouraging rancidity and destroying the delicate compounds that give good oil its character. The workers here understand chemistry without knowing its name, using observation and tradition to guide processes that modern science has only recently explained. They know that green olives pressed early yield spicy oil. They know that damaged fruit creates off flavours. They know that metal containers corrupt the taste while clay preserves it. A large jar in the corner holds oil from earlier pressings, its surface covered with a layer of natural sediment that protects the liquid beneath from oxidation. Someone dips a small clay cup into the clear oil below the sediment layer, then offers it to you. You taste it carefully. First the fruit, then the pepper at the back of your throat, then a bitterness that's somehow pleasant. All of it balanced in a way that makes you understand why people have valued this substance for thousands of years. It tastes like the grove, like sunlight on silver leaves, like patient labour rewarded. As the day's pressing concludes, workers clean tools with hot water and coarse cloths, scrubbing away paste residue before it can harden. The millstone gets a final rotation with nothing beneath it, clearing away remaining debris. The donkey is unhitched, led to water and feed. Its work done until tomorrow brings another rotation of the same wheel, the same circle, the same transformation of fruit into gold. You leave the pressing room with hands that smell of olives, a scent that will linger for days no matter how many times you wash. Your kitchen measures perhaps 12 feet square, with a floor of packed earth worn smooth as river stones. Sunlight enters through a single window covered with an oiled cloth that glows amber when backlit. The room's heart is a raised hearth built from stacked stone, its surface blackened by decades of cooking fires. Next to the hearth sits a row of storage vessels, each taller than a child, their clay surfaces cool despite the warm afternoon. One of these jars holds olive oil, perhaps 40 litres pressed last autumn, sealed with a clay stopper and wax to keep air from spoiling its contents. You tip the large jar carefully, letting oil flow into a smaller vessel that's easier to handle. The oil moves more slowly than water, with a thickness that makes it want to cling to surfaces. It catches light as it pours, transforming from golden to amber to almost green depending on the angle. This oil will flavour tonight's meal and tomorrow's and the day after that. A constant presence in cooking as fundamental as fire itself. Without it, your cuisine would lose half its identity, becoming something unrecognisable to anyone raised on the Mediterranean shores. On a wooden cutting board you arrange vegetables for tonight's meal. Leeks, onions, some early greens, and lentils that have been soaking since morning. The knife in your hand is bronze, its edge requiring regular sharpening but holding a keenness that iron tools will later struggle to match. You chop the leeks into rounds and the onions into rough chunks, working with the casual efficiency of someone who's prepared thousands of meals. Each piece falls into a clay bowl already slicked with olive oil, the vegetables beginning their transformation even before heat arrives. The cooking pot is ceramic, its inside surface darkened by use but still sound, free of cracks that would let liquid seep through. You pour olive oil into the pot first, enough to coat the bottom generously, perhaps a quarter cup by modern measurements, though you judge by eye and habit rather than precise amounts. The oil spreads across the pot's interior, finding every curve and depression, creating a golden pool that will prevent food from sticking and contribute its own flavour to whatever cooks within. Coals from the morning's fire still glow red beneath white ash. You brush away the ash with a bundle of straw, exposing the heat beneath, then position the pot carefully over the hottest section. The oil begins warming immediately, its surface developing the faintest shimmer as convection currents move through it. You test the temperature by dropping a small piece of onion into the oil. It should sizzle gently without immediately browning, creating a sustained hiss that tells you the heat is right. The vegetables go in next, tumbling from bowl to pot with sounds that satisfy on some primal level. The hiss of moisture meeting hot oil, the crackle as sugars begin to caramelize, and the aromatic steam that rises to fill the kitchen with promise. You stir with a wooden spoon worn smooth by years of use, its handle permanently stained with oil that's seeped into the wood grain. The vegetables soften gradually, their colours intensifying rather than fading, olive oil preserving the bright greens and deep purples in ways that water-based cooking never could. A small jug on the shelf holds oil reserved for finishing dishes, the finest pressing, kept separate for drizzling over food just before serving. This oil never sees heat, preserving all the delicate compounds that make it special. You'll use it tonight to dress lentils after they finish cooking, adding a final layer of flavour that heat-treated oil can't provide. The difference between cooking oil and finishing oil matters enormously, though explaining exactly why requires vocabulary your culture hasn't yet developed. While the vegetables cook, you prepare flatbread dough. Flour, water, a pinch of salt and olive oil work together until the mixture stops sticking to your hands. The oil makes the dough more forgiving, easier to handle and less likely to tear when you stretch it thin. You let it rest while the lentils simmer, the dough developing texture through time rather than effort. Later you'll form it into circles, cooking them directly on a hot stone at the hearth's edge, brushing each finished bread with olive oil to keep it soft. In the corner, a smaller jar holds olive oil infused with herbs. Rosemary, thyme and bay leaves submerged in oil for weeks until their essences permeate the liquid. You use this for special occasions, but even ordinary days might see it appear if meals feel too plain. The herbs add complexity, yes, but more importantly they preserve the oil's freshness, their natural antibacterial properties extending shelf life in ways that seem almost magical. You understand this works without knowing why, following practices handed down through generations of cooks who discovered through trial and error what science will later explain. The lentils need another addition of oil midway through cooking, not for flavour this time but to prevent them from foaming over. A thin stream poured across the pot's surface calms the bubbling immediately, the oil spreading to trap and collapse foam before it can escape. This trick works so reliably you barely think about it anymore, just as you barely think about breathing. Olive oil isn't an ingredient you add to cooking, it's the medium within which cooking happens, as essential as the pot itself. As evening deepens, you light lamps throughout the house. These are simple clay vessels with a spout for the wick and a hole for pouring fuel. Olive oil fills each lamp the same oil you cook with, though perhaps an older pressing or a lower grade that's developed a slight bitterness. The wicks are twisted flax, trimmed regularly to prevent smoking. You light them one by one, watching small flames appear and settle into steady burning. The light they cast is warmer than later petroleum products will provide, with a slight golden quality that makes skin look healthier and food more appetizing. The meal finishes cooking as full darkness arrives. You ladle lentils into shallow bowls, vegetables into a communal dish, and bread onto a wooden board. The final touch, that reserved finishing oil, gets drizzled over everything with a practiced hand, creating glossy pools that sink slowly into the hot food. The aroma is extraordinary, all the meal's elements unified by this single ingredient that's touched every component from raw to finished. You eat with bread torn by hand, using pieces to scoop up lentils and vegetables, the bread's oil-brush surface making each bite rich enough to satisfy without overwhelming. After the meal, you save the oil that remains in serving dishes, pouring it back into storage rather than discarding it. This oil has taken on flavours from the food it touched, making it perfect for tomorrow's cooking, where those flavours will contribute to new dishes. Nothing goes to waste in a household where olive oil represents stored labour, stored sunlight, and stored wealth in its most fungible form. The jars in your kitchen hold more than food. They hold security, knowing that even if grain harvests fail, these sealed vessels contain enough calories to see your family through lean months. You're walking through the city after sunset, navigating streets that would be treacherous without illumination. Light spills from every window and doorway, each building contributing its share to the collective effort of holding darkness at bay. The primary source of all this light hangs from brackets, sits in niches, and rests on ledges. Thousands of small clay lamps, each burning olive oil with a steadiness that candles will later struggle to match. The flames are surprisingly bright, numerous enough that you can read inscriptions on public buildings, recognise faces from 20 feet away, and avoid stepping in things better left unmentioned. The city's main street features elaborate lampstands taller than a person, designed to illuminate public spaces where citizens gather after daylight ends. These stands hold multiple lamps arranged in tiers, creating islands of brightness that push back shadows. Someone maintains these lamps, refilling oil, trimming wicks, and ensuring flames don't fail during the night hours when their absence would be most keenly felt. It's a public service as important as maintaining wells or repairing roads, paid for by wealthy citizens who understand that dark streets discourage commerce and encourage crimes. You pass a merchant shop where a lamplight streams through an open doorway, revealing customers examining goods despite the late hour. The shop's interior blazes with perhaps 20 lamps positioned throughout the space, on counters, hanging from the ceiling, tucked into corners to eliminate all shadows. This abundance of light represents significant expense, with olive oil consumed by the litre each night, but the merchant considers it essential. Customers won't buy what they can't properly see, and the extended hours more than compensate for the fuel costs. A temple ahead uses light as an element of religious experience, with hundreds of lamps arranged to create specific effects. Flames reflect off polished marble, multiply in bronze mirrors, and cast shadows of columns that seem to dance as air currents make the flames flicker. The priests understand lighting design intuitively, positioning lamps to emphasize divine statues while leaving other areas in mysterious dimness. The interplay of the light and shadow transforms architecture into theatre, making the sacred space feel separate from the mundane world outside. At a corner, you notice someone refilling street lamps from a large jug, moving from bracket to bracket with practiced efficiency. The lamplighter pours oil through a small funnel, careful not to spill or overfill, knowing exactly how much each lamp needs to burn through the night. When one lamp shows a weak flame, the lamplighter adjusts the wick, pulling it slightly higher to draw more oil, increasing brightness. This work continues every evening, a routine as regular as sunrise, ensuring the city never returns to the vulnerability of total darkness. You turn down a residential street where light is more modest but still present. Each household maintains at least one lamp visible from the street, a contribution to collective safety that custom demands even from the poorest families. Some windows show the warm glow of multiple lamps inside, suggesting households wealthy enough for evening activities beyond sleep. Others display single flames, sufficient for basic tasks but leaving much of the interior in darkness. You can map the neighbourhood's economic geography by counting visible flames. A tavern ahead spills light and sound into the street, its doorway bright as midday. Inside, lamps hang from every available beam, clustered so densely their individual flames blend into general brilliance. The tavern keeper understands that darkness encourages sleep, while light encourages spending. So the oil flows freely, the wicks burn tall, and customers linger hours past what they originally intended. This calculated generosity with lighting costs less than the additional wine and food sales it generates. Down a side alley, you glimpse a different kind of flame, the blue-tinged burn of a lamp fueled by something other than pure olive oil. Lower-grade pressings, vegetable water with residual oil content, and even fish oil in coastal cities. All these find their way into lamps when pure olive oil's cost exceeds someone's budget. The resulting flames burn dirtier, producing more smoke and less light, but still push back darkness more effectively than no light at all. You can judge household finances by the quality of flame visible through windows. A bathhouse complex ahead glows like a beacon, light streaming from high windows where steam clouds the glass. Inside, hundreds of lamps maintain illumination even in the bathing rooms, where moisture and heat create challenges for maintaining flames. Special lamps with protective covers keep water from drowning wicks, while ventilation systems draw smoke away before it can accumulate enough to bother bathers. The bathhouse advertises its luxury partly through this profligate use of light. If they can afford to illuminate even the changing rooms brilliantly, clearly they spare no expense elsewhere. You reach your destination, a friend's apartment on the third floor of an insula. The building's stairwell is dark except for a single lamp on each landing, just enough to prevent falls but requiring careful attention to where you place your feet. This minimal lighting represents a calculated economy. The building's landlord provides enough oil for safety but nothing more. Residents who want brighter stairwells bring their own lamps, carrying them up and down like the portable light sources that they are. Inside your friend's apartment, several lamps create a comfortable glow that makes the small space feel welcoming. The lamps sit on a shelf specifically designed for them, positioned to illuminate the room without risk of being knocked over. Wicks are trimmed short to prevent smoking, and flames are adjusted to provide light without wasting oil. Your friend demonstrates a technique for making oil last longer, adding water to the lamp's base, creating a layer beneath the oil that the wick can't reach. As the oil burns down, it eventually sits atop water, and the wick stops drawing fuel precisely when the oil is exhausted, preventing waste. You notice how the lamplight makes everything look slightly golden, skin tones warmer, food more appetizing, and the room's worn furniture more presentable. This is olive oil's gift beyond mere illumination. It transforms vision itself, making the night world gentler than daylight ever appears. Modern electric light will later strip away this warmth, replacing it with harsh neutrality that claims to show things as they really are. But people raised by olive oil flames know the truth. Reality has always been golden at the edges, warm in the shadows, and soft where darkness and light meet. As you eventually leave and walk home, the city's lights create a constellation at ground level, each flame a small star burning olive oil instead of hydrogen. The collective brightness is sufficient that you can see clouds reflecting the glow, the night sky above the city subtly lighter than the rural darkness beyond the walls. This artificial day extends human activity hours past what nature intended, and all of it runs on olives, on groves and presses and jars of golden fuel that makes civilization possible after sunset. You're watching a physician prepare for treatment in a room that smells of herbs and heated olive oil. The physician works at a table covered with small ceramic vessels, each containing different preparations, some pure oil, others infused with plant materials whose properties have been observed and catalogued through generations of practice. The doctor's hands move with the confidence of someone who's performed these preparations thousands of times, measuring by eye, adjusting proportions based on factors that have more to do with intuition than formula. A patient sits nearby, an older man with joint pain that worsens each winter. The physician warms olive oil in a shallow bronze pan held over a small brazier, monitoring temperature by testing drops on the back of one hand. When the oil reaches the right warmth, hot enough to feel therapeutic but not burning, the physician applies it to the patient's knees, working the oil into the skin with firm circular motions. The patient's expression shifts from discomfort to relief as warmth penetrates into joints, the oil carrying heat deeper than it would penetrate alone. The massage continues for perhaps 20 minutes, the physician's hands never pausing, maintaining constant contact with skin that gradually pinked from increased blood flow. More oil gets added as the first application absorbs into the skin, the physician using far more than you'd expect, believing that generous amounts work better than conservative applications. The excess doesn't bother anyone. What doesn't absorb will be wiped away, and the oil will be transferred to cloths that will later be used for other purposes. Nothing goes to waste. On the table, another preparation waits, olive oil infused with chamomile, lavender, and something else you don't recognize. The physician explains that this mixture helps with sleep troubles, the herb's properties carried into the body through skin absorption. You're skeptical about herbs affecting sleep through topical application, but the physician insists that patients report better rest after evening massages with this particular blend. Whether it works through absorption or simply because warm oil massage relaxes people, the result seems consistent enough to justify the preparation's existence. A younger woman arrives with a skin condition, patches of dry, flaking skin on her arms that itch constantly. The physician examines the affected areas, then reaches for a jar of olive oil mixed with beeswax and something that smells faintly of pine. This preparation has the consistency of soft butter, spreading easily, but staying where it's applied rather than running off skin. The physician applies it generously to the affected areas, explaining that the oil softens the skin while the wax creates a barrier that prevents moisture loss. The pine component, collected as resin from local trees, helps reduce inflammation through mechanisms the physician doesn't fully understand but has observed countless times. You watch the physician prepare a wound dressing for someone who burned their hand in a cooking fire. A clean cloth gets soaked in olive oil and then wrapped around the injury after cleaning. The oil-soaked bandage keeps air from reaching the burned skin, reducing pain and preventing the wound from drying into hard scabs that might crack and reopen. The physician changes the dressing daily, each time applying fresh oil, maintaining the wound in a moist environment that promotes healing. Modern medicine will eventually prove this treatment effective, though the physician's great-great-grandchildren won't live long enough to see that validation. In the corner, large storage jars hold olive oil reserved specifically for medical use. Not necessarily the finest pressing, but clean oil from healthy fruit, free of the rancidity that develops in poorly stored supplies. The physician checks these stores regularly, ensuring sufficient quantity to handle the regular stream of patients who arrive seeking treatment for ailments ranging from minor skin irritations to serious injuries. During epidemic years, oil consumption increases dramatically as the physician treats more patients than usual, applying oil to fever-hot skin, mixing it with medicines that need a carrier base, and using it to prevent bed sores in patients too weak. To move, a shelf holds specialised tools, bronze instruments for scraping oil from skin after massages, small cups for mixing preparations, mortars for grinding herbs that will be infused into oil, and delicate measuring spoons that allow precise dosing when patients need specific amounts of medicated preparations. Each tool shows the wear of regular use, bronze surfaces polished by countless cleanings, and ceramic mortars stained from hundreds of different herb mixtures. This is a working space, not decorative. Every item is present because it serves a practical purpose. The physician prepares an oil mixture for you to take home, explaining its use for minor cuts and scrapes. The base is pure olive oil, with small amounts of crushed garlic for its antibacterial properties and honey for wound sealing. The mixture smells pungent but not unpleasant, and the physician assures you it prevents the festering that turns minor injuries into serious problems. You'll use it whenever someone in your household suffers a cut, applying it twice daily until healing completes. The preparation will last months if stored properly, the olive oil preventing bacterial growth in the honey-garlic mixture through mechanisms nobody will understand for another 2,000 years. Before leaving, you notice the physician's own hands, smooth, supple, and showing none of the roughness you'd expect from someone who works constantly. The physician catches your glance and holds up both hands, demonstrating skin that seems younger than the face above it. The secret is simple. Constant contact with olive oil, hands soaking in it daily through the work of treating others. The oil penetrates so deeply and so regularly that the physician's skin maintains flexibility that people decades younger might envy. It's an occupational benefit, unintended but welcome, that makes the physician's hands themselves an advertisement for oil's properties. You head to the public baths next, a routine that's as much about social connection as hygiene. The bath complex's entrance area smells powerfully of olive oil, the scent intensified by heat and humidity drifting from the bathing rooms beyond. Attendants stand ready with bronze implements and ceramic vessels, prepared to perform the scraping ritual that's become central to bathing culture. You pass through to the changing room, storing clothes in a cubby while trying to remember which number your belongings occupy. The warm room comes first, with a temperature comfortable enough to begin sweating without shocking the system. An attendant approaches with a ceramic vessel of olive oil, offering to perform the full cleansing ritual. You agree, and the attendant begins applying oil generously across your skin, arms, legs, back, chest, using enough that it runs in small rivulets before being spread more evenly. The oil sits on skin without immediately absorbing, creating a slick barrier between you and the world. The warm room's heat increases your skin's temperature gradually, opening pores and encouraging perspiration that mixes with the olive oil coating your body. After perhaps 15 minutes, when sweat has begun flowing freely, the attendant returns with a strigil, a curved bronze blade with a handle designed specifically for scraping oil and dirt from skin. The scraping process looks violent, but feels surprisingly pleasant. The blade removing oil, dead skin cells, sweat, and accumulated grime in long strokes that leave clean skin behind. You watch the mixture of oil and remove material collect at the strigil's edge, forming a grey-brown substance that's promptly wiped onto a cloth after each pass. The attendant works methodically, covering every accessible area, occasionally adding more oil where skin seems dry. The scraping removes far more than you expected, revealing skin that looks brighter, feels smoother, and seems to glow with health that wasn't visible before. This is cleaning through oil, paradoxically using fat to remove fat, relying on olive oil's ability to dissolve the oils and grime that water alone can't touch. After the scraping completes, a rinse with clean water removes any remaining oil, though some inevitably stays absorbed into skin, providing moisturising benefits that will last for days. You move through the progressively hotter rooms, then to the cold plunge, the temperature shock closing pores that the warm rooms opened. Throughout the process, olive oil remains present, in lamps providing light, in the massage oil an attendant offers for an additional fee, and in the preparation people apply to their hair to maintain shine and manageability. Leaving the baths, your skin feels different than when you arrived. Softer, cleaner, and somehow more alive. The olive oil treatment has removed layers of dead cells, stimulated circulation, and moisturised deeply enough that you won't need any additional treatment for days. This bathing ritual, practiced by millions across the empire, represents olive oil's role in daily life. A role so fundamental that imagining bathing without it seems impossible. Future generations will use soap and will shower under running water, but they'll lose something in the process. The ritual intimacy with oil that's made skincare a meditative practice rather than a rushed necessity. You're standing on a dock where cargo ships arrive from distant ports, their holds filled with trade goods that represent the economic lifeblood of maritime commerce. Among the crates and bundles, one type of container dominates, the amphora, a clay vessel designed specifically for transporting olive oil across seas. These amphorae stand taller than a child, with pointed bottoms that make them useless for setting on flat surfaces, but perfect for securing in ship holds. Their shape has evolved over centuries toward maximum efficiency, holding approximately 25 litres while remaining light enough for a single person to carry when full. Longshoremen work in teams, moving amphorae from ship to dock using techniques that minimise breakage. One worker positions himself in the ship's hold, hoisting amphorae to a second worker standing at the rail, who passes them to a third on the dock. The amphorae never touch ground during this transfer, always held by someone or leaning against something, their pointed bottoms making them tip immediately if released. This instability is intentional. It forces careful handling, reducing the casual roughness that breaks containers and spills valuable contents. Each amphora bears stamps pressed into its clay handles before firing, marks identifying the producer, the origin estate, and sometimes even the specific year of pressing. These stamps serve as quality guarantees, reputations distilled into small symbols that buyers learn to recognize. An amphora stamped with certain marks commands premium prices because everyone knows those producers harvest early, press carefully, and store properly. Other stamps indicate bulk oil suitable for lamps or soap making rather than direct consumption. The entire system relies on reputation because there's no way to test oil quality before purchasing except by trusting the stamps. You watch a merchant examining amphorae just unloaded from a ship that arrived from somewhere in Greece. The merchant inspects seals on each vessel, ensuring they haven't been broken during transport, checking for cracks in the clay that might indicate spoilage from seawater infiltration. One amphora shows a small crack near the bottom, and the merchant sets it aside for immediate use, knowing it won't survive further transport or extended storage. The oil inside remains good, but the container has become a liability rather than an asset. Prices fluctuate based on information that flows through the same shipping lanes as the oil itself. Word arrives that the harvest failed in one region, and immediately amphorae from that area become more valuable. News of bumper crops elsewhere suppresses prices for oil from successful regions. Pirates captured a convoy last month, and the lost cargo creates temporary scarcity that drives up values. This price instability means merchants who can store oil safely through lean periods make fortunes by selling when supply tightens. In a warehouse behind the docks, thousands of amphorae stand in organised rows, each marked with information about contents, origin, and arrival date. The warehouse keeper maintains careful records, knowing exactly which oils are aging well and which should be sold quickly before they turn rancid. Some oils improve with time, developing complexity that young pressing lacks. Others peak immediately and decline steadily. The warehouse keeper's expertise lies in understanding these differences, in knowing which amphorae to hold and which to liquidate. You follow a convoy of carts loaded with amphorae heading inland from the port. The carts move slowly, drivers careful to avoid jolts that might crack clay vessels. The road itself is surprisingly smooth. Maintaining trade routes benefits everyone, so communities along major roads dedicate substantial resources to repairs and improvements. Without good roads, amphora transport becomes prohibitively expensive due to breakage, so road quality directly affects olive oil prices in inland markets. At a way station, you observe the careful process of unloading amphorae for overnight storage. Each vessel gets checked for leaks, then positioned upright in sand-filled boxes that hold them steady. The sand absorbs any seepage while providing cushioning against accidental impacts. This attention to detail throughout the supply chain represents the difference between profitable and unprofitable trade. Oil that reaches markets in good condition sells well. Oil that arrives rancid or leaked away represents pure loss. A merchant you're travelling with explains the economics. An amphora of premium oil cost them 40 denarii at the port. Transport inland will cost another 10. If they reach the destination city without losses, they can sell for 70 denarii, a healthy but not excessive profit that rewards the risk and effort of moving goods from coast to interior. But if half the amphorae break during transport, the profitable venture becomes a disaster. This calculation drives every decision about which roads to take, how fast to travel, and how much to pay for quality carts and experienced drivers. You pass a broken amphora by the roadside, its contents long since soaked into the earth, leaving only pottery shards and a dark stain. The merchant points to it as a cautionary tale. Someone tried to save money with cheaper containers or faster travel, and this is the result. The broken amphora likely represented someone's profit margin for an entire shipment, the loss enough to make the difference between success and failure for a small merchant's yearly ventures. At a market in an inland city, you watch the final step of the journey. Amphorae being opened for the first time since sealing months earlier at Mediterranean coastal estates. A merchant breaks the wax seal carefully, then extracts the clay stopper, immediately smelling the contents to verify quality. Good oil smells fruity and fresh despite its journey. Poor oil reeks of rancidity, of oxidation that's turned fats into compounds that taste as bad as they smell. The merchant's nose determines whether an amphora's contents will be sold as food-grade oil or diverted to industrial uses. Some amphorae contain oil that's travelled unbelievable distances, from groves in North Africa, from estates in Spain, and from islands in the eastern Mediterranean. Each amphora's stamp tells a story of climate and soil and production methods specific to its origin. The diversity available in large city markets would have been unimaginable a few generations earlier, before maritime trade networks integrated olive-producing regions into a single economy. Now you can taste oil from a dozen different regions in a single afternoon, comparing flavours that reflect terroir as distinctly as wines will later demonstrate. The merchant who opened the amphorae offers taste to potential buyers, pouring small amounts into clay cups. People taste thoughtfully, letting the oil coat their mouths, paying attention to the finish and aftertaste. Some spit after tasting, saving their appetite for food rather than consuming oil directly. Others swallow, appreciating oils that are good enough to enjoy by the spoonful. The tasting process resembles later wine culture's formality, with its own vocabulary for describing qualities that separate excellent from merely adequate. You purchase an amphora of oil from somewhere you've never visited, trusting the stamps and the merchant's reputation. The pointed bottom means you'll need to find a stand to hold it upright in your home, or sink it into sand in a storage room, or lay it on its side in a rack designed for that purpose. The awkward shape that made transport efficient now becomes your problem, a puzzle to solve before you can access the contents. But once solved, this amphora will provide oil for your household for weeks or months. A connection to distant groves and foreign hands that pressed these olives, sealed this container, and sent it off on a journey that ends in your home. You're standing in a temple where olive oil's role transcends practical utility, entering the realm of the sacred. The air smells of burning oil from dozens of lamps, but also of fragrant oils prepared specifically for religious purposes. Olive oil infused with myrrh, frankincense, spikenard and other precious substances that transform it, from cooking fat to holy. Ointment. A priest prepares for evening rituals, checking that eternal flames still burn, that oil reserves remain sufficient, and that the sacred objects requiring anointing have received their regular applications. The eternal flame occupies the temple's central position, burning in a special lamp that's never allowed to extinguish. This lamp holds the finest olive oil, changed daily to ensure purity, tended by priests whose primary duty is maintaining its flame. The theological implications run deep. Light itself represents divine presence, and olive oil fuels that presence, making it a medium through which the sacred enters the physical world. When priests light lamps from the eternal flame, they're not just providing illumination, but propagating holiness through fire fed by blessed oil. A ceremony begins as a family arrives with their infant for dedication rituals. The priest brings out a small golden vessel containing anointing oil. Olive oil blessed through prayers and mixed with aromatic compounds worth more per ounce than gold. Using a thumb, the priest marks the infant's forehead with a small cross of oil, speaking words that connect this child to generations of ancestors who received identical marks. The oil sits visibly on the infant's skin, slowly absorbing, carrying with it whatever properties the blessing supposedly imparted. You watch as the priest anoints other objects, a new altar cloth, a restored section of temple wall, and a bronze shield dedicated by a successful general. Each receives oil applied with specific prayers, the liquid itself becoming a vehicle for making common things holy. The oil doesn't change physically from this treatment, but in everyone's understanding it changes essentially, becoming something more than pressed olives, even while remaining exactly that. This dual nature, simultaneously mundane and sacred, makes olive oil uniquely suited for religious purposes. In a preparation room you see the process of making sacred oil. The base is pure olive oil from the first pressing, chosen for quality that reflects the importance of its intended use. To this base, priests add ground cinnamon, cassia, myrrh and other aromatic plants, mixing carefully while reciting prayers meant to infuse the blend with spiritual properties. The resulting oil smells overwhelming and complex, unlike anything used in daily life. Its cost per litre would feed a family for months, making lavish use of it a genuine sacrifice, resources directed toward divine purposes rather than human comfort. A storage room holds amphorae of sacred oil, sealed and marked with symbols indicating their consecrated status. These oils are never used for cooking or lamps or any mundane purpose. To do so would be blasphemy, a mixing of categories that must remain separate. Yet they're still olive oil, chemically identical to what fills kitchen jars throughout the city. The difference exists entirely in human intention and social agreement. No test could distinguish sacred from profane oil. This fact bothers no one. The distinction feels as real as the oil itself. During a wedding ceremony, you watch the priest use oil to bless the couple, marking their hands with fragrant oil while pronouncing them joined. The oil's presence in this ceremony isn't decorative. It represents prosperity, divine favour, and the hope that their union will prove as fruitful as olive trees and as enduring as groves that outlive the humans who plant them. Later, the couple will take home a small vessel of blessed oil, keeping it in their household as protection, and a reminder of vows spoken before witnesses human and divine. A funeral procession arrives, and olive oil plays yet another role in this transition. The body has been anointed with oil as part of preparation for burial, the oil preserving the flesh, while symbolising care and respect for the deceased. Oil-soaked cloths wrap the body, maintaining moisture and preventing the accelerated decomposition that would occur in dry air. Some of these oils are expensive, with families spending significant portions of their savings to ensure proper treatment of their dead. The smell of aromatic oils mixed with human death creates an odour both pleasant and disturbing, beauty and decay intermingled. In a private room, the priest teaches an initiate how to mix sacred oils, explaining proportions and prayers that must accompany the work. This knowledge passes through oral tradition. master to student, creating lineages of specialists who understand both the practical chemistry and ritual requirements of sacred oil production. The initiate watches carefully, memorizing not just what the priest does, but how, the specific gestures and words that supposedly transform mixing into blessing. Years from now, this initiate will teach another, and the tradition will continue, olive oil linking generations through unbroken chains of practice. You notice how much olive oil the temple consumes, hundreds of litres monthly just for lamps, dozens more for anointing and blessing, and special reserves for major ceremonies. Maintaining this consumption requires dedicated olive groves, estates that exist solely to supply religious institutions. These sacred groves are managed no differently than commercial ones. They're pruned, harvested, and pressed using identical methods. Yet their oil goes directly to temples, never entering normal commerce, creating a parallel economy of divine provision that mirrors but never touches the secular oil trade. As evening prayers conclude, priests circulate through the temple lighting additional lamps, each flame representing a prayer, a hope, and a connection between worshipper and divine. The practice creates a constellation of small lights, hundreds of flames burning olive oil while people kneel or stand in prayer. The visual effect is powerful, darkness pushed back by collective effort, each lamp an individual contribution to communal brightness. Without olive oil, this display would be impossible. Without olive groves, these temples would stand dark and silent. Walking home through darkness held at bay by oil lamps lining the streets, you reflect on how completely olive oil has woven itself into every aspect of life. It lights your path, flavours your food, heals your injuries, cleanses your body, connects distant regions through trade, and links you to the divine through sacred rituals. No other substance touches so many domains, serves so many purposes, and proves so essential while remaining so humble. The olive tree itself seems unremarkable, gnarled, slow-growing, and demanding little. Yet from its fruit flows civilization's golden thread, binding together all the separate elements that make human life more than mere survival. You're standing in a grove that's witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations, its oldest trees planted so long ago that no records document their origins. These ancient olives have felt the footsteps of peoples who spoke languages now lost, who worshipped gods whose names nobody remembers, and who built cities that have eroded back into the hillsides they once crowned. The trees remain, still producing fruit indifferent to the human dramas that have played out beneath their branches. An archaeologist working nearby explains that olive pits found in local excavations date back 8,000 years, meaning people have been harvesting these hillsides since before pottery, before metal tools, and before writing. The relationship between humans and olives here predates civilization itself, existing in some form through every era of human development from stone tools to satellite imagery. The groves you're standing in might not be that ancient, but they descend from those first cultivated trees in an unbroken chain of propagation that spans hundreds of generations. You run your hand along bark that feels like frozen time, ridges and valleys recording decades of growth in patterns as unique as fingerprints. This particular tree is old enough that 3 people linking hands couldn't encircle its trunk. Its hollow interior could shelter several children during rainstorms, yet it produces fruit as reliably as trees a tenth its age. Olive trees don't age like other plants. They don't gradually weaken and die, but simply grow thicker, more gnarled, and more impossible looking while maintaining vitality that seems to contradict everything you understand about mortality. The archaeologist points out ancient stone terraces built to prevent soil erosion. Their construction so solid they still function centuries after the civilization that built them vanished. These terraces create level planting areas on slopes too steep for agriculture, catching rainwater and preserving topsoil that would otherwise wash away during winter storms. The labour involved in building them was enormous. Thousands of hours moving stones, levelling ground, and creating the infrastructure necessary for olive cultivation in challenging terrain. Yet the investment proved worthwhile over time frames that dwarf human lifespans. You notice evidence of ancient pressing operations, circular depressions carved into bedrock where millstones once turned, channels that guided oil from pressing platforms to collection vessels, and anchoring points for press beams. These installations functioned for generations before being abandoned when economic conditions shifted or populations declined. Now they're covered with moss and leaves, slowly eroding, their purpose obvious only to trained observers. The groves they served continue producing, indifferent to whether humans still press their fruit or leave it to fall and rot. Climate patterns recorded in ice cores and lake sediments reveal that this region has experienced dramatic changes during the olive grove's existence. Periods of extreme drought should have killed these trees, yet somehow they endured, their deep roots finding moisture other plants couldn't access. Invasions swept through repeatedly, armies burning farms and slaughtering populations, but olive trees survived because they're nearly impossible to kill completely. Even if trunk and branches burn to ash, roots send up new growth, rebuilding from below ground with patience that makes human urgency seem absurd. An ancient olive tree nearby shows clear signs of having been cut down, then regrowing from the stump, creating multiple new trunks that fuse together over time. The practice of coppicing olives for wood while preserving their root systems allowed farmers to harvest the trees themselves without ending production. The regrown trunks might take 20 years to begin bearing fruit again, but in the olive's timeline, 20 years is nothing, barely worth noticing. This one tree has probably been cut and regrown 5 or 6 times over its existence, each cycle producing decades of firewood while the roots waited patiently for their chance to rebuild. You sit beneath a massive olive and try to imagine the lives it's witnessed. People have sat exactly here for centuries, seeking shade from Mediterranean heat, perhaps eating olives from this very tree. Children have climbed its branches. Lovers have carved initials into bark that later grew over and obscured their declarations. Battles may have raged nearby while the tree simply continued its slow cycle of flowering and fruiting, indifferent to human violence. The tree has probably lived through famines, plagues, golden ages, dark ages, conquests and liberations, all while doing nothing but being a tree. The archaeologist mentions that olive trees can effectively live forever through a process of continuous renewal. As the central trunk ages and hollows, the tree sends up new shoots from its base. These shoots eventually become new trunks while the old one gradually crumbles away. The root system remains unbroken through this process, meaning the tree's identity persists, even though none of its above-ground parts might be original. Some of the groves in this region may have been continuously alive since before humans began writing down history. Modern threats to these ancient groves come not from the climate or diseases that have always challenged olive cultivation, but from economic changes that make old trees less valuable than the land they occupy. You've heard of developers cutting down 1,000-year-old olives to build resorts, of ancient groves being replaced by crops that produce faster returns. The trees that survived every historical catastrophe now face chainsaws guided by spreadsheets showing that quick profits from destruction exceed the patient income from preservation. Yet some groves remain protected, recognised as cultural heritage as important as ancient buildings or archaeological sites. These protected groves are maintained using traditional methods, pressed with equipment that would be familiar to farmers from centuries past, and producing oil marketed specifically as coming from ancient trees. Whether the oil actually tastes different is debatable, but customers pay premium prices for the connection to history, for fruit from trees that their great-great-great-grandparents might have harvested. Walking through these groves as afternoon light creates dramatic contrast between illuminated leaves and deep shadows, you feel a strange temporal vertigo. Everything around you looks timeless. It could be a scene from any century in the past 2,000 years. The trees haven't changed. The hillsides haven't changed. If you squint slightly, you can imagine yourself in any era. The present just another moment in an endless chain of harvests and pressings that extends beyond memory in both directions. The archaeological evidence scattered throughout these hillsides tells a story of continuous use despite political chaos. When one empire collapsed and the population fled, within a generation or two, new people arrived and resumed harvesting the groves. The olive trees themselves served as attractants, their presence advertising that this land could support human communities. Abandon a grain field and within a year it reverts to wild grasses, but abandon an olive grove and decades later it's still there, still producing, still waiting for humans to return and resume the partnership. You collect a few olives from the ground, examining them closely. They're the same size and shape as the preserved olives archaeologists find in ancient shipwrecks, and as the olives depicted in frescoes and mosaics from civilizations that no longer exist. The genetic diversity in modern olive cultivars is surprisingly narrow, suggesting that most productive trees descend from relatively few ancient parents that demonstrated superior characteristics. The olive you're holding might be genetically nearly identical to olives that fed Roman soldiers, Greek philosophers, and Egyptian traders, all the way back to whoever first noticed that these bitter fruits became delicious after proper processing. You're standing in a modern supermarket, looking at a shelf displaying dozens of olive oil varieties, each bottle promising superior quality, health benefits, or authentic tradition. The bottles are clear glass or dark green, some with elaborate labels depicting Mediterranean scenes, others with minimalist designs suggesting sophistication. Behind these modern presentations lies the same substance that's flavoured human civilization for millennia, now reduced to consumer choice among competing brands. You pick up a bottle labelled extra virgin, reading the fine print that explains what this designation means. The oil inside was cold pressed without heat or chemicals from olives harvested at optimal ripeness and processed within hours of picking. These requirements echo practices developed thousands of years ago when pressers learned through trial and error that speed, care, and temperature control produced superior oil. The terminology is modern, but the principles are ancient, linking your kitchen to those of people who lived before philosophy or democracy existed. The price range across this shelf is staggering. Some bottles cost as much per litre as an ancient worker earned in a week, while others are cheap enough that oil has become just another commodity. This democratization represents both triumph and loss. More people can afford olive oil than ever before in history, but the intimate relationship between consumers and producers has been severed. You don't know which grove produced this oil, whose hands harvested these olives, or how many generations their family has been pressing fruit from these specific trees. A cooking show plays on a screen near the checkout, a chef drizzling olive oil over vegetables while explaining how it's healthier than butter or other fats. The health claims are accurate. Olive oil does contain monounsaturated fats that improve cardiovascular health, antioxidants that protect cells, and compounds that reduce inflammation. But ancient peoples who built their cuisines around olive oil knew none of this, using it not because it was healthy, but because it was available, delicious, and versatile. They stumbled into good health through culinary tradition, their bodies benefiting from choices made for entirely different reasons. You notice organic options, oil from olives grown without synthetic pesticides or fertilizers. This marketing implies that non-organic methods are standard now, representing a fundamental shift from traditional olive cultivation that used no chemicals because they didn't exist. The modern organic movement is actually a return to ancient practices, charging premium prices for what was once universal. The irony seems lost on most shoppers filling their carts without considering the historical arc that brought these bottles to this shelf. At home, you drizzle oil over a salad, the action so casual that you don't pause to think about it. Yet this simple gesture connects you to every cook throughout history who performed the same motion. The oil catches light streaming through your window, exactly as it caught lamplight in ancient kitchens. It coats the vegetables with the same golden sheen that made food look appetizing to people whose names nobody remembers. The chemistry of fat interacting with plant cells hasn't changed, meaning the salad tastes similar to versions eaten 2,000 years ago. Your bathroom contains olive oil-based soaps and cosmetics, products marketed as natural alternatives to synthetic options. Soap itself was invented partly to replace the oil scraping method used in ancient baths. Yet now olive oil soap represents a return to more authentic cleansing. The circular motion of hygiene history suggests that human needs remain constant, while technologies cycle between complexity and simplicity, each generation rediscovering benefits that previous generations took for granted. You light a candle, petroleum wax with a cotton wick, creating a flame without olive oil for the first time in human history. Candles existed in ancient times, but oil lamps provided most illumination, making olive oil the primary medium through which people pushed back darkness. The shift from oil to candles to gas to electricity represents increasing separation between light and its fuel source. Ancient peoples understood exactly what burned when they lit lamps. You flip a switch without thinking about the coal or natural gas or nuclear reaction generating your electricity. A Mediterranean restaurant nearby advertises authentic cuisine, its menu featuring dishes built around olive oil in ways that would be familiar to ancient diners. The ingredients are identical, the cooking methods unchanged in essentials, yet the context is completely different. Ancient people ate these foods because they were local and available, not because they were exotic or healthy. The restaurant charges premium prices for authenticity that used to be called what we have, transforming necessity into luxury through distance. Temporal distance separating us from when these foods were ordinary. You read about olive oil fraud, about bottles labelled Italian or Greek containing oil from North Africa or Spain, and about extra virgin designations applied to oil that doesn't meet technical requirements. These deceptions echo ancient problems. Merchants have always been tempted to dilute expensive oil with cheaper alternatives, to misrepresent origins, and to sell last year's rancid oil as this year's fresh pressing. The amphora stamps that guaranteed quality in ancient markets were responses to fraud that still exists, human nature remaining constant across millennia. A news article discusses how climate change threatens traditional olive-growing regions, and how rising temperatures and changing rainfall patterns might shift production to areas that previously couldn't support olives. The trees themselves can adapt. They've survived climate changes throughout history, but the cultural connection between specific regions and olive cultivation might break. What happens to Greek or Spanish or Italian culinary identity if olives no longer thrive there? Can tradition persist when the material basis for tradition disappears? You notice how olive oil has become shorthand for healthy eating, the Mediterranean diet, and lifestyle choices associated with longevity and well-being. This association isn't wrong, but it's incomplete. Ancient peoples who consumed olive oil daily also died young from infections and injuries. Modern medicine prevents easily. The oil didn't make them healthy in any comprehensive sense. They simply lacked alternatives we take for granted. Separating olive oil's actual benefits from romanticized versions of Mediterranean life requires care that marketing departments rarely provide. In your pantry, a bottle of olive oil sits next to vegetable oil, canola oil, and coconut oil, each suited for different purposes, different heat tolerances, and different flavour profiles. This abundance would astonish ancient cooks who used olive oil for everything, because it was the only fat they had in quantity. Modern cooking's specialisation, this oil for sautéing, that one for baking, another for salads, represents both sophistication and loss. We've gained options, but sacrificed the intimate knowledge that comes from using a single ingredient in every possible way. You cook dinner using olive oil, clean up with olive oil soap, and moisturise your hands with olive oil lotion, all while electric lights eliminate any need for oil lamps. Olive oil persists in modern life, but its role has narrowed from essential to optional, from universal to particular. You could survive comfortably without it, substituting other fats in cooking, other products for cleaning and moisturising, and other sources for illumination. This optionality represents the fundamental difference between your relationship with olive oil and that of people for whom it was irreplaceable. Yet walking through the supermarket or cooking dinner, you occasionally feel a strange temporal connection, a sense that you're performing actions that link you to an unbroken chain of human activity, stretching back to before recorded history. When you drizzle olive oil over food, you're doing exactly what countless humans have done in the same way for the same reasons. The bottle is different, the kitchen is different, and the context is different, but the action itself is unchanged. In this small gesture, you briefly touch the deep past, performing a ritual so ancient that its origins predate the concept of ritual itself. The olive trees in distant groves continue their patient work, flowering each spring, fruiting each autumn, and producing the same golden liquid that fueled civilizations now studied only by archaeologists. Some of those trees might be the direct descendants, literally through root propagation, of trees that witnessed events recorded in histories you've read. They connect past to present through living continuity, biology preserving what human memory cannot. As long as those trees survive, As long as someone harvests their fruit and presses it into oil, the ancient world isn't entirely lost. It flows forward, year by year, harvest by harvest, a golden thread that refuses to break. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading chair on a foggy Edinburgh evening in 1886. The gas lamps flicker outside your window, casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets that seem to whisper secrets. This exact atmosphere enveloped a young medical student named Arthur Conan Doyle as he sat in his cramped flat staring at a blank piece of paper and questioning how he would manage to pay his rent. You know that feeling when you're desperately trying to come up with a brilliant idea and your brain feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool? Well, that's precisely where Arthur found himself. He'd been scribbling away at various stories, trying to make a name for himself as a writer, but nothing seemed to stick. His medical practice was about as successful as a chocolate teapot, and his bank account was looking rather anemic. But here's where the story gets captivating. Arthur had been studying under a professor named Dr. Joseph Bell, and this man was absolutely extraordinary. Not in a flashy look-at-me sort of way, but in a quietly brilliant fashion that would make your jaw drop. Dr. Bell had this uncanny ability to look at a patient and deduce their entire life story just from observing the smallest details. He'd glance at someone's hands and tell them their profession, notice a particular type of mud on their boots, and know exactly which part of Edinburgh they'd walked through that morning. It was like watching a magician, except the tricks were real, and the magic was simply keen observation mixed with logical thinking. Arthur would sit in those medical lectures completely mesmerised, watching Dr. Bell work his deductive wizardry on unsuspecting patients. The excellent doctor would peer at a man's fingernails and announce, "Ah, I see you're a carpenter who's been working with oak recently, and judging by that slight stain on your thumb, you've been using a particular type of varnish that's only sold in 3 shops in the city." The patients would stare at him like he'd just read their minds, but Arthur began to understand that it wasn't mind reading at all. It was merely the skill of recognising what others missed, and linking seemingly unconnected elements. Dr. Bell wasn't performing magic tricks. He was demonstrating that the world is full of clues if you just know how to read them. As Arthur sat in his flat that foggy evening, the memory of Dr. Bell's methods began to percolate through his mind like a perfectly brewed cup of tea. What if, he thought, someone could solve crimes using these same techniques? What if a detective could see not just what happened at a crime scene, but how, who, and why? The idea began to take shape slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Arthur imagined a tall, thin man with sharp features and even sharper intellect. He had the ability to enter a room and instantly identify the 17 details that others had overlooked. A person who found the ordinary world rather dull, but came alive when presented with a puzzle that needed solving. And so, in that small Edinburgh flat, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamp flickering on his desk, Arthur Conan Doyle began to write about a consulting detective named Sherlock Holmes. He had no idea that he was about to create the most famous fictional detective in history, or that over a century later, people would still be arguing about whether Holmes was real or not. Dr. Bell's methods didn't just inspire the character Arthur created. He was a blend of Victorian anxieties, scientific optimism, and the growing belief that logic could solve any problem. Holmes represented everything the Victorian era wanted to believe about itself, that reason would triumph over chaos, that careful observation could reveal truth, and that even the most complex mysteries could be unravelled by a sufficiently clever mind. Little did Arthur know that his creation would outlive him, outgrow him, and eventually become more real to many people than the man who dreamed him up. Let's delve deeper into Dr. Joseph Bell, as comprehending him is akin to comprehending the hidden element in your grandmother's renowned recipe. Without him, there would be no Sherlock Holmes, and the world would be a significantly less interesting place. Dr. Bell wasn't your typical Victorian gentleman. While other doctors of his era were still debating whether washing hands between patients was really necessary, Bell was revolutionising the entire approach to medical diagnosis. He believed that a doctor's job wasn't just to treat symptoms, but to become a detective of the human body, piecing together clues to solve the mystery of what was actually wrong with a patient. Imagine walking into his classroom at the University of Edinburgh. The room would be thick with anticipation, the students waited to see what miracle of deduction their professor would perform that day. Bell would summon a volunteer patient, prompting a hapless individual to shuffle forward, likely pondering their current circumstances. Bell would meticulously circle around them, his keen eyes scrutinizing every detail. "Ah," he might say, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "I see you've recently returned from the continent. Germany, I'd say, based on the particular type of clay under your fingernails. You're a gardener by profession, but you've been doing some carpentry work lately. Oak, judging by the wood shavings in your hair, and that slight limp suggests you injured your left leg about 3 weeks ago, probably from a fall." The patient would nod in amazement, confirming every detail while the students scribbled frantically in their notebooks trying to capture the magic. But Bell would always explain his reasoning. The clay was a specific type found only in certain German regions. The calluses on the man's hands showed the pattern of someone who worked with plants, but had recently been gripping different tools. The wood shavings were a clear indicator, and the man's preference for his right leg during walking revealed a recent injury. What made Bell truly extraordinary wasn't just his powers of observation, though those were remarkable, but his ability to teach others to see the world differently. He would tell his students that most people looked but didn't observe. They saw a man with dirty hands and thought, labourer, but they missed the specific type of dirt that could tell them exactly what kind of work he did and where he'd been doing it. Bell had this wonderful way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. He'd pick up a walking stick left behind by a patient and turn it into a treasure trove of information. The wear patterns on the handle could tell him if the owner was left or right-handed. The type of wood and craftsmanship revealed their social class. Scratches and dents told stories of how it had been used. Even the height of the stick provided clues about the owner's stature and gait. Arthur Conan Doyle would sit in these demonstrations, absolutely captivated. Years later, he would write about Dr. Bell with obvious affection, describing him as a man who could diagnose not just diseases but entire life stories. Bell became Arthur's model for what a truly observant person could achieve, and those classroom demonstrations became the blueprint for countless Sherlock Holmes adventures. But here's something delightfully ironic about the whole situation. Dr. Bell, the man who inspired the world's most famous detective, was actually quite modest about his abilities. He insisted that his methods weren't magical or even particularly difficult. They just required patience, practice, and a willingness to pay attention to details that others ignored. Bell would often say that the key to his success was simply remembering that every person carries their story written on their body, in their clothes, and in their mannerisms. Most people, he explained, are so focused on looking ahead that they never really look around. They miss the poetry written in calluses, the stories told by shoe leather, and the novels hidden in the way someone holds their shoulders. When Arthur finally created Sherlock Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what if someone took Dr. Bell's methods and applied them not to medicine, but to crime? What if that keen eye for detail and logical mind were turned towards solving mysteries instead of diagnosing illnesses? The result was a character who could walk into a room and immediately see things that would take ordinary people hours to notice, if they noticed them at all. Let's transport ourselves to Victorian London for a moment, because understanding the world that embraced Sherlock Holmes is like understanding why certain songs become hits. It's all about timing, atmosphere, and what people desperately need to hear at exactly the right moment. Picture London in the 1890s, and you'll find yourself in a city that was both magnificent and terrifying, often simultaneously. The Industrial Revolution had transformed it into this massive, sprawling beast of a metropolis, with over 4 million people crammed into spaces that had been designed for maybe a quarter of that number. The city was growing so fast that it seemed to be bursting at the seams, like a sausage that's been overstuffed. You'd walk down streets where magnificent Victorian mansions stood just a few blocks away from slums that would make your stomach turn. The contrast was jarring. One moment you might be strolling past elegant gaslit boulevards where well-dressed gentlemen tipped their hats to ladies in elaborate bustles, and the next you'd find yourself in narrow, fog-choked alleyways where the sun barely penetrated and danger lurked around every corner. This was the London of Jack the Ripper, after all. The very real terror of those unsolved murders had gripped the city just a few years before Holmes made his debut. People were genuinely frightened, and the police seemed completely baffled. The idea that someone could commit such horrible crimes and simply vanish into the urban maze was deeply unsettling to a society that prided itself on order and progress. But here's where it gets intriguing. This era was also the age of scientific optimism. People believed that rational thinking and careful observation could solve any problem. Darwin had shown them that even the mysteries of human existence could be unravelled through patient study. Electric lights were beginning to push back the darkness, and the telegraph was shrinking the world. There was this wonderful sense that humanity was on the verge of conquering all the great mysteries of existence. Into this mixture of fear and hope stepped Sherlock Holmes, and he was flawless for the moment. This character could make sense of the chaos of city life. He could walk into the most baffling situation and, through pure logic and observation, restore order to the world. He was like a lighthouse in a storm, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with the bright beam of reason. The timing couldn't have been better. People wanted stories that showed the world made sense, that every problem had a solution, and that good could win over evil through cleverness rather than luck or divine intervention. Holmes represented the Victorian dream of the rational man who could solve any puzzle if he just applied enough intelligence and careful observation. But there was another layer to London's readiness for Holmes. The city had transformed into a vibrant hub of individuals from diverse backgrounds. In a single day, you might encounter a Russian count, a Chinese merchant, an Irish dock worker, and a Scottish professor. Each person carried their own story, their own secrets, and their own mysteries. The city itself had become a kind of living, breathing puzzle, and people were fascinated by the idea that someone could read the clues hidden in plain sight. The police, bless their hearts, were doing their best, but they were essentially using medieval methods to solve modern crimes. They heavily relied on confessions, eyewitness testimony, and capturing criminals in the act. The idea of carefully examining a crime scene for clues, of using scientific methods to analyse evidence, of building a case through logical deduction. These were revolutionary concepts that most real detectives hadn't even considered. So when readers opened those early Holmes stories, they weren't just getting entertainment, they were getting a glimpse of what crime solving could be like if someone really smart was in charge. Holmes represented everything that Victorian readers wished their actual police force could be: observant, logical, incorruptible, and successful. The stories also tapped into something deeply satisfying about the Victorian belief in progress. Here was proof that human intelligence, properly applied, could triumph over any challenge. Holmes never solved crimes through luck or accident. He solved them through careful observation, logical thinking, and refusing to accept that any mystery was unsolvable. This was a society that was simultaneously proud of its achievements and worried about its problems. Crime was rising, the cities were becoming more complex and dangerous, and traditional solutions weren't working. Holmes offered hope that intelligence and method could restore order to a world that sometimes seemed to be spinning out of control. Now here's where our story takes a fascinating turn, because Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just create a character, he accidentally invented an entire literary genre. Before the arrival of Holmes, crime fiction lacked a crucial component. You see, crime stories existed before Holmes, but they were quite different creatures. Most of them were sensational tales focused on the gruesome details of murders or the dramatic capture of villains. They were less about solving puzzles and more about shocking readers with tales of urban horror. Think of them as the Victorian equivalent of those breathless newspaper headlines you see at the grocery store checkout, designed to grab attention rather than engage the mind. The few detective stories that did exist were often clumsy affairs, where the solution came out of nowhere, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat without showing it to you first. Readers were expected to sit back and be amazed rather than participate in the solving process. It was entertaining, but it wasn't particularly satisfying entertainment. Then along came Holmes, and suddenly everything changed. Arthur created what would become known as fair play detective fiction. Stories where the reader was given all the same clues as the detective and could, theoretically, solve the mystery themselves. Of course, most of us would miss the significance of tobacco ash patterns or the 17 different types of footprints, but the clues were there for anyone sharp enough to spot them. This innovation was revolutionary. Instead of just reading about crimes, people could now participate in solving them. Arthur had turned passive entertainment into an interactive experience. Readers would eagerly follow Holmes through his investigations, trying to spot the clues themselves, attempting to deduce the solution before the brilliant detective revealed it. It was akin to the difference between observing someone play a game and engaging in it yourself. But Arthur's innovation went deeper than just including clues. He devised an impeccable and gratifying framework for detective stories, which remains in use today. Every Holmes story follows a similar pattern. A baffling mystery is presented. Holmes observes details that others miss. He forms a theory based on logical deduction, and then he proves his theory through dramatic revelation. Once you've immersed yourself in this well-choreographed dance, other types of crime stories begin to feel incomplete. The genius of this structure is that it mirrors the way our minds work when we're trying to solve a problem. We gather information, we form hypotheses, we test them, and we reach conclusions. Holmes's stories felt natural because they followed the same thought processes that readers used in their own lives, just with much more dramatic stakes. Arthur also created something that hadn't existed before, the recurring detective character. Previous crime stories typically featured different protagonists in each tale, but Holmes was the same brilliant detective in every story, growing more familiar to readers with each adventure. People began to feel like they knew him personally, like he was a friend they could rely on to make sense of a confusing world. This familiarity allowed Arthur to develop Holmes's character in ways that wouldn't have been possible with one-off protagonists. Readers learned about his habits, his methods, his preferences, and even his weaknesses. Holmes became real to people in a way that few fictional characters ever achieve. He wasn't just a problem-solving machine, he was a person with quirks and flaws and a distinctive personality. The success of Holmes's stories also established the template for the detective's sidekick. Dr. Watson played a crucial role as the reader's representative in the story. He was intelligent enough to understand Holmes's explanations, but not so brilliant that he could solve the mysteries himself. He asked the questions that readers wanted to ask, and expressed the amazement that viewers felt when Holmes revealed his deductions. Arthur had stumbled upon something that would become one of the most enduring formulas in all of literature. The brilliant detective, the loyal companion, the baffling mystery, the careful investigation, the logical solution. These elements were so perfectly balanced that they created a template that countless writers would follow for the next century and beyond. What's particularly remarkable is that Arthur didn't set out to create a new genre. He was merely attempting to craft entertaining stories that would contribute to his financial stability. But in creating Holmes, he had tapped into something fundamental about how human minds work, and what kinds of stories satisfy us at the deepest level. The impact was immediate and lasting. Other writers began creating their own detective characters, but they all followed the Holmes model. The genre that Arthur had accidentally invented became one of the most popular forms of fiction, spawning thousands of books, plays, movies, and television shows. Here's where our story takes an ironic twist that would make Holmes himself smile wryly. Arthur Conan Doyle, having created the most beloved detective in literary history, began to view his creation with something approaching horror. It's like watching someone create a beautiful garden and then become frustrated when everyone wants to talk about the flowers instead of the vegetables. You see, Arthur had bigger ambitions than writing detective stories. He fancied himself a serious literary author, the kind who would write important historical novels that would be studied in universities for generations. He dreamed of crafting sweeping epics about medieval knights and noble causes, stories that would elevate the human spirit and earn him a place among the foremost literary masters. But every time he published a historical novel, readers would politely applaud and then immediately ask, "When's the next Holmes story coming out?" It was like being a chef who creates an elaborate 7-course meal, only to have everyone ignore the artistically arranged vegetables and ask for more of the simple bread rolls. The problem was that Holmes had become phenomenally successful. By the 1890s, Arthur was earning more money from his detective stories than he had ever dreamed possible. The Strand magazine was paying him handsomely for each new Holmes adventure, and readers couldn't get enough of them. However, Arthur realised that success could also be a form of isolation. He began to feel like Holmes was overshadowing everything else he wanted to accomplish. People introduced him as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, not as the author of historical novels about medieval England. His serious literary work was being treated as a side project, while his detective stories were considered his main achievement. It was deeply frustrating for a man who had worked so hard to establish himself as a serious writer. In 1893, Arthur made one of the most shocking decisions in literary history, bringing the situation to its peak. He decided to kill off Sherlock Holmes. He did not kill off Sherlock Holmes gradually, through old age, or in a subtle manner. Instead, he did so dramatically in a story called The Final Problem. He sent Holmes tumbling over the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, locked in mortal combat with his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Arthur believed he was liberating himself from the detective, whom he considered a burden. He imagined that with Holmes gone, readers would finally pay attention to his other work. He could write about historical subjects, explore spiritual themes, and create the kind of literature that would earn him lasting respect. But Arthur had seriously underestimated how much people loved Holmes. The reaction to The Final Problem was unlike anything the literary world had ever seen. Readers were devastated. The Strand magazine lost 20,000 subscribers overnight. People wore black armbands in mourning. Some readers wrote furious letters accusing Arthur of literary murder. Others simply refused to believe that Holmes was really dead. The outcry was so intense that it surprised even Arthur. He'd considered Holmes to be merely another character in yet another story, but to readers, Holmes had evolved into something far more significant. He was a symbol of rational thought triumphing over chaos, of justice prevailing over evil, of intelligence solving problems that seemed impossible. Killing Holmes felt like killing hope itself. For 8 years, Arthur held firm. He continued writing his historical novels, his spiritual explorations, and his serious literary works. But the ghost of Holmes haunted everything he did. Readers kept asking when the detective would return. Publishers kept offering him enormous sums for new Holmes stories, and Arthur kept insisting that the character was dead and buried. Finally, in 1901, Arthur gave in to the pressure. He wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he positioned as a story from before Holmes's death. But readers weren't satisfied with a prequel. They wanted their detective back in the present, solving new mysteries. The demand was so intense that Arthur eventually had to perform literary resurrection surgery, bringing Holmes back to life in The Adventure of the Empty House in 1903. Arthur's explanation for how Holmes survived the fall was ingenious, but clearly written by someone who was trying to solve a problem he'd never intended to create. Holmes had faked his death, he explained, living in hiding for 3 years while tracking down the rest of Moriarty's organisation. It was a clever solution, but you could almost hear Arthur sighing as he wrote it. The whole episode reveals something fascinating about the relationship between authors and their creations. Arthur had intended Holmes to be a temporary character, a means to an end, a way to pay the bills while he worked on more important projects. But great fictional characters have a way of taking on lives of their own, becoming more real to readers than the people who created them. For the remainder of his life, Arthur continued to write Holmes stories, yet he never fully reconciled with the success of his creation. He was proud of the detective's popularity, but he was also frustrated that his serious work never received the same attention. It's one of literature's finest ironies that the work Arthur considered his lesser achievement turned out to be his greatest contribution to the world. Now let's dive into something that makes the Holmes stories particularly fascinating. The way Arthur wove real scientific advances into his fictional detective work. It's like watching someone build a bridge between the world of imagination and the world of scientific progress, creating something that was both entertaining and educational. Arthur wasn't just a writer. He was a trained physician who had studied the latest scientific methods of his time. When he created Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what would crime solving look like if it were approached with the same scientific rigour that was revolutionising medicine and other fields? Consider Holmes's famous method of deducing someone's entire life story from tiny physical clues. This approach wasn't just literary fantasy, it was based on real scientific principles that Arthur had learned in medical school. Dr. Joseph Bell had shown that careful observation could reveal incredible amounts of information about a person's life and habits. Arthur took this concept and applied it to detective work, creating a character who could read people like books. Holmes's use of fingerprints is particularly intriguing because Arthur was actually ahead of his time. Police forces didn't widely use fingerprinting until the early 1900s, despite the publication of the first Holmes story in 1887. Arthur had read about the scientific work on fingerprints and incorporated it into his fiction before most real detectives had even heard of it. In many ways, Holmes was using forensic techniques that wouldn't become standard police procedure for another decade or two. The same was true for many other scientific methods that Holmes employed. He analysed handwriting, studied different types of tobacco ash, examined footprints with scientific precision, and used chemical tests to detect bloodstains. These weren't just clever plot devices, they were based on real scientific techniques that were being developed in laboratories around the world. Arthur was particularly fascinated by the emerging field of toxicology, the study of poisons and their effects on the human body. Arthur's medical background and his interest in using science to solve crimes are evident in several Holmes stories that feature exotic poisons and their detection. He understood that poison was often a weapon of choice for clever criminals because it was difficult to detect with the crude methods available to most police forces. Holmes's laboratory at 221B Baker Street was filled with the kind of equipment that real scientists were using to make breakthrough discoveries. Any serious research facility of the time would have contained the chemical apparatus, microscopes, and reference books that Arthur described. He was showing readers that scientific methods could be applied to criminal investigation, turning detective work from a matter of luck and intuition into a systematic process. But Arthur's genius was in making these scientific methods accessible to ordinary readers. He didn't bog down his stories with technical details or lengthy explanations of scientific principles. Instead, he showed Holmes using these methods in action, solving crimes through careful observation and logical analysis. Readers could follow the detective's reasoning process without needing background in chemistry or biology. This approach had an unexpected educational effect. Many readers learned about scientific methods through Holmes's stories, often without realizing they were getting a science lesson, along with their entertainment. The stories helped popularize the idea that rational scientific thinking could solve complex problems, contributing to the growing public respect for scientific methods. The Victorian belief that human behavior followed logical patterns that were understandable and predictable also influenced Holmes's approach to crime solving. If you studied someone carefully enough, Holmes suggested, you could understand their motivations, predict their actions, and solve the puzzles they created. This was a reassuring message for readers who were living through a period of rapid social change and uncertainty. The scientific accuracy of Holmes's methods varied, of course. Some of his deductions were based on solid observational principles, while others were more fantastical. But Arthur was careful to ground even his most dramatic solutions in plausible scientific reasoning. He wanted readers to believe that Holmes's methods could actually work, even if they were sometimes exaggerated for dramatic effect. What's particularly remarkable is how many of Holmes's fictional forensic techniques eventually became standard police procedure. Arthur's imagination frequently foresaw real scientific advancements, proposing investigative techniques that would not gain widespread acceptance for years or decades. In many ways, the Holmes stories served as a kind of training manual for future detectives, showing them possibilities they might not have considered otherwise. The scientific foundation of Holmes's methods also helped establish the credibility of detective fiction as a genre. These weren't just wild adventure stories. They were logical puzzles that could be solved through careful reasoning. This intellectual respectability helped elevate crime fiction from mere sensational entertainment to a more sophisticated form of literature. As we reach the end of our cozy journey through the origins of Sherlock Holmes, it's worth pondering why this character has refused to stay buried in the Victorian era where he was born. Like a particularly persistent ghost, Holmes has haunted every generation since Arthur first dreamed him up, adapting to new times while somehow remaining eternally himself. The remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to transcend his original time and place. You can transplant him to modern-day London, give him a smartphone and access to the internet, and he's still fundamentally the same character. His methods change. He might use DNA analysis instead of tobacco ash identification, but his essential nature remains unchanged. He continues to be a brilliant outsider who perceives what others overlook, a man capable of bringing order to chaos through sheer intellect. This adaptability suggests that Arthur tapped into something deeper than just Victorian anxieties about crime and urban life. He created a character who represents timeless human desires, the wish to make sense of a confusing world, the hope that intelligence can triumph over evil, and the comfort of knowing that there's someone out there who can solve problems that seem impossible to the rest of us. Every generation has found its reasons to love Holmes. During the World Wars, he represented British resilience and the triumph of civilization over barbarism. In the 1960s, he became a counterculture hero, the ultimate individualist who refused to conform to social expectations. In our current age of information overload, he's the person who can cut through the noise and find the signal, who can separate truth from the overwhelming flood of data that surrounds us. The stories themselves have taken on a life that goes far beyond what Arthur ever imagined. There are more than 25,000 Holmes stories that have been written by other authors, creating a vast literary universe that continues to expand more than a century after the character's creation. Holmes has appeared in every medium imaginable: radio shows, television series, movies, video games, and even virtual reality experiences. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to become more real than many actual people. You can visit 221B Baker Street in London, where there's a museum dedicated to the fictional detective. The Royal Mail issues stamps featuring Holmes. The British government has given him an official address. There are societies around the world dedicated to studying his methods and analysing his adventures as if they were historical documents. This blurring of the line between fiction and reality would have amused Arthur, who spent so much of his later life trying to convince people that Holmes was just a character in stories he'd written. But the public's insistence on treating Holmes as a real person speaks to something profound about the power of outstanding fictional characters to capture our imaginations and become part of our shared cultural reality. The influence of Holmes on real-world detective work has been enormous. Police departments around the world have adopted methods that Holmes used in fiction decades before they became standard practice. The careful examination of crime scenes, the scientific analysis of evidence, and the psychological profiling of suspects. These techniques that seem obvious to us now were revolutionary when Arthur first wrote about them. Holmes has also influenced how we think about problem solving in general. His method of careful observation, logical deduction, and systematic analysis has been applied to fields far beyond criminal investigation. Business leaders, scientists, and educators have all found ways to apply Holmesian thinking to their challenges. As you settle back into your comfortable chair and perhaps close your eyes for a moment, consider this. Somewhere in the world right now, someone is discovering Sherlock Holmes for the first time. They're experiencing that same sense of wonder that readers felt more than a century ago when they first encountered the tall, thin detective with his piercing eyes and incredible deductive abilities. The character that Arthur Conan Doyle created in frustration, developed with reluctance and tried to kill off in exasperation, has become one of the most enduring figures in all of literature. Holmes represents our eternal hope that reason can triumph over chaos, that careful observation can reveal hidden truths, and that there's always a logical solution to even the most baffling mystery. In a world that often seems random and senseless, Holmes offers the comforting assurance that everything makes sense if you just know how to look at it properly. He's the friend we all wish we had, the mind we all wish we possessed, and the reassurance we all need that somewhere out there, someone is smart enough to solve the problems that baffle the rest of us.